Theologica, this seminal text of Western philosophy. Forget just the theology, just Western philosophy. And in it, he talks about this very interesting thing. He says that mankind, humankind, we'd say today, has 4 idols. Everybody pursues one or more of 4 idols, and he calls them the substitutes for God. Because his supposition is that we all want God, but God is extremely inconvenient. A lot of one-sided conversations and a ton of rules. So we look for substitutes that have kind of these divine characteristics. The problem is they're 180 degrees off God. They're money, power, pleasure, and fame. Fame, he says, honor, which has different connotations. I have a son who's a Marine who serves with honor. That's not what we mean. We're talking about admiration, envy of other people of you, which is people want that, or just prestige, or maybe fame. Some people actually want to be famous, but let's just call it money, power, pleasure, and fame. Everybody, I play this game, what's my idol? And I'll ask people, not what's your actual idol, but what is not your idol? Of these 4, money, power, pleasure, fame, what's the one that least attracts you, that you could get rid of with total impunity? You don't care. And then we'll start eliminating, and we're going to find your idol, is the whole thing. Wow. Now, the interesting thing about that is that what he says is not that you'll go to hell if you do that. He says you'll be unhappy if you don't recognize the idol, if you don't recognize the idols in your life. The trouble is the limbic system of your brain, Mother Nature, that tyrant, tells you that you'll actually be happy if you get your idol. And so you chase it and you chase it. You can't quite figure out what you're going to do if you get it. Like Tom's going to get hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. What are you going to do with that money that you would actually like? And you can't quite figure out. Well, yeah, because if you articulate it, if I say you'll buy a yacht, and you're like, that sounds like kind of a hassle to have a yacht. Or maybe it sounds good, but not that good, right? The real reason you want that is because you want admiration, because you want the validation of what it represents of you to you. You want this transference of social comparison you've always done with other people. You want to actually feel the thing that you felt for others about yourself. That's what the idols do. That's the nasty switcheroo. That's the despotism of this of mistaking the intrinsic good for the instrumentality. That's why Thomas Aquinas was so astute in what he was talking about here. So when we play this game, and we see what is actually holding us back, and you experience this. Absolutely, you were chasing the thing, getting more and more and more miserable because you were actually getting closer and closer to your idol and realizing it will not realize one single thing that you needed for your unhappiness. It had no intrinsic worth. Look, there's anything about money, by the way. The research on money is very clear that it doesn't actually ever bring happiness. It lowers unhappiness, which are processed in different hemispheres of the brain. Happiness and unhappiness are not opposites. They're different experiences. And what happens is at low levels, money will lower unhappiness. So when I could finally go to the dentist, I felt better. The trouble is I don't know how to do the sums inside my brain. I just knew I felt better. And we always mistake lower unhappiness for higher happiness. And so early on, you're like, wow, I went from $15,000 to $20,000 a year, and I felt better. I actually felt better about myself. I was able to eliminate some of these sources of misery, so I'm happier. And so you get into the pattern early on. You wire your brain when you're a young person working your way up the ladder. More money, feel better. That means more happiness. And you realize that going from $250,000 to $300,000 is not doing it. That because it's not a big enough jump, apparently. And so you go and you go and you go and you go and you go, and you're basically just chasing a lure. That's what you experienced. And that's why you were miserable, right? Because you couldn't get there from here.
It's interesting. Yes. I put different words to it, and I'm curious to see what you think about this. So I think about it from an evolutionary standpoint. So we have directives in our brain that there is going to be a sense of dis-ease if you don't do certain things. I think that deep and profound unhappiness can come from pursuing the wrong thing, so that you're spending your time doing things that they rob you of energy instead of giving you energy. But I also think that people end up profoundly unhappy by not doing things that nature wants them to do.
Right.
And I think one of the things that nature wants us to do, and so just not doing it will be a problem, is work really hard to turn your potential into skill set.
Yeah.
And so if things come easily to you, even though you're on top of the world and everybody else admires you and wants to be you, that there will be a sense of dis-ease for you because you're not working hard.
It doesn't feel meritorious.
Yeah. Nature has to find a proxy, right?
Yeah.
So nature wants you to have children children, so it makes sure that sex is intensely pleasurable. But that's really just a proxy for have kids. So that I find really interesting, that nature is working in these weird proxies. So people end up like, you think you're supposed to do one thing, chase money, power, fame, whatever. And you're like, why does this suck? But all of those things actually do have utility. And so the thing with money is people are always going to pursue it. The thing with fame is people are always going to pursue it. Why? Because it actually has utility. So money, for instance, is more powerful than people think, not less, but it isn't what you've been told. So it's never what myself and everyone else included is trying to do is feel better about themselves.
Right.
It won't help with that. It cannot touch your self-esteem. And that's like the biggest like mind fuck ever.
Your wife won't love you more.
Your
children won't respect you more when you have more money. Exactly.
And more troubling,
yes,
you won't respect you more.
Yes.
Which is ultimately because other people will. Like people treat me differently because I have some micro fame and because I have
it's
money.
actually troubling too. Because when you know somebody is instrumentalizing you, when you know somebody's objectifying you because of this outside characteristic, it makes you profoundly uncomfortable.
It's interesting.
People hate that. You know, it's the one thing where we will allow people to objectify us. You're well known, you're successful, and people will be nice to you because of that. And deep down, you know that they don't love you. And
it's not how it plays out in my head.
How does it play out in your head?
That I have no ability to be vulnerable around them.
Oh, I see. For
and
sure,
so
but that's the same part of self-objective. That's the same part of objectification. And when you're objectified, you can't be a full person. There's another interesting thing that might actually apply. You're a creative. You're fundamentally a creative. When you were doing your work, you were thrown off the creative process. Now, why is creativity intensely pleasurable? You've read the work of Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, the great social psychologist who wrote a very famous book called Flow, F-L-O-W, Flow. And what it talks about is how hours turn to minutes of sheer pleasure when you're in this flow state, when you're doing something that you can master. It's not too easy. It requires your ability, but you can master it because of your skill, and you can get into this groove. Creatives must create. If creatives are not creating, they will be miserable because they can't attain a flow state. It's very possible, Tom, that when you were in this part of your career, you needed to create. You wanted to quit and go to Greece to do creation. You were basically craving that. It's like you had no protein in your diet for a year or something. And it's like, I don't know, I just can't stop thinking about peanut butter. Well, because you were craving this macronutrient in your psyche. And you were never getting a flow state. And if you're denied the flow state that uniquely comes to you through creativity, you're gonna be practically suicidal.
Yeah, it was definitely a rough period. That's interesting. I've never thought about it as being intrinsically a reflection of the pleasurability of flow, but you might be right. It's just I feel alive. That is the right word. I feel alive when I'm creating. I'm never happier than when I'm creating.
It's amazing. People who are fundamentally creatives, look, same thing. You know, when I retired as a CEO and I came back to writing, speaking, and teaching, I'm a new man. I'm a new man for the past 3 years. It's extraordinary.
You said something a while ago. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I want to go back to it now. You said you rediscovered yourself.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Like you need a sense of identity? Is that a core part of this? Like when you say you rediscovered, is it a self-narrative?
It's you know who you deeply are as a person. You're acquainted with yourself. You're acquainted with your true self. And just as with people who are around you, you can create an identity that's actually not authentic. You can create an identity to yourself that's not authentic. You can be giving yourself a self-narrative that's not true to actually who you are as a person.
What does it mean, who you are? What you're good at, what you love?
It, generally speaking, has to do with being in the zone of what you actually love to do and what you appreciate most in your life, when you're in line with your own values, when you're living according to your own values. So Jung would have put it this way. Carl Jung, his definition of his understanding of happiness was that you need to understand your own values, what you value, what you think is proper and correct and moral. And if you know what that is and can articulate it and live according to that, you will be happy. Do
you agree with that?
I think it's actually, there's a lot of truth to that. Because you have to figure out what you think, what your model of the world actually is, what you think truth is, and then living in accord with your own values, with your own integrity is really critically important. Because when people live outside that groove, they're never in equilibrium. They're just never. The problem is that they're not comfortable. they're not comfortable in their own skin. And I've noticed this, I was working, it was good being the president of a think tank. I was lucky to be president of a think tank. I believed in the work, but it wasn't who I was. And so I was kind of out of my groove for 10 and a half years. And when I went back to writing and speaking and teaching and doing creative work, I said, it's
Is that
weird.
always who you were? Or was that because you switched into crystal?
No, it's always who I was. Always a creative. As a kid, I was painting and writing and composing music. And I just always wanted to be, creativity is the most important thing in my life, or curiosity and creativity. Are the most important thing that I can, not the most important thing in my life, the most important thing that I can do, and when I'm actually happiest. And when I was managing a large workforce, managing a lot of creatives to their best selves, they had certainly creative moments to it, to be sure, but it wasn't comfortable to me. And when my second curve, which was much more crystallized intelligence, is also a lot more creative. So I was kind of out of equilibrium for a long time during that period as well, which compounds the problem of my declining fluid intelligence, also not being in a creative role. But it's just so much better. I teach at a great university, which I love. I write for a magazine every week about things that I'm really interested in. I get to talk to you about it. Beats working.
So true. For some reason, I was just thinking today, I was pacing, listening to you, and I was like, I'm technically working right now.
Weird.
I was like, this is cool.
It is super cool. And, there are people that I've met. It's interesting. I talk to lawyers who don't feel like they're working. I talked to a guy who's putting in cabinets in my house, and he's super into putting in cabinets. He loves making cabinets. He was talking about all the details, and he's so proud of his work. And I say, do you like your work? And he said, it doesn't feel like work. I went on a fishing expedition, deep sea fishing expedition with my son Carlos. He loves to fish, and we go fishing. And the guy says, every morning I wake up and he says, today I'm going fishing. And so this is what we all need to find. We need to, each person, because we have the blessing of living in an economy where you can do a lot of different things. The problem is that people chase these extrinsic lures, the money, power, pleasure, and fame, and they get out of the groove of what they're supposed to do, and then they wonder why they're unhappy.
I want to go back to Jung and this idea of values. So as you were saying it, I was like, yes, part of me agrees. But then as I run the thought experiment, sort of check it against other things, other people, to see if it holds up, I feel like right now we're living through maybe a weird moment, or maybe a completely normal moment in time where people are using their values to cudgel each other.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, when I look at them, it makes me deeply uncomfortable and does not resonate with how I think about values.
Yeah.
So is this just a bastardization of the word value, or do the people that on either side of the aisle that are just viciously going after each other,
right,
do they really believe what they're saying? Because it seems like a super dark energy.
Yeah. So this is a variation on the theme. These are people's true values, but in a fear equilibrium, where we're culturally in a polarity of fear. Fear and love are cognitive and philosophical opposites. So fear is the master emotion. It occupies a part of the limbic system called the amygdala. It actually uses more brain tissue than any other basic emotion because it's what keeps you alive. If it were not for fear, you would have been, your lineage would have died out hundreds of thousands of years ago by being eaten by a saber-toothed tiger, which weirdly you were not afraid of.
Right.
And so fear is really important. Love is the opposite of fear. Love will actually neutralize inappropriate fear or excessive fear. Fear will...
I did not see those opposites coming.
Yeah, because we think of love and hatred, but hatred is downstream from fear. Hatred is always a byproduct of fear, downstream from fear. So what happens is
I love the way you say that, like ultra profound shit. Like, yeah, obviously. I've never thought of that before.
And so when people come to me and they have too much fear, the prescription is surround it with more love. Neutralize it with greater amounts of love. It's pH and it's alkaline and acid. If you, on the other hand, if you're looking for more love and you don't have enough love in your life, I'm going to ask you questions about what you're afraid of, because I'm going to try to work on your fear.
God damn.
Yeah. And so this is how we actually deal with it. If you have a fear problem, I'm going to work on the love dimension. If you have a love problem, I'm going to work on the fear dimension. Okay. So now in all the way all this comes together ultimately in our lives is we have to figure out what the problem is, and what we have in our society today, is a fear polarity in our politics, in our ideology, in our culture. And what that meant, the way that manifests in our values, is we don't use our values, which are beautiful and good, as a gift. We use them as a weapon. Now think how counter effective that is, how destructive that actually is. But when you're in a fear polarity, you're actually, through fear, you're going to use your own values antagonistically toward other people, which is incredibly ineffective. You're using coercion instead of persuasion. The point of values and sharing your values is to persuade each other. That's the fruit of the Enlightenment, but it's also just, the basis of human nature. If you cudgel other people with your values and use them as a weapon, there's 0% chance you're going to convince anybody of anything, but you're trying to use force.
0.
So the problem that we have is we could move from a fear to a love polarity, then people would go back to using their values as a gift. We will disagree, but disagreement is beautiful. It's the competition of ideas, which is fundamental to a free society. You and your wife, there are things you'll never agree on, and you will die married and in love. You can live in permanent harmony with somebody with whom you disagree, but only if you have a love polarity in your life and you use your values, which are in contrast to the other person's values, as a gift and not as a weapon. What we see today in politics, on campuses, in media, is that people are trying to kill each other with their values. You're a traitor. Well, you're a racist. I mean, the things that people are throwing at each other is basically never going to convince anybody of anything because there's too much fear.
Damn. So what are people afraid of?
People are afraid. We go through these sort of sine waves of these cultural polarities a lot. And emotional contagion is a very profound thing.
Facts.
Yeah. And so emotional contagion is one in which it's the culture actually starts to become infected. So when I was a kid, for example, growing up in the Pacific Northwest, in the 1970s, there was deep fear of serial killers, cults.
I remember.
There's a fear-based polarity of cults, and what that led to was unbelievable bitterness in politics, where left and right, just as bad as today, or almost as bad as it is today, between the Democrats and the Republicans, between the conservatives and the liberals, and it all came from the fear that had infected, from in the aftermath of Vietnam and the culture wars that were going on, and the Cold War. It was a very fear-based society on the basis of this. There was a break in that, but then it comes back again. Is the whole thing. The opportunity for us as social entrepreneurs, the opportunity for us is to change the polarity, is to encourage people to live by love, to have the courage of actually living by love in a fear culture, and that's you can fire people up with that.
What does it mean? How do you do that?
You basically, to make people commit to only using their values as a gift, to being around people who are different than they are, to listen to different points of view, to go to people with whom they would ordinarily not be in communion and say, I want you to know I love you. To say those incredibly transgressive words. This is the most transgressive message in all of human history, is love your enemies. Pray for those who persecute you. That's the gospel of St. Matthew. That changed life on earth, actually, is to say that concept led to the Western Enlightenment, which basically said we don't have to use force. We can actually live by persuasion. That was a profound difference in the culture that led to the progress that would create an economy where Tom can become a successful entrepreneur, quite frankly. One thing leads to another, but we're in regress right now. The fear polarity in our culture is leading us, we're devolving culturally because of this. So if we really want a better world, I mean, I know I sound like just like an unrepentant hippie, of which I've been credibly accused, that we need love. We need to stand up to the people on our own side, whatever that side is, and say, I refuse to hate. I'm just not going to do it. I'm done, man. I'm done. I love you.
It's interesting. So I can't articulate it that cogently because I probably haven't spent as much time thinking about it as you, but I've come to a similar conclusion. So what I've been saying, so I never thought that I would ever utter a word that had anything to do with the culture war. And then I started to really get freaked out by watching people run in opposite directions, like just seemingly as fast as they can.
Because you're not super political, right?
I'm not political in the slightest.
Yeah.
I don't find politics interesting. It seems to encourage people to be divisive.
Right.
And so my thing is, to your earlier point about you can be married to somebody and love them deeply and passionately and disagree about things. So in business, as is true in marriage, if you both think alike, one of you is not necessary. And I heard the same thing about, when you really ask why are there two parties, which I'd never stopped to contemplate, so Ray Dalio says there are only so many human personalities, and that's why history repeats over and over and over. I thought, that's really interesting that there are only so many personality types, and that there are basically two big buckets that you can break people into: people that are, we'll call compassion dominant, and people who are conscientious dominant. So not that they're exclusively either, but people who are like, you can't leave anybody behind. And then people over here are like, you have to be responsible for yourself.
Right.
So
it's the sort of the liberal conservative dichotomy that we often think about popularly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so all makes sense. And then in business, I watched this play out. So I had two partners previously, and there were times where they didn't see eye to eye. And I remember the contribution I felt most strongly that I had brought to the dynamic was, I'm on the outside going, you're both extraordinary. So value each other for being different.
Right.
Like, value that friction.
Right.
And that in the friction lies the magic. And that either one of you would be a problem on your own, but when you have that countervailing force, it actually creates something really incredible, but only if you respect the other person's view. And so then I started going, okay, politically, it's the same thing. Whether you're conservative or liberal, it's like, you have to respect the friction. You have to understand that either one, if we only had one, spirals into madness. And it is only in the friction, I won't even say the balance, it's in the friction between the two that you sharpen your ideas.
Yeah. Spoken like a great entrepreneur. Look, the Proverbs say that iron sharpens iron. I was giving a talk to the assembled members of the Republican Party on the House and the Senate side. The members of the House and members of the Senate, all Republicans at a retreat some years ago. And I asked, how many of you wish we lived in a one-party state? No hands and no hearts. Let's be honest. I said, how many of you are grateful that we live in a democracy that has multiple parties, or at least two? Every hand goes up. I said, you just told me you're grateful for the Democratic Party. Axiomatically. I wasn't trying to be tricky, but it's actually true. Yeah. If you're grateful that that we live in a country where we can actually have disagreement without a knock in the night and the jackbooted thug, you are, by axiom, by construction, grateful for the people who disagree with you. Look, the Yankees are grateful for the Red Sox. They don't want to blow up the Red Sox bus on the way to the game. That's not how competition works. Competition requires collaboration. It requires rules. It requires respect. I like the Red Sox more than the Yankees, but I want the Yankees to show up with their best pitching and beat them fair and square. I don't want them to forfeit. That's actually, there's no good in that. There's no good in that whatsoever. And remembering this is really, really critical. The whole idea that we're in right now, and this is how the fear-based polarity breaks down the iron sharpens iron, how it breaks down the whole idea of competition. It basically says that do whatever you have to, because, war, scratch out the eyes, a knee to the groin. I don't actually care what happens in politics, because the biggest threat to this country is my neighbor who votes for the other party. That is simple insanity. That is, not to mention the fact that is factually incorrect. It's actually possible that Vladimir Putin is going to bring this country back together again. It's actually possible that somebody people are looking at like, oh, that's non-democratic. That's what that thing means. It's actually not the Democrats. Right. It's something else. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, that threat brings people together. That a common enemy actually brings people together. The greatest pity that I can imagine is that the coronavirus epidemic didn't make us love each other more.
For a minute, though, didn't it feel like it was going to?
It sure did. It sure did, except that we politicized that because of the
amazing.
deep fear in our country.
Yeah.
And the fact that we have leaders that are encouraging us to kill each other, rhetorically, that are encouraging us for the outrage industrial complex in media and politics is trying to drive us apart.
The outrage industrial complex. I like that.
It's an old play on Eisenhower's military industrial complex. But the outrage industrial complex, remember, everybody's watching us now. When you hate, somebody's profiting, and not you. Bottom line.
Well said.
Yeah.
No, man, that's exactly how it feels.
Yeah.
And it's crazy and it's interesting. So I'm definitely not an unrepentant hippie or credibly accused of being a hippie. I'm super weirded out by that stuff. But the only thing I can think is that we have to race to the middle and love each other.
Yes.
Like that's it.
Yeah.
And love has been,
or even not in the middle. Even just
Really?
like
Doesn't
stay
that
in the
seem
sides and still love each other. It's like keep your opinions. Absolutely. You know,
I'm not saying get rid of your opinions.
Yeah. But I mean,
isn't
even
it the
if you're-
party that's closest to the middle always gets elected?
Nah, it's not necessarily the case. I mean, we've been kind of oscillating back and forth between political positions that are actually not representative of the middle, and this is a different kind of it's a different political dynamic, which you're kind of going rail to rail. And you're going rail to rail because, you know, you basically, because you can have
Bashing into the rail on each side.
For example, you can say that, you know, given the fact that we go between parties might mean because people are so close to the center, or it might be because you have two blocks that are
Warring
incredibly strong,
oppositions.
that are relatively equal in power, but very, very different than one another. So this is the key. The key is basically either one can be fine. You can have I had dinner with an older couple a couple of weeks ago, and the wife is super liberal, like pro-choice, and the Democrats all the way, and the husband is he's just as right-wing as they get. I mean, just very pro-life on abortion. I mean, all of these issues that down the line, what you'd expect from conservatives and liberals, and they've been married for 50 years, and it's like, and privately he says, "Gosh, I admire her so much. She's just so wonderful," and the whole thing. And it reminded me that this is the key thing, that you can be in permanent disagreement, but in love equilibrium. We just have to be people that can do that. You know, we've been convinced somehow by people who are making money and getting power and followers and their jollies from our fighting that we have to that we can't be around people who disagree with us. Yeah. That's insanity. That's quite frankly a mistake. And you know, and you would not be a successful entrepreneur if that had been the case where everybody has to agree, because as you quite astutely point out, you know, if you surround yourself with people just like you, you're not going to succeed.
I love the idea of Lincoln's a team of rivals.
Exactly right.
Getting people that think differently, getting people that'll push you. Like in business, I will just tell you right now, if you don't have people that are willing to tell you when you're wrong, you are fucked. At least, so going back to my own insecurities, I don't see myself as smart enough to just run the company by decree. So I've had to create a structure where people are not afraid to speak to power.
Totally.
And because I have not invested anything in my self-esteem around being right, I don't mind. Like, hey, just tell me where I'm wrong. I am so obsessed with getting the result. I don't care if it's my idea. I just need it to be the right idea. But man, it's really hard to get people in a company dynamic where ultimately there's an imbalance of power. And of course I could fire them at any second, but they could leave at any second, which is equally distressing for me, except multiplied. They only have, two people, my wife and I, who co-founded the company, to worry about. We have all 50 of them, to worry about. So,
and if you're a tyrant and they leave, you're cooked.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, because it's hard to find good people, and the secret to success actually is a good team. It actually is good people. It's interesting. I do this test for my students. I teach this class called Leadership and Happiness at the Harvard Business School, and I take them through a battery of personality and happiness tests over the course of the semester. And the one they like best is the positive affect, negative affect battery. And what that is your positive and negative affect emotion levels. And what they learn is that you can be both very positive and negative. You can be a high happiness and a high unhappiness person because you're a high affect person. And you can also be a low unhappiness person, but a low expression of happiness person. You're a low affect person. You can be high positive, low negative. That's the cheerleader. You can be low positive and high negative. That's the poet. Low is the judge. And high is you. He's the mad scientist. Right, and what you need, and what I show is actually, using the research on this, that you got to figure out which one you are, and you must surround yourself with what you're not. The biggest predictor of success on teams and entrepreneurial startups or even established companies is making sure that the CEO is not surrounding herself or himself with people who have the same affect profile. And there's a role for everybody. There's a role for the poets. There's a role for the judges. It's interesting. There's a guy who, was actually a woman in my class this year, and she's like, I don't know if I can be a successful business leader. She's a doctor, and she's getting her MBA, super high, super striver. She says, I don't know, if I've got this judge profile, this low affect profile. I don't know. I said, what'd you do for a living before this? She says, I was a surgeon. I said, that's perfect. I do not want a high affect surgeon. Somebody who opens me up and says, oh my God. And so there's a role for everybody. And we actually need that iron sharpening iron on our teams. And we need to value it. We need to love it. We need to actually resist the tendency to want to surround ourselves with people like us. And this is exactly what we're not doing in our politics. And our country is in decline as a result.
Just today, literally, I was asked by an online coach if they needed to build their own app in order to launch their business. And I told them, do not build something if it already exists. Kajabi has all the tools you need to reach all of your revenue goals. With their all-in-one platform, it's easy to turn your skills, passions, and experiences into online courses, membership sites, podcasts, communities, coaching, and more. And you get to keep 100% of your revenue because everything is owned and controlled by you. Kajabi also has robust analytics, easy payment options, email marketing tools, and customizable website templates all built in. And right now, Kajabi is offering a free 30-day trial to start your business if you go to kajabi.com/impact theory. Just go to kajabi.com/impact theory and join the creators and entrepreneurs who have made over $6 billion.
I also think we need to have a healthy distrust of ourselves. You're not going to like those words, but I am skeptical enough of myself, meaning that I know I'm high, that I can get very excited about something. I know that emotions make dots feel like they connect that don't actually connect. And so it's like I have to make sure that I seek that disconfirming evidence, that I don't think, well, I feel it, and therefore we all need to get behind this idea.
Right.
I'm like, no. I tell people, put on your cynical hat. Like, tell me, where's the problem?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And if you had Adam Grant on the show?
No.
Adam Grant teaches it at Wharton, at Penn, and is a social psychologist, fantastic. His newest book is called Think Again, which is exactly the case that you're making. He makes the case that if you really want to be successful, don't trust you. And it doesn't mean that you can never trust you, but look for the evidence to the contrary. Look for ways where your confirmation bias is probably leading you astray. Don't look to feel good about yourself because you were right on everything. Look, you're wrong on lots of stuff. You just don't know on what stuff. So have people around you who can, and it's probably not that fun to have somebody around you who every single day says you're wrong on every single thing. You got to find some sort of balance, for Pete's sake. And if you're the boss, you're probably right on most things. But if you're wrong, you should want to know first, not last, if you want to be successful.
Yeah, it's crazy to me how, and I won't say it's crazy. I understand it. When you are right, it feels good. Even now, when I know better, it still feels good when I was right. Yeah. I just don't invest in that. I don't encourage that in myself. I'm like, yo, you've got to be careful with that. Yeah. But when people would actually rather, like, they get angry when people point out a flaw in the idea. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, that you are headed towards an iceberg and you're actively discouraging people from letting you know. Yeah, it's ego threat. Crazy. Ego threat is really deep for people who are living their heads because they don't want people to think they're incompetent. But the failure's real. Totally. The failure's coming. No, but they'll resist tooth and nail. It's like you're trying to cut off my finger by telling me my opinion was wrong. Wow. It's unbelievable how the evolution has led us to this place. You want to be right. You want to be right because you feel like an almost physical need to be right. Being contradicted is socially painful. And there's the same part of the brain, the anterior cingulate of the brain, processes both physical and social pain. That's crazy. And we have a very practical brain, a very parsimonious brain. And stimulating the same part of the brain. So it's like being told you're wrong and being embarrassed for something that you were wrong feels like somebody punching you in the face. To your brain at least. And so you'll resist that because you're trying to protect yourself. It's deeply suboptimal and dangerous. You're right. Yeah. If I could just, in fact, my success is because I'm not afraid to be embarrassed. I never like it. It sucks every time. But a willingness to be embarrassed is how I have learned. Yeah, no, and humility, of course, is one of the great secrets of happiness too. That's interesting. Why? Yeah, humility is because it gives you peace. Humility allows you to relax. Because you're not trying to protect something? Yeah, you're not actually trying to protect your fortune. You're not standing in front of your stash of gold all the time, walking back and forth with a shotgun. You could basically just walk away and take it. You can relax into the reality of your fallibility
for once. And a lot of people never quite, and I'm sure that people are listening to our words right now, and some people are going like, actually, I think that might be true. I've never actually let down my guard. And once you actually get into it's a very interesting rhetorical habit when you're having a conversation with your spouse or your friend or your interlocutor of any kind, and they make a good point, say, that's a really good point. I think I might be wrong. I think I might be wrong. Now that's really hard to do.
Secret to marriage, though.
It is. Oh man.
God, if you can do that, it's amazing.
It is amazing. Now, part of the problem is that you often don't think you're wrong.
That is part of the problem.
Yeah, and so being conciliatory in a way that saying I think I'm wrong when you actually aren't, or where the truth is you just don't know. You just don't know. I mean, a lot of marital discord comes because somebody's saying you got to do something differently, and you literally don't know what to do. You don't know what to do. I mean, there are probably times when you were miserable. I'm just going to guess in your work, and you were working 80, 100 hours a week, and you were going in a million different directions. And your wife's saying, "You need to be happy. You need to let this go. You need to do less." And you're like, "I don't know what to do less. I don't know how to do less." And that's really tough because that's giving you directions that you can't quite take. And a lot of marital discord actually comes down to that: is directions you don't know how to follow.
I'm really obsessed with this idea that running in the back of your mind are evolutionary algorithms,
right,
and there's no escaping them. And so there are just certain things you are going to have to do if you want to, I don't know if you're going to agree with this framing, but if you're going to feel the way you want to feel, you must be aware of these algorithms. You must acknowledge them.
Right.
So I've always tried to migrate people away from happiness, not as you define it, as the smell of the turkey.
Right.
Stop worrying about the emotion.
About happy feelings.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Because they're so transient.
Correct.
And get to fulfillment.
Correct.
And fulfillment for me has a formula. I'll be interested to see if you agree with this. These are based on what I consider the evolutionary algorithms running in your mind that there is no escape from. So you are going to have to work hard. Anything that comes easily will just not... It won't resonate.
That's a satisfaction issue, by the way. Satisfaction is the joy that comes after struggle. That's what satisfaction is. So you get satisfaction.
Does it always have to come from struggle?
You have to do something, and it's the sense of earning something. So, for example, if you cheat on the exam and you get an A, there's no satisfaction.
True, but I feel deeply satisfied after good sex. Do I feel like I earned it? I don't know. I have not investigated this feeling.
Yeah, but that's not satisfaction. That's enjoyment.
Is it?
That's what in satisfaction.
You don't feel sexually satisfied?
Well, that's a word that we use, but it's different than what we're talking about here. And so we're defining the terms of the problem.
Which I think is important.
Super important.
Because you may be about to have me separate two ideas that because I don't have words for, I don't see the
people talk
difference.
about sexual satisfaction where they're talking about a sexual enjoyment. So an enjoyment is a better word
when you're
for it.
done. So when I am overcome with desire, the right way to think of it for me is hunger. It feels the same.
Right.
I've got to have this thing. I really want it. Anticipatory chemicals. Oh my God. And then I get it.
Right.
And so like I'll differentiate between masturbation and sex.
Right.
When I masturbate, I don't necessarily feel satisfied. That's one of the things that makes that such a whatever pursuit. Whereas when I have sex, I feel satisfied.
Yeah, I
like there's
understand.
some deeper thing in me.
Yeah.
And it is an extinguishing of the hunger. But because I have oxytocin and vasopressin, it's like, oh man, I feel so good.
Right.
So it's this combination of the calming of that like seeking behavior with like, and I feel so bonded and connected to this person.
Yeah, this is just terms. So the way to think about it in this particular framework is pleasure versus enjoyment.
Got it.
Okay, so pleasure is something that pornography is associated with pleasure. Sexual activity in a pair bonded relationship is associated with enjoyment because it has people and memory. And so one of the things to keep in mind, a strategy, especially for a lot of young people, a lot of young men, is if you like something, it's best if you're not doing it alone, because then you're probably
Full stop.
Not necessarily. This is just kind of a rule of thumb. This is not an iron law, but it's a rule of thumb. Doing it alone is associated with pleasure. So Anheuser-Busch doesn't do ads about beer where they show a dude pounding a 12-pack alone in his apartment. Right? Why not? Because that would be Yeah, because a lot of people use alcohol for pleasure,
Right.
which leads to addiction and misery. They see, you and me cracking open a Bud Light and clink and talking about how great it is, and because we're friends and we're making a memory. And that's enjoyment, which is associated with happiness. So we have a basic idea of that. The same thing is true with the example of sex that you talked about a minute ago. It can be pleasure or it can be enjoyment. And everybody knows the difference between sexual experiences that are pleasurable or enjoyable. Enjoyment is the goal, because that's one of the macronutrients of happiness. We talk about in the terms that you define about satisfaction, but it's really in this terminology. And again, you have to just defining terms. These are just words, but the concepts underlying them are critical.
In the book, you give a really good example of pleasure without enjoyment, which you mentioned obliquely a minute ago. But when you think of a drug addict, they're doing the drug,
right?
They're theoretically getting the pleasure, but they're not getting any of the enjoyment.
Right, they're getting tons of pleasure. It's because they're loading only on pleasure, but no enjoyment, because it's not social and it actually is not engaging the prefrontal cortex and the hippocampus to create memory. And so you simply will have a transient experience, and the transient experience will be unsatisfying, and so you'll hit the lever again and again and again and again, and it will lower your quality of life. So that's the key thing. If there's something you really, really love, so for example, I'll ask people will talk about, because I've done a lot of work on the science of addiction, and it's a very interesting subject. People say, how do you know if you're addicted? Because these are behavioral constructs. You can't take a blood test to know if you're an alcoholic. If you're,
That's interesting.
So these are behavioral, and the big behavioral thing is: do you prefer to drink alone? Do you prefer to actually become inebriated alone? That means you're looking for pleasure versus enjoyment, and that will lead you more toward addiction and away from happiness. Is the way that works. That's the reason that people say never drink alone. They don't know what they're saying. Is they're saying enjoy it. Don't have it be a source of pleasure, because that's dangerous. So that gives you an idea. So we've talked a little bit about satisfaction, we've talked a little bit about enjoyment. These are heavy, heavy topics in terms of the social science and neuroscience for sure. And we haven't even touched on meaning, which is the heaviest of them all, which is the hardest of them all. So you can become what I really want is I want people to be obsessed with, to have their hobby be the science of happiness and how they can get it and spread it. Because that would be a really meritorious movement. If people were like, more of the science, more understanding it. I want to be excellent at this. I want to be most excellent. My hobby is getting better at happiness. And it's changed my life.
It's a good hobby.
It's really been a good hobby for me.
Career, yeah.
I made it into a career.
That you most certainly did. So I want to close the loop on the fulfillment recipe and get your take on that. So you have to work really hard, because that's just nature ensures that you're going to do that, so that you're out doing the hard things like getting a meal, protecting your family, etc. To acquire a set of skills.
Right.
That's a big lean on progress, because I agree progress, I think, is a foundational pillar of human happiness.
Right.
So you're going to work really hard to gain a set of skills that allow you to serve yourself and others.
Right.
And it needs to be in a way that you find exciting. So that to me those are the things that nature is going to ensure that you do. And if you're doing it for not only yourself but others is the meaning portion of this.
Right.
Is it that people never stop to identify what gives them meaning? Is it that they confuse meaning? Is that they're stuck in the me self? Why do so few people end up cracking that code?
Part of the reason is because they're not specifically trying to find meaning. They don't make it a goal. A lot of people believe that if I do what I'm really, really good at and I can be successful at, that it's going to give me a ton of meaning automatically. And that's not right. Like anything else, you have to do things on purpose.
Did you get meaning when you were a classical musician?
No. That was the reason. That's the reason I'm not a classical musician.
Could you have gotten meaning out of it?
Many people do. But here's the thing. My favorite composer is Johann Sebastian Bach. Maybe the greatest composer who ever lived.
It's a great story.
Yeah. I mean, 1685 to 1750, 20 kids.
He had 20 kids?
Yeah. He was productive as a composer and as a father.
Was he Catholic?
He wasn't. He was Lutheran. but he was...
I say that because I know you're Catholic. For those listening who wonder why I made a joke about
he was just a sexy Lutheran. But and Bach was asked near the end of his life why he wrote music. The why question. Our friend Simon Sinek, he always talks about start with why, and it's fantastic. I mean, it's been, because it really is. People are going around asking what and hoping to get the why for free. And Simon's entrepreneurial twist is start with why, and then the what will come automatically, and you'll be a lot more satisfied because you'll find the source of meaning. So Bach's why, when he was asked, why do you write music, was the aim and final end of all music is the refreshment of the soul and the glorification of God. Okay, not bad. Not bad.
Not at all.
But I read that in my late 20s when I was in the Barcelona Symphony in those days. And it is a good job. And it was, I love the music. I was really into it. It's kind of a high prestige job, playing the greatest.
It still sounds cool.
It sounds cool. Sounds cool. Yeah. But I couldn't answer like that. I didn't feel like I was refreshing souls particularly. I certainly didn't feel like I was glorifying God. I was
Could you have built that in though? Because this is one thing I always think people think they're going to find meaning.
It wasn't my thing.
It
just wasn't my thing. And so I went in search of something where I could answer my why question like Bach. I became a social scientist.
That was the thing?
That was it. Because, when
Because after that, you also, you go on to run the think tank after that, right?
Right. Yeah. So I got my PhD. I actually finished college a month before my 30th birthday by correspondence. So this is not a typical path to, a professorship at Harvard, obviously. This is not typically the way it gets done. This is a great country, isn't it?
Agreed.
Yeah. A kid from Puyallup can do this. It's fantastic.
Crazy.
I love that. So, and then I went and I got so interested when I was doing my bachelor's degree in human behavior and the fact that you can model it and you can study it, that I went back and got my master's and PhD as a social scientist, as a quantitative social scientist. I was doing, for a living, I was doing military operations research at the Rand Corporation for, like secret stuff for the Air Force and all that. But, using...
And you felt the sense of meaning in all that?
What I felt the sense of meaning in was I was learning so much that was so critically interesting. And I had a strong sense that I was learning how to ask and answer original questions about human behavior that were going to push the boundary of what we knew so that people's lives could get better. I had a very strong sense that it was in the offing. It was going to take decades.
Was the part about so people's lives could be better, was that a critical part of that?
It was a critical thing. To earn my success, I needed to do something where my work created value in my life and the life of other people. That's what I think
that is so big. And look, you cover this in the book, so I know this isn't mysterious to you, but focusing outward. Like if you want to be happy, we don't need, this is me paraphrasing you again, we don't need self-care, we need other care.
Right.
And I just have learned through unfortunate trial and error that if I'm doing something only for me, I'll run ashore on the me problem.
Totally. And so you get into the me-self world, it's all me-self. Other care is I-self. And so I'm going to look outward at what other people need. I'm going to be thinking more about them, which gets me away from the boring, repetitive tedium of the me soundtrack to begin with. It's just simple. You're distracted from the stuff that's so boring and yet so you look at so obsessively over the course of your life. So that's critically important. And you find, again, there's tons and tons of studies that actually show that the more you give, the happier you get. The more you give, the richer you get. The more you give, the better looking you are. It's a wonderful study.
What?
It's all perception. So there's this one study where these guys, these social psychologists, they bring men. Men in the lab who are partnered, and it's all heterosexual couples, and they bring them in. Some have been dating for 6 months, and some have been married for 50 years. And the guys in white lab coats, and they say, okay, it's a simple experiment. I'm going to give you these coins. Put them in your pocket. You and your wife or girlfriend, you're going to walk down this little path to that other building down there. And my colleague is going to interview you, and then you get to keep the money. That's it. Okay. So they walk down this little path outside, and there's an alleyway between the buildings, and this homeless guy comes ambling out of the alley and panhandles the husband or boyfriend. He's a confederate to the experiment, obviously. He says, hey, you got some change? He does. They know he does because they put the money in his pocket, and he has to make a decision in front of his wife on whether he's going to help the homeless guy. They get to the other building, and the first question in the interview is, did you help the homeless guy? How much did you give him? And then the second question is to the wife, how attractive do you find him right now? The more you support the homeless guy, the hotter she finds you.
That's so interesting.
That's the reason on a first date, you're like, I love humanity. I support, I build houses for the poor. Yeah. I love dogs. I love babies. You're trying to look like, Albert Schweitzer on a first date.
That's hilarious.
Because you're more handsome.
That is Very interesting. Okay, so we know that being outward focused is going to be beneficial, but you were talking about you needed to find the answer to your why. What is going to be that thing that I could answer in the way that Bach does? I find in life, basically nobody finds that. Like that is so rare. And when they do find it, it ends up being very transient. So how did you navigate? Because for people that don't know, we did another interview, which I highly encourage them to go watch. And so we covered this. I don't want to tread a ton of the same ground, but I think it's worth telling people would you say that your career has been spiral?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. You gave me the language. Mine has for sure.
Yeah.
It's interesting. You make me question whether that's just my personality and I was going to end up there no matter what, or if it really was the story I've told myself my entire life, which is I did all of this just to get into storytelling and I needed to control the assets. Maybe we'll get into that.
Well, those are endogenous to each other.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But what I want to know now is, did your why run out and that's why you reinvented yourself? Did it just migrate? Like, how have you kept that alive in your life?
I took opportunities that were put in my path that I thought were in line with this vision of how I was trying to grow. So I had an intention, but I didn't have attachment. So when I was a French horn player, leaving that, becoming a social scientist, I had an intention to do this work on human behavior to help myself and others, to make life better, to increase love and happiness in other people's lives. But I was not attached to what manifestation that was going to take. And that's what I urge all young people to do, to have a virtuous, beautiful intention without attachment with respect to the expression that it's going to take at any particular time. I taught for a number of years. I loved it. Super great. Then I thought I should run something that I think is going to be good for humanity and for society, and so I ran this think tank, this big think tank in Washington, D.C. I had 300 employees. Mostly I just raised money. I had to raise $50 million a year to keep the doors open. And it was a thrilling experience. It was exhausting, to be sure, but what I was trying to do was to use my background as a social scientist to create better public policy, to hire really good people that was going to make the country and the world freer and better, with an emphasis on opportunity for people at the margins of society, which is what my think tank was engaged in. After about 10 years, I knew I was getting stale, man. I was getting stale. So I had the same intention, but I had no attachment to Arthur Brooks, president of the American Enterprise Institute. That would be a disordered attachment, because that's not who I am. I'm Arthur Brooks. I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a child of God. And I am put on earth to lift people up in bonds of love and happiness using science and ideas. What's the next assignment? What's the next assignment? And the next assignment was to do what I do now, which is I have a company that writes, speaks, and teaches widely and does media on the science of happiness, to popularize, to see the world as a classroom and an enormous course of study of the science of happiness to lift people up. And that, so I have a column in the Atlantic, and I write books, and I get to talk to you, and I get to travel around and speak. I teach at Harvard, and it's phenomenal. But I'm not attached, because I know this is not the last assignment. I have intention, but the attachment, no. The attachment's the killer of all of these things. And you too. It's like, next assignment, please. But here's the direction we're going in. I need to do this thing. This thing is going to serve. And when you're really in the zone, it's a thrill. It's a thrill. You just can't get enough of it when you're really in the zone too. But it's not because you're going for the thrill. It's because you're going for the value. You want to hit that vein of value, right? And when you run that vein out, then you go look for it. You dig a new mine.
What does it mean to run the vein out, though? So, okay, how pure was your move into the think tank? Because you talk about idols. I've listened to enough of your content. I know what your idol is. I think we share an idol. So I nothing is either good or bad, but thinking makes it so.
Yeah.
So I don't know that having an idol is bad. I have a feeling that it's nature's way of getting us moving and making us an active species, and it is.
And you
how
can use it for great good.
Right, exactly.
But if it's the end goal, if an idol of money or power or pleasure or fame is the end goal, woe be unto you and woe be unto the world. But if it's an intermediate goal to lifting people up and bringing them together, if you can use the prestige that you have in your job and the admiration of other people to get them interested in something that's truly generative and good and improve their lives, which, by the way, you're doing with this show. right? I mean, you've got lots of prestige, you're a famous guy, but you're using it so that people will watch it and change their lives. So if this is the end goal, it's a problem. If it's an intermediate goal, then it's good.
I want to restate this in my language to see if I really understand this. Okay, so the me self is getting caught up in my emotions. I'm confusing the emotion for the perception of the emotion. So knowing that in the brain, pain and suffering are two separate spaces, knowing literally two different regions of the brain. I'm not making that up for people listening. And then in meditation, I am, to your point earlier about the bitter coffee, there's a difference between my knee hurts and witnessing that I'm having a sensation in my knee that one might articulate.
Or my knee hurts
as
versus
pain.
I don't like how my knee feels.
Right.
That's
Probably
really the
an
big
even better
difference
way to
because,
say
you
it.
know, it's my knee hurts. That's a statement of fact.
Right.
Right. It's a signal.
And the one last thing I'll wrap on that to see if I really get this. So Viktor Frankl talked about the gap between stimulus and response.
Right.
Now, for people that haven't heard that name, he was in a concentration camp, lost his wife, mom, dad. I mean, just unimaginable amounts of loss.
Right.
And came out of it, psychiatrist, came out, or actually I think a
Psychiatrist,
neuroscientist.
and he was a psychiatrist and a psychoanalyst.
Okay.
Which is an interesting combination.
Very interesting. Writes a book about that time, basically saying if you could find meaning in your suffering, that you could make it. But if you lost that sense, he was like, you could literally predict when somebody would die, because once they gave up and they could no longer associate meaning with why they were going through the suffering, that was it.
Right.
And so that idea of there's this gap between stimulus and response, and you get to decide how you interpret that thing, is everything.
Right.
Is that what you're talking about? When that gap goes away, you're now in me territory.
Yeah. So there's so much in this, and you know, we've referred to the new book, and there's the whole front part of this new book is emotional self-management based on the science of how your brain gives you signals that are called emotions. Getting away from the idea that bad emotions are unfortunate, we should get rid of them, or that unhappiness for them is bad and we should get rid of it. So understanding the science of how this works and what these things are for, and then being able to learn, grow, and manage the feelings that we want such that we can adapt best to the current world and we can make growth toward happierness. That's the whole front part of this book. The back half is, okay, now that you've done that,
Build the life you want.
Build the life you want. Yeah.
Co-authored with Oprah Winfrey.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
It's a good book, by the way.
I'm glad you like it. Thank you. It's it was a joy to write it. It's a joy writing a book with Oprah Winfrey too. What an experience. It was really an interesting experience and recording the book, the audio book too, because you keep thinking, oh, I know that voice. Not mine. So emotional self-management comes down to, number one, understanding that emotions that you have are not just nice to have and bad to have. All they are signals. They're like a machine. The machine of your brain perceives outside stimuli and turns it into a universal language that can send signals to the neocortex of your brain, the outside wrinkly area of your brain, especially the prefrontal cortex, which is the most modern part of the human brain, to send it signals so that you can decide how to react according to them. And it doesn't matter what language you speak or where you grew up, everybody gets the same signals. They get the basic emotions of joy, of interest, which are the two positive basic emotions, the negative emotions, which doesn't mean that they're bad, just means that they're negative, anger, disgust, sadness, fear. And all those things are then blended together into these complex emotions. So anger and disgust, you blend them together, you get contempt, which is the conviction of the worthlessness of something. And so it's this multiplicity of emotions that we get. They exist. Most people take their emotions as given, regret them, like them, and act according to them without doing that last trick, that last entrepreneurial trick, which is deciding how to react. You get to decide. This is Viktor Frankl's point. The book is Man's Search for Meaning. And what he learned in the concentration camp was that all these bad things are happening and good things happen in life. You decide how you're going to react to these things. That's the ultimate entrepreneurial task of human life, is deciding how you're going to use the resources under your control. And the first set of resources you get are your emotions. Okay, so the time between the stimulus and response, the time between the emotions and the reactions that you decide, that's the gap that Viktor Frankl is talking about. You want that to be as wide as possible. That's why, and every time you have an emotion, the most important thing to do is to not react, is to practice not reacting when you feel something, good or bad. Wait.
Tell me why, because this is where I see people get lost all the time. They trust their emotions.
Yeah.
They think their emotions are right. They are a map of actual reality, and that if you feel angry, you should act angry.
Yeah, and that's a great way to live an unhappy life and make other people unhappy around you.
I agree so violently.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you.
Yeah. And think about all the times when you're building your companies that you felt something negative, and if you just yelled at, you snapped at somebody or said that was on your mind, you would have done catastrophic brain damage to your company. It would have been terrible. And instead, or you get that email, you get an email and it's like, I want to answer right now. Never answer a bad email on the day you get it. Never. Just have it automatic. As a matter of fact, have somebody who's managing your email for you so you don't see them.
How often are you checking your credit score, afraid of identity theft or account breaches? We all use the internet every single day for important things like personal banking and remote work, so why not protect yourself with our sponsor, Aura? Aura is an all-in-one cybersecurity service that keeps you safe online. Aura identifies data brokers exposing your info and submits opt-out requests on your behalf. Aura also monitors your credit, tracks your passwords for data breaches, and secures your online activity with VPN and anti-malware protection. You can try Aura for free for 2 weeks by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code.
You see them and you think about it, but you can't answer it because it disappears from your inbox for 24 hours. Make a deal with somebody. Why? Because you want your prefrontal cortex to be in charge. You don't want your limbic system to be in charge. It's a 2-year-old. When you have little kids, and I have grown kids, but now I have grandchildren, and they yell. And what you tell little kids always is use your words. What you're telling them is put more time between stimulus and response and choose the response that you want. You're not going to say that to a little kid. You're going to say something that's truncated, like use your words. And people who are reactive, what we say as social scientists, we call them limbic people, because they're acting according to their limbic system. This is the most unentrpreneurial thing to do. That's basically like, I got $1, I spent $1. No. Revenue comes in, you decide what to do. Should you invest it? Should you distribute it? Should you buy something with it? What should you do? That's what good entrepreneurs do with their lives, but that's how we need to see our emotions. So that's the most important point. Now, what you do in that gap is called metacognition. And this is where it gets really, really interesting. In that gap, the best thing that you can possibly do is to think about the emotions that you're feeling, what they mean, and how best to use them. So that, and this is really the engagement of your prefrontal cortex. That's what meditation practices tell you to do. This is what prayer helps you to do. This is what walking in nature helps you to do. So all these metacognitive practices, this is what therapy is supposed to do too, by the way. It's supposed to give you expertise in expanding that gap. Then on top of that, there's all of these ideas that you can use. Once you've got this time, you can make these decisions. You can substitute emotions. You can say, that's not the right emotion. Here's a better emotion. You can literally do that.
How's that not just faking it?
It's not. It's what it's. So for example, I've talked a lot, and I've been palling around lately with Rainn Wilson, who's the actor from The Office.
Had him on the show.
He's terrific, and he grew up in Ballard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so 5 miles away from me. He's just the same age as me. He was a classical musician just like I was.
Oh,
I didn't know him, but we have parallel.
Did he play like bassoon or something?
He played the bassoon. I played the French horn. So we probably overlapped in all-state band or something as we were kids. But we have the same childhood, basically. And so it's interesting. And so we really connect on this. But for example, he talks about the fact that he believes that most comedians suffer from depression. And one of the reasons they're such good comedians is because they choose the substitute emotion when they're feeling sadness of humor, which is also an appropriate response to things that are making you sad. You make them into a joke. And people think of it as a defense mechanism. No, it's an emotional substitution. It's when you drink coffee, the caffeine molecule, it looks just like the adenosine molecule, which is a neuromodulator that is inhibitory. It makes you feel tired. It goes into the slot, into the receptor for the adenosine. And so you don't get adenosine. That's what makes you feel peppy. It blocks the thing that makes you feel tired. That's how caffeine works. Emotional substitution works in the same way. The humor molecule goes into the sadness receptor. But you can't do that unless you're taking time. You cannot do that unless you actually expand the time between stimulus and response, until you understand exactly how the science works, and getting as much time as you possibly can.
Was that the angle that you took to understand the science, or did you come at it from a God says that this is the way to go about life?
I'm a scientist, and one of the reasons that I'm religious is because of because what I've learned intellectually.
So for me, that was the thing that freed me as well. So I'm, call it 22. I am very unhappy, like really scary, sliding towards depression,
Right.
unhappy. And I started reading about the brain. Now, I don't remember what gave me that impulse. It was probably something I learned in college plus Taoism, whatever, but it like really made me think about the way the brain worked. And I started reading about how brain plasticity was this hotly debated thing, and maybe you really could teach an old dog new tricks. And one day I just decided I'm going to act as if brain plasticity is real.
Right.
And then the more studies came out that showed that it really was real,
Right.
like the more I felt like I could grab a hold of that. But it was a science-based insight that allowed me to really change the tenor of my entire life.
For sure. I mean, it's interesting because people back when I was a kid, I'm 10 years old, a little 10 years older than you. And when I was a kid, or even when people were older than me were coming through, the whole idea was that biology is just psychology. That you can think bad things away. And that was supposed to be really incredibly empowering. Now, really what we believe with the advent of, the advances in neuroscience, as a social scientist, I have to know tons of neuroscience. Teaching happiness is 30% neuroscience, what I teach. I'm talking about the brain constantly. It's much more the case, we believe, that psychology is actually biology.
Facts.
And that sounds like it's not empowering. Like this is all
Wow, that sounds
determined.
super
but
empowering to
it's
me.
super empowering because once you actually understand the process, you can intervene in the process.
Correct.
I talk to young executives, for example, and I say one of the biggest threats to your career is an inappropriate sexual relationship in the workplace.
Dude,
it's
that's
one of
so hilarious to me.
It's and so we say, so let's understand how this is going to work, and you can psychologize it and say, you need to get some therapy. No. What happens is that the first thing when you have attraction towards somebody who's a potential romantic partner, the first thing that happens is sex hormones with testosterone and estrogen. And in combination in both males and females, this is happening. The second thing that happens in the neurochemical cascade of falling in love is there's an increase in norepinephrine and dopamine, so that you get the sense of euphoria and anticipation. The third thing that happens is a drop in serotonin. Now, what happens when serotonin? A drop in serotonin.
Interesting.
When serotonin drops, it makes you ruminate. That's the reason it's associated with clinical depression, because of the rumination procedure. There's a part of the brain called the ventrolateral prefrontal cortex, which is incredibly active when you're ruminating. It's one of the things when you're ruminating on a business plan, on an opera, on a poem, on somebody who's rejected you, so it's you see it incredibly active in depression and creativity and falling in love and all of these things that all have rumination, iterative rumination involved in it. So and it all is involved with a drop in serotonin, which is why you don't want to have that early stages of falling in love for the rest of your life, because you'll want to die.
Oh.
And then the last.
Interesting, you want to die. The early stages of love made me feel like I'd never get anything done again.
Yeah. It makes you feel out of control. Your brain looks
great
suspiciously
way.
like
A
an
drug
MRI
addict,
in
right?
the brain of a methamphetamine addict.
Yeah.
And,
That's how it felt.
Yeah.
I legitimately felt like I was on
For sure.
drugs.
And then
awesome.
you get the warm tide that comes in of the increases in oxytocin, which is the bonding neuropeptide that
Do
functions
you
as a
get that
hormone in the
before
brain.
it's reciprocated?
What it happens when you have eye contact with somebody in a love connection.
Whoa.
And eye contact, so you're both getting it. The biggest bolus that you get of that is when you first lay eyes on eye contact with your newborn baby.
Really?
Yeah, it's just like 4th of July in your head. But anyway, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the neurochemical cascade. And the reason I bring this up is when I'm talking to young people in business, I say, if you do not intervene early enough in this neurochemical cascade, you're going to be in trouble because it'll be out of control. It'll be like, no brakes on the roller coaster. And it's like, I have this incredible career and this incredible job. I don't know what happened. We slept together and now I'm fired. And you see it all the time. Like Harvard Business School case study. What happened? Well, they let the neurochemical cascade go too long and you have to intervene. Number one, don't put yourself in a position where you go to step 2. Don't put yourself in a position where you go to step 3. What are you doing? You're managing your brain. And if you don't know the brain science, you can't do that. That's why this stuff is so incredibly empowering. And when you read that stuff for the first time, you're like, oh, there's something I can do here. Now there's something I can use. This is not just psychology. Now it's something that's more tangible than that, because the grandeur of this entire experience has a biological basis, and one that I can understand, and one I can actually manage.
Yeah, for me, being able to picture the thing, that helps a lot.
Sure.
Yeah, once I could understand the myelination process, I was like, oh, okay, now I get why this is something I need to repeat. Once I understood that the brain is a caloric hog, and from an evolutionary standpoint, that means anything that you do repeatedly, it's going to hardwire just to make it more efficient. And so all of that coming together really allowed me to begin to
improve your
navigate it
habits.
well. Yeah,
Because your habits, what they were doing was improving the management of the organ. And that was affecting your psychology and your effectiveness and your happiness and the whole, the progress that you're making in your life. That's why the information is so critically important. That's why it can be so life-changing to learn science, actually.
For sure. So what are then the habits of happiness, or maybe a better way, this is the language you use in the book, the macronutrients of happiness? Like, what are those things that we want to begin building our lives around if we really want to thrive?
So people define happiness in a lot of different ways, but the biggest mistake that people make is thinking that it's a feeling, that happiness is a feeling.
Ooh.
It's not a feeling. Happiness
Isn't it?
No, happiness has feelings associated with it.
Okay.
But to say that my Thanksgiving turkey has a smell is different than saying that the smell of the turkey is the Thanksgiving dinner.
Right, fair.
So that's a really big distinction that it's important to make. So your Thanksgiving dinner is protein, carbohydrates, and fat. That's literally what your Thanksgiving dinner is. It also has a delicious smell that attracts you to it and that you want. And if it didn't have that, or had the wrong smell, it smelled like you were, microwaving trash when you walked into mom's house for Thanksgiving, you'd be like, something's wrong here. So, but getting past the feelings on happiness is what will set you free to be able to manage it appropriately.
Why do so many people feel lost and unhappy, and what can they do about it?
People feel lost and unhappy is basically part of what it means to be human. And there's an irony in having the big brains that we do. We developed a very large human brain over the past 40 million years for all kinds of reasons. I mean, it gives us it's our genetic advantage that we could say. It gives us help. It's our survival. We're not fast. We're not very good climbers. We don't have a lot of hair on our bodies, but we got these big prefrontal cortex of the brain. The problem with that is that we can understand ourselves. We're the only species, as far as we know, that knows that Tom knows he's going to die. For example, you can understand the nature of your own existence, but you can't actually make your own existence work in a fundamentally different way. And so knowing yourself, the essence of consciousness is one that gives you incredible transcendental information, but at the same time, it programs in a whole lot of misery. So for example, we have a tendency to our genetic proclivities force us to chase money and power and admiration and pleasure, because those are the things that help you pass on your genes. You get more animal skins and flints and buffalo jerky in your cave, and you're going to have more mates, basically. Yep. And so Mother Nature wants you to do that, but it's not going to make you happy. And you think that you want to be happy. The big prefrontal cortex says, I want to be happy, because you're so conscious. But the things that will help you pass on your genes are not the things that are going to make you happy. Mother Nature doesn't care if you're happy. And that's why it's so much more work. If you live by, if it feels good, do it. You're going to be a mess.
That's so
what it comes
weird,
down to. Yeah.
But so true. So I had a realization a long time ago. I'm very grateful that this happened early. It was, of course, born of misery, but I became so profoundly unhappy chasing money. I used to show up every day saying, I am here to get rich. And that provided me a lot of energy. So as a child of the 80s, growing up in Tacoma, and I really grew up on the edge of Tacoma. It's probably more accurate, even though my address really was Tacoma, it's more accurate to say I grew up in Puyallup.
Yeah, Puyallup, where the fair was.
Oh, yes.
Where the Western Washington State Fair, now the Washington State Fair.
That is all accurate. And it felt almost rural. And so I felt like I was living in the middle of nowhere. And John Hughes films showed me sort of this upper middle class Chicago suburb, and I was obsessed with getting a big house. And so I used to tell everybody, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get rich. And my family was like, and I had friends that Like, and I could literally walk to a trailer park. It was like that kind of part of Tacoma. And so my family, who were all sort of blue collar, just thought that was hilarious. And they're like, yeah, right. And but that I was really obsessed. And so I
were you a good student? Were you smart?
I was, but I was cheating. So I was I did very well in high school from cheating. And then in college,
literally from cheating.
Yeah. Like I was charming.
Yeah.
So I could get away with murder.
So you're incredibly clever.
Ooh, that's interesting. My identity is not that of someone who is clever. So it was very much somebody who was charming. So I could make people laugh.
Yeah.
And so I could get away with things. So whether that was asking my friends to let me literally take the test off of their desk and put it on mine so I could show my work.
Right.
But of course I was showing their work. But when I got to college, and I'm not even sure what gave me this insight, but I was like, I'm going to be spending a lot of money, taking on a lot of debt. I should actually learn what I'm here to learn. So I set a mantra to myself: sink or swim, A or F, I won't cheat, not even once. And I ended up doing very well. In fact, I did better in college than I did in high school.
Were you happy in college?
I was. When I graduated, though, I was like, I'll never go back. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, I'm going to get a master's and then a PhD. I was like, get me the fuck out of here. But it was film, so it was amazing.
Yeah, and you were living by the dictates of your own integrity. You were a man fully alive.
Yes.
You were not shading the truth.
Very true.
It's very important. And this is what's, there's a famous speech by, and I can't remember who it was, the guy who went on to become the president of the University of Texas, who became famous because he gave a commencement speech that was about make your bed. If you want to actually get your life on track, start by making your bed. What that was to ask people to become men and women of integrity. And that means even when nobody's looking at your bed, make your bed because you're a person of integrity. You went to college and you said to yourself, I'm going to be a person of integrity. I am not going to do that thing because that thing is not the right thing. And in so doing, you ordered your mind in a different way.
It's really interesting. So I wish that my life was like a straight trajectory after that, but it becomes the darkest period of my life becomes right after college when I feel lost. I feel hopeless. I have no sense of how I'm going to put things together. That was a really scary time because when you don't feel that you can affect the change that you want, it really, for me, well, let's go back to what you said at the beginning. So I call that the directives of evolution. So if you think of AI has to be given instructions. You have to want a high score, or you have to want to stay within the lanes if you're a car, or whatever. And humans, as nature's AI, need directives. And so, like you said, get a mate, that's definitely one of them. And man, I really hope at some point later in the conversation, after we've really gone into your book, we get to the fact that people are 30% less likely to get laid now, which is absolutely fucking terrifying to me. But
I have the solution for greater happiness on college campuses.
Really?
It's more love.
Yeah? Now, what do you mean by that, though?
I mean, actually, more relationships, more romantic relationships. This would actually solve a lot of the misery on college campuses today, actually. What were you trying to do in college? You probably wanted to fall in love, right?
No. No. So I didn't. So I had a girlfriend at the very beginning of college, like the first few weeks, who I'd met in high school.
Right.
And I broke up with her and decided that to get into film school, I had to really buckle down. And I wasn't going to date. I wasn't going to party. I wasn't going to drink. I wasn't going to do drugs. And so I effectively locked myself in a room for 4 years to get good at filmmaking. So it was a very
different kind of experience than a lot of people.
But now I want to get people back to your book because it is absolutely life-changing. So I would show up every day trying to get rich. That was my whole shtick.
As an entrepreneur.
Yep. And then because I wanted to build a studio.
Right.
Became profoundly unhappy pursuing that. And the lesson that I ultimately ended up learning was that all that matters in life is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself. And so meaning and purpose matter.
Right.
And so I had better figure out that money wasn't going to bring me happiness. I was living the cliche. And so I needed to attach meaning and purpose to what I was doing.
How did you figure that out, that money was not going to bring you happiness?
So on paper, I was worth more money than I'd ever been worth. So I was making more than I'd ever made. I was making like maybe 85,000, something like that, which for me, that was
good
at
money.
The time, that was a lot of money. And on paper, I was worth about $2 million. So I was like, okay, theoretically, and paper money is very different than real money, but on paper, I was worth millions of dollars, and I was still profoundly unhappy. So,
and did you think? What did you think? If I'm getting, it's like, see your limbic system of your brain is saying, Tom, go for the money, then you'll be happy. So what did you imagine was going to happen to you if you had a bunch of money that would actually make you happy? Or did you actually form an image at all? You just thought that if I have more money, I'm going to mysteriously be happy?
Yes. Then once I wasn't, I asked myself maybe the right question, which is what did I think was going to happen? And I realized that I thought I would feel about myself the way that I felt about other people that had money when I looked at them.
Yes.
And I admired them.
Okay,
and so I thought I would
social
admire
comparison.
myself.
Got it. And you would actually, so social comparison led you to the admiration of other people who had been successful. So therefore, you would have that sort of an admiration of yourself.
Yes.
And that self-admiration would have been the genesis of your newfound happiness on the basis of your money.
And if I were as able to articulate that to myself as you were just now, I could have saved myself a lot of struggle. But
I couldn't either at 22. But yeah.
Reading your book really began to bring home this idea that there are two different types of intelligence. And so at the time, I'm haunted by this idea. Genius is a young man's game. I feel like a really late bloomer. I end up spending all this time chasing money. I take this huge break from pursuing my passion and building that skill set. So now I really feel like I'm behind the eight ball. And my whole life has felt like that. And reading your book and the whole punchline of there's these two grand movements in your life, and if you understand them, then you really can avoid this decline in misery.
Right.
You open your book with a story that I will never forget. And when I put the book down, I was like running around the office, like telling anybody who would listen that story. If you don't mind, walk people through the airplane.
10 years ago, I was the president of a think tank in Washington, D.C., and I was having these profoundly disturbing thoughts. Am I on the right track? Where does this lead? What is my goal?
But you're really successful at this point.
Yeah. I mean, successful for, for entrepreneurs in Southern California, what does successful mean? To be the president of a think tank in Washington, D.C., maybe not so much, but everybody's got a dream. It's a great country, isn't it? And I was the president of a big, prominent think tank in Washington, D.C., and I was in my late 40s. So that was more or less the same age that you are right now. I was looking at my life saying, okay, buddy, what's the end game? And look, I had done research. I'm a social scientist. I do work on human behavior. And I had never really trained these tools on myself. And I was really disturbed by this because I didn't actually see what the future could actually bring that would be better, or I would be happier. And as I was kind of going through this, I was doing what I always did, which is basically fly around and ask people for money. I was a nonprofit organization. I had to raise $50 million a year, and I was giving 175 speeches a year, which is super fun. I love. Yeah. And so it was like running for the Senate and never getting elected, basically, which is, for running for the Senate, that's probably the best thing. So you don't have to be a senator. And as I was thinking about this, kind of an existential crisis, what path am I on? What am I supposed to do? I mean, some of that was evident. I have a family. I'm in love with my wife. I love my kids, but I didn't have an understanding of the course of my life. I mean, my religious life is figured out, but I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing. What is Arthur Brooks supposed to be doing such that I can be happier as a person? And frankly, I wasn't very happy for lots of reasons that anybody can understand. I mean, and I heard a conversation behind me on a plane one night that changed my entire direction. It was a couple, and it was nighttime. It was like about 11 o'clock at night, so it was dark. And so people were doing what people do on airplanes at 11 o'clock at night. They're drinking, or they're watching a movie, or they're sleeping. But I could hear the couple talking, and I could tell it was a man and a woman. I could tell by their voices that they were elderly, clearly old. And I suppose that they were probably married based on their conversation. I couldn't quite make out the husband's words because he was sort of mumbling, but the wife's voice was very penetrating. It was coming through the chairs. And he mumbles and she says, don't say it would be better if you were dead. And then he mumbles some more and she says, it's not true that nobody remembers you. It's not true that nobody appreciates you anymore. And I'm thinking, this is a guy who, holy cow, he's not a big shot. He's not an entrepreneur. He's not somebody who lived up to his own expectations. He got the experience or the education or the job that he wanted. And now life is kind of over and he's disappointed. And that makes sense, or it made sense to me. Because look, if you're a big shot, then you're going to die happy. And the lights go on at the end of the flight, an hour later or so, and I'm kind of curious. It's not prurient interest, but look, this is my laboratory as a social scientist. It is an overheard conversation, perhaps. And so I turn around, and it's one of the most famous men in the world. This is somebody who's going to do 10 times as much with his life as I ever am. He's rich. He's famous. He's universally admired. He's not controversial for stuff that he did many, many years ago. And I thought to myself, my whole model's wrong. The problem that I have, the direction that I'm going is incorrect because my model of satisfaction is wrong. Here's the model the world tells you. Here's the limbic system of your brain, the ancient part of your brain that was extant 1 million years ago, and all of marketing and entertainment, which is a distributed digital limbic system, says work hard, make money, be successful, be admired, be envied, bank it, die happy. And it's wrong. And in your heart, it's wrong. Because you're always asking yourself, hey, Tom, what have you done for me lately? That's what your mind is asking you. It's not good enough that you founded a company a long time ago and it made a bunch of money. It's not good enough. We need to excel. We need to achieve. We need to create value. That's how we're created as people. And this guy was blowing away the world's theory of happiness, of satisfaction. And I said to myself, I don't want to be explaining to my wife, Esther, on a plane 30 years from now, 40 years from now, I might as well be dead. And so I set myself to crack the code. What can I do? And by the way, the data are very clear that the people who have the earliest success, the mind-blowing success, they're the most likely to be unsatisfied with their lives at the end of their lives.
The story that you tell about Darwin was unnerving.
He could have been the man on the plane. Charles Darwin, who is on anybody's list of the 3 greatest scientists of all time, he was the talk of the town.
His name rings through the annals of history, man.
He's a hero.
I think I may have been even more struck by the Darwin confession than the guy on the plane.
Many people who we revere today, who had early astonishing success, they died unhappy. But we don't record that. We record their success, not the unhappiness with their life later on. Charles Darwin had his greatest successes starting when he was 27 years old. We all know that he visited the Galapagos Islands on the voyage of the Beagle, which was a 5-year sailing voyage around the world to collect plants and animals and send them back to England. He was getting quite famous in his absence, but when he got back, he drops this intellectual atomic bomb, which is the ideas that led to his theory of natural selection, aka evolution. And for 30 years, he was rich, he was famous, he was the man, but then his progress stopped. It stopped because he didn't have the mathematical ability to keep up with his own research. His research passed him by, technically. And there was actually an advance that he needed that today we call genetics that he couldn't understand. It was written in German. He didn't study German. He was a bad student. He didn't do his mathematics homework. He never learned very much about statistics. And so the result was that he was left in the dust, which happens to people in their 40s and at most their early 50s based on their early success. And he spent the last 20 years of his life complaining about the disappointing. He wrote 11 books after that point, but they're all sort of derivative. They're like straw. And he said, I don't have the energy to do any work that I really find satisfying to his friends. And, he died disappointed. He died sad. Maybe the greatest naturalist of all time died sad. He could have been the man on the plane. And this is not what the world tells you. The world says, bust your pick. Get as early as you can. Get 10,000 hours, man. Kill it. Bank it. And if so what? The sine qua non of happiness excellence, retire at 40. Well, how many people do you know who've done that, who've actually gotten happier, who retired at 40? I know none. The point is that's not how human endeavor actually works. And so we need a better model. And I saw that. I did the research and I said, time to build a better model that actually describes the dynamics of human experience, that actually digs into what actually brings us happiness. And that's what my research is about. That's what I'm dedicating the rest of my life to exploring.
All right, so to put a fine point on it, the punchline ends up being there's 2 kinds of intelligence.
Yes.
So type 1 is fluid, sort of raw intelligence.
It's Darwin's genius, was fluid intelligence. It's innovative capacity. It's what made Tom, which is your indefatigable energy, your focus, your ability to get better and better, to be the ninja in your particular field, which gets better and better through your 20s
It
and 30s.
sounds sexy even as you're saying it. That's what I find so horrifying.
Totally. That's hustle culture, man.
Yeah.
Hustle culture rewards that. And by the way,
And it's been an awesome ride.
it's
fucking loved it.
super addictive.
Yeah.
It's super addictive. It actually works in the same dopamine pathways as, methamphetamines and alcohol and
Yes, it is my one addiction.
success addiction.
Yeah.
It's a
100%.
killer. And I write about it in the book, about the success addiction that virtually all entrepreneurs, virtually all strivers have. You can be, the ace electrician and have a success addiction because we are wired to want to be excellent and to be admired, which leads you to get better and better and better at what you do, using what we've identified as, what psychologists have identified for a long time now, as fluid intelligence. The structure of your brain lends itself to just incredible energy and focus, and to get better and better and better as an individual at solving any problem faster than others. The problem is, this is the problem that led to Darwin's misery and so many others. It peaks in your late 30s or early 40s, and then it declines, and then it declines faster. And if you try to keep your groove, you're going to ride that thing to the basement, and you're going to be the man on the plane. You're going to be Darwin. You're going to be bitter and unhappy. And most people think they get one curve. That's the bad news. The good news is that's not your only curve. You have a second curve that comes in behind it, which is not your fluid intelligence, which goes up, peaks, comes down. It's your crystallized intelligence, your wisdom, which doesn't have fast working memory. The innovative capacity is not as good, but it's your ability to identify patterns, to use the information in your environment. It's like having the New York Public Library at your disposal. It takes a while to get the information. Like, I can't remember that thing because it's on the 4th floor back in the stacks. I got to send my guy to get it, but it's in there, and you can use this information to be a teacher, to be a historian, to have actual wisdom. That's what you get better at through your 40s and 50s, and you can stay high in your 60s and 70s and beyond. That's your true success curve as you get older. The key is you got to walk from fluid intelligence over to crystallized intelligence. You got to walk from the star litigator to the managing partner, from the innovative startup entrepreneur to the venture capitalist, from the mathematical researcher to the professor. Those are the different curves you got to go from one to the other. And if you're stuck on the first, and if that's your vision of your own greatness, and you can't be thrown off that, you'll be chasing that for the rest of your life, even though it's in the basement, and you can't get it back.
So there are some people that can wake themselves up out of the matrix, other people that must be awoken.
Mm-hmm.
I do fear sometimes that I need to be awoken, but you woke yourself up. I'm so curious. So you're doing your thing, you're very successful, and I don't know, maybe, and I guess we should tell people that you started out as a musician,
Yeah.
a French horn player, nonetheless, very specific.
Yes.
And
Very esoteric.
and made a living as a professional French horn
in the
player
Barcelona
until you were
Symphony for a bunch of
31,
years.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, exactly right.
All right, so you're killing that game, but you realize that you're declining. Do you think that going on that is what allowed you to then consciously step away while it seems like you were still in your prime as the leader, the president of this think tank?
I got very lucky. I got very lucky that I failed in my first career. And after having a lot of success, I went into early decline. And out of desperation to support my family and to have a future out of my 20s, I had to change gears. I didn't have a college education. I dropped out of college, kicked out, splitting hairs. When I was 19, I went on the road as a musician. That's my parents call it my gap decade, right? Which you can imagine how fun that was for them. And, I kind of made a living, kind of made my rent. But I was living my best life because I was a young guy. I didn't have health insurance. I didn't go to the dentist for 6 years at one point, which I'm still paying for. But like I've told friends, I never missed a day without cigarettes. So, you figure out what my priorities were at that particular point in my life. And fortunately, I gave that up a long time ago. But I was going into decline as a French horn player, and things that used to be easy became hard, and things that were hard became impossible. And I saw the writing on the wall. I saw a lot of older classical musicians who were deeply alcoholic and unhappy and had been good and now weren't, and didn't have the respect of the younger people that were having a harder time making a living. And I thought, look, I'm barely making a living now. I'm ambitious and it's going well. I mean, look, I was in the Barcelona Symphony, so I was making a middle-class living, and that's a good orchestra. But I knew that I couldn't keep it up, and so I had to change. Just by necessity, I had to change. And I went back to college, got my college degree by correspondence, And at 31 left to start my PhD. That, by the way, that's not just an arbitrary thing. It's the family business. My father was a college professor. My grandfather was a college professor. So I know that business better than any other. I know how to do a PhD. My father was working on his PhD even when I was a kid. So I saw that whole process. That wasn't foreign or exotic to me at all. And I knew what professors do for a living. And I said, okay, I can do that because I know that. I was very ashamed. I felt horrible about myself that I had failed at this thing that it was everything to me. I mean, I would have just as soon died than to not be a French horn player because there was nothing else. But I didn't die, and I couldn't die because I was a married man. I was in love with my wife, and we were going to have kids, and what was I going to do? I mean,
were you honest with her about what you're going through at that point?
Yeah, she knew well. She knew full well. I mean, she knows me. I'm an open book with her, and I mean, she's also smart. And she knows me super well in no small part because when we were dating, we didn't speak the same language, and we spoke rudimentary amounts of the same language for the entire first year of our marriage.
Oh,
you got to know each other. You get to know each other in a deep human way when you actually can't talk because you can't lie. I recommend this to everybody.
That's really unexpected.
Yeah.
How did you fall in love if you guys weren't speaking the same language?
Man, if you saw her, I was 24. She's a rock and roll singer from Barcelona. She's beautiful, and she's lovely, and she's kind, and she's smart, and weirdly, she liked me. And so, and I threw in big time. I moved to Barcelona to try to convince her to marry me without speaking a word of the same language. This is what entrepreneurs do, right? This is the ultimate entrepreneurial experience, is to give away your heart and to take a chance. That's what young people today, they're so non-entrepreneurial if they're unwilling to fall in love. Because forget the companies, forget the money, forget all the cool stuff that you and I have been able to do professionally. Fall in love, that's entrepreneurship, right? That's the big bad.
I have never heard anybody describe it like that.
Well, entrepreneurship,
because of risk taking? Why do you?
Entrepreneurship is taking a big risk in looking for major rewards, for explosive returns. I'm not going to tell you how to denominate those returns. It's faith in resources that you don't already have in hand. These are the characteristics of the entrepreneur. When I was writing a textbook on entrepreneurship, I was looking at that and I'm saying, it's a big mistake to talk about this in terms of money. We should be talking about this in terms of love, because that's the currency of life. And when a whole generation of young people are miserable because they're comfortable putting millions of people's dollars at risk to start a company, but they're unwilling to go bankrupt in their relationships, they're unwilling to have somebody crush them by breaking up with them, they're just not very entrepreneurial. That's the problem. We have people who are too non-entrepreneurial, which is one of the reasons that we have too few people who are in love today, as far as I'm concerned. So that was the thing, man. I took that, I jumped, I did that. And that was actually very good because that gave me a lot of confidence that I could conquer my fear. I could take a risk. I mean, look, it was a very low chance that this was going to work out, and we're going to learn each other's language, and she's going to realize I'm a hopeless stooge or something, or we're not going to love each other or something. And we just celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary.
Congratulations.
We have 3 adult children. Crazy.
Incredible.
It's amazing. So that was, we know each other deeply, deeply, deeply. She knows all of my nonsense because she knows it without the words. You can shade all kinds of truth with words. You can't when it's just your heart. You're just a heart to heart.
Man, that's really unexpected. That's very intriguing to me. Because I have leaned on language so heavily in my life, in fact, if there's anything, so I once went live for 24 hours as a thing, to celebrate hitting a certain number on Facebook. I don't even remember now what number, but went live for 24 hours.
Success.
And then literally that morning or the next afternoon, whatever, I flew to London. And then I did an event with no microphone, and I spoke for 9 hours. So at the end of that, something happened to my vocal cords, and I was having a hard time talking, and I could feel like my throat would click. Right. It was so distressing. Go to a therapist, they stick a camera down my throat, the whole 9, trying to figure out what did I do. And I start really worrying, what does my life look like if I can't speak?
Yeah.
And that was the first time where I was like, whoa, like imagine losing that thing that made you you.
Yeah.
And I've always been highly verbal. That was always the thing that I could, terrible at math, got horrendous SAT scores, but I'm highly verbal.
You're extremely expressive. You're extremely expressive.
I will give you that. I'll take that.
It's absolutely true.
So, and I thought, oh God, what happens if I lose my voice? So I can't imagine trying to court the woman who is now my wife of almost 20 years without my voice. That's interesting. That you were able to pull it off.
And me too. Look, I mean, I talk for a living. I literally, I mean, blah, blah, blah. That's what I do for a living.
Did it not hit you then that like, oh God, I'm taking away my superpower?
Well, in those
because
days,
you
it wasn't my
connected on
superpower.
music?
I was a French horn player.
Okay, so you guys connected over music.
Yeah, well, we were at a music festival in France, in Dijon, in France.
That's how you met?
Yeah, and I was on tour, and she was studying. And she was studying with a teacher, an American teacher there. And we met at this music festival, and we were playing music, and that's what she did. And so that made it a little bit easier. I mean, we were less reliant on talking.
Yeah.
Than I am today. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, for sure. And so that was, when I went into decline as a musician, she was right there to be helpful. And she gave me the courage.
Yeah. Was she warm about it, or was she
super warm? She said, I was deeply unhappy because I was in decline. Look, humans are not intended to decline. Decline is hugely painful because happiness comes from progress. Unhappiness comes from regress. And when you feel that something is harder than it used to be, so it's interesting, you see this, the decline in the fluid intelligence curve we just talked about. If you're really a striver, and that's who I'm working with. I'm working with people who want to make the most with their lives. If you never do anything with your life, you're not going to know it's over. You're not going to have this big crisis at the end of your life. It's because you never did anything. And I was like, I watched a lot of TV. Awesome. It's like, I can still do that.
Don't you think their whole life is a crisis?
Not really. No,
really?
Actually, no, not really.
Oh,
No. It's, for sure. I mean, well, here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by happiness and what a good life is. I want my life as a striver, but I also recognize that it's not normal in many ways.
To strive?
Not to strive to the extent that you have.
But is that what you mean by it's not normal?
Yeah, and it creates problems. I mean, you rain hell on yourself when you're actually doing the stuff that you've done. And there's a lot of ways that you could have had a much easier life, a much more relaxing life, a life with greater peace.
Frequently.
Yeah, for sure. So that's all I mean. It's not a very profound point in that way. But when when things were going poorly and I was deeply unhappy because I was in a state of regress, my wife said, "You're unhappy. You just need to quit." And I said, "That's insane. I mean, like, one can't just walk away." But of course. And she said, "Yes, you can. Absolutely, you can. Do anything you want." I said, "We'll be poor." She said, "We're already poor." It's like, how do you know? It's multiplying by zero is still zero. And so we did. We bailed. We left Barcelona. We moved to Boca Raton, Florida, where nobody knew us. I took a pretty easy teaching job, and I started studying by correspondence at night. Nobody knew I was doing it. She had a minimum wage job. She spoke very poor English, had not graduated from high school, and so was learning English and making $6 an hour or whatever it was. And I was getting paid to teach the French horn while secretly working on my bachelor's degree at night to rebuild the person that I was. And then finished that and went on and started my PhD, which is what I really thought I needed to do. And that took me I came here to Los Angeles, as a matter of fact, and studied the Rand Graduate School in Santa Monica. And then I learned a new trade. I actually learned who I was as a person again for the first time. But it was like 4 years of, it was weird. I remember trying to sign a check during that time, and I couldn't replicate my own signature. And it turns out that that's actually quite frequent when people are in this period of liminality between phases of their life, that their handwriting will change.
What?
Yeah. It's actually a common occurrence. I didn't know. It's like, I'm trying to sign a check for the bank, and it's like, I'm sorry, Mr. Brooks, this is not the right signature.
Is it because there's a subconscious part of you that's like, I'm not that person anymore?
It's not well understood, but there's the neurophysiology of a lot of this stuff is we're just starting to understand. There's no doubt something where these things are connected, where your sense of yourself is somehow connected to these motor skills in a particular way. I couldn't replicate my own signature sufficiently. I got rejected by the bank for cashing a check into my own account at one point. I'm like, my early dementia? I mean, early stage something? What's going on here? And what it was I was in this profound state of liminality, which in retrospect, was this just fertile period. I tell the story in the book. Is a place that you and I both know as Pacific Northwest guys. There's a place called Lincoln City in Oregon. You're just north of Newport. And I used to go there because my aunt was the receptionist at a hotel, and she lived in a trailer near the beach, and it was like this bliss. I used to go there, and I remember the first time I was trying to fish off the rocks in Lincoln City, Oregon. I was catching nothing. This old guy who lived in a shack is watching me, and he comes up and says, "Kid, I've been watching you." Today he'd be arrested, but and he said, "You're not catching anything, right?" I said, "No." He says, "Because you're doing it wrong. You can't catch any fish unless it's a falling tide. That's when the tide is going out very quickly, rushing out between the rocks." And I'm like, "Well, all the fish are gone, right?" He says, No. You'll see. It's stirring up the plankton. The fish go crazy. It's happening in 45 minutes. He has his fishing pole. We throw our lines in, and we're pulling them out by the tens. It's unbelievable. And afterward, he's feeling sort of philosophical. He lights up a cigarette on the rocks. I'm 11 or something. And he says, "Hey, kid, during a falling tide, you can only make one mistake." I said, "What's that?" He said, "Not having your line in the water." And I have learned this, that the time between the tides of your life, the falling tide of your life, looks like you're losing everything. Get your line in the water, because that's the most fertile period of your life.
So what does it mean to have your line in the water?
You must try new things. You must be fully alive. You must try everything you possibly can.
I need you to define fully alive.
To wake up each day and to live that day full of possibility. Not to nurse your wounds, not to waste your time, not to try to do things that you used to do. To be fully alive is to be alive to the new set of experiences that's coming across the transom. That's super important, because during this time of liminality, by the way, there's a lot of research on this. This is not just an anecdote about this kid fishing in Oregon. There's a lot of research that shows that this time between periods in your life, there's a guy named Bruce Feiler who writes a book about transitions. And he said during these life quakes, if your spouse just left you, that's a fertile period for you to learn new things. If you've lost somebody to death, if you're going through chemotherapy, for example, and you're very afraid.
You've just been through a pandemic.
For example, during the pandemic, many people find that despite the fact that they hated it and were insecure and it was horrible, that their lives transformed for the good. That, in terms of what we're talking about here, the two curves, fluid and crystallized intelligence, that period between the two where you're declining in one and the other's increasing, but you don't know how to get on it or even what it means, that's your most fertile period. That's when things can be absolutely magic. They're not going to be fun. You might not be happy, but that's when magic can happen.
And the thing I try to convince everybody is, look, somebody that's had the kind of success that most people only dream of, nothing has come close to giving me as much joy, fulfillment, anything, protection from the downside, all of it, other than my marriage. Yeah. My marriage is the thing that I protect most fiercely. I am not worried about losing my money. I'm not worried about losing accolades. I am terrified of losing my wife.
Yeah. And Market can have a horrible day and you don't like it, but your wife is really mad at you and you're bummed.
Yeah.
Even if you know she's not going to divorce you, you're bummed because you don't want the person you love the most to be upset with you. You want her to be happy with you. Because what's happened is basically like your stock market radically tanking. The stock market of what really matters in your life is the way that works out.
It's actually a really interesting way to think about it. Okay, so if that is the thing, if that's the thing that's going to really, the thing that we're pursuing is love in a bunch of different guises, but the relationship that's going to be most important to us is the relationship with our spouse. How do we do that well? Yeah. And let's start at the beginning. So one thing you've said is delete your dating apps. Or
there are some people who wind up meeting their partner and getting married based on dating apps. But dating apps, the evidence suggests that it's making dating harder. It's
Why
actually
would that be true?
Because it's making it harder to find somebody with whom you can have the complex connection that's appropriate for a couple of different reasons. Number one is the paradox of choice. So dating apps give you too much choice. And so what that means is that there's always something better.
So are you saying settle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, part of the reason is because you're not going to find the perfect person. You're going to make the perfect relationship.
Oof.
That's the way relationships really work. You know, people think I'm going to find, magical thinking is a huge problem. Love at first sight doesn't exist, and soulmates don't exist.
Facts.
Right? I mean, I believe that God wants me to be with my wife, but that's an entirely different thing than saying that there was one woman in the world, and she lived in Barcelona, and she was a little girl, and I was growing up in Seattle, and the whole, no. Circumstances were such that I met the person that was one of the people that could have been perfect for me if I worked to make it perfect.
And your wife is cool with that framing?
Yeah, because she knows that that's what God wants us to do. We believe that this is what God wants us to do. God puts people together and then puts a lot in our hands. We have free will, and we have to, part of making cosmic love-based progress is the things that we do in our relationship. This is the way that we work out the stuff of love in life is not, it's all perfect. Then you're in heaven automatically. Well, boring. That's boring. No. Progress, man. And you got to make progress. One of the ways you make progress is the imperfect that you make as perfect as you can using your imperfect tools. And that's the exciting adventure that is a romantic relationship. And if you start off with the idea that there's always something better because of magical thinking, and I'm going to find the perfect one if I keep swiping right or left or whatever it is. What is it, left or right?
I don't know. I've never used them.
That's right, because you and I have been married men for a long time.
I'm 21. You're how many years?
32.
Man, it's impressive.
32, yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I am in awe of that.
My wife's like, it's like 10 minutes underwater.
That's good.
Yeah, no.
I like
it's
that.
like being married to an old-time comedian from the Catskills.
It's nice.
Except she's Spanish. Yeah. Spanish Jackie Mason. Anyway, yeah.
It's a good reference that no one in the audience got, but that's okay.
Google him. Anyway, so he's probably on YouTube.
Yeah.
Black and white.
Maybe. Yeah. Yes.
All
Jesus.
So that's number one. The second reason, however, is that and again, I'm not down on dating apps. I'm not down with how people use them typically.
Interesting.
People use them
feels like you're caveating.
I am caveating for sure, because there's nothing that's good or bad, but that
thinking makes it so.
Exactly right. Yeah. And so the big thinking error in apps is finding somebody who's completely compatible with us. The technology enables compatibility. The technology
enables you to find
people who are more and more and more compatible that you couldn't on the human market. And so that matchmakers your parents wouldn't find for you, or certainly blind dates, or somebody you meet in a bar. You just, it's a crapshoot for compatibility, which is actually what you need. We're too compatible. This is something that most people don't understand.
That sounds crazy.
Yeah, I know. And so, but people will sort on their political views and their likes and their dislikes and physical characteristics. And what you find is that people that match up on compatibility, ex ante, a priori in the dating market, they even look alike, right? And that's a problem. It's basically you wind up looking for somebody who's effectively your sibling, which is my adult kids say is not hot.
That's not hot.
Not hot. And so when people are looking for excess compatibility, they like the person less, they find them less attractive. What you need is a base of compatibility, which is lower than you think, and then tons of complementarity, which is interesting and sexy.
Okay.
You want difference.
Yes, agreed. In
not
some
opposites.
Aspect.
Opposites don't attract.
Where do you want, you're now confusing me. Where do you want things to be, where do you want to be compatible?
You need basics on non-negotiable values.
Preach.
Right.
Okay.
No, non-negotiable values. Negotiable values doesn't matter. People think that too many values are non-negotiable that are actually negotiable. Politics shouldn't be in there. You should not sort on politics. Now, 71% of political liberals say they won't date a conservative. 41% of conservatives say they won't date a liberal, which just shows that conservatives have lower standards politically than liberals. And or maybe it's men versus women or something like that. I'm not going to look into the data more. But the whole point is that's a ridiculous barrier. That's a ridiculous barrier. That's basically like classifying being a Democrat or Republican like being Jewish or Catholic or atheist.
It's interesting, man. Like, this is one area where I'm with you in the abstract, but political stuff's gotten so weird. Right. People are so devout about it that isn't interesting. Yeah. And the moment, I don't want to be like, even I try not to be dogmatic, but even if I'm not being dogmatic. If they're dogmatic, like, that's not interesting to me.
Yeah, I get it. And one of the best ways, actually, is what I recommend to my students, for example, is that they don't talk at all about politics for 4 dates.
To see if...
to have
I really am into you.
On
it's not until we get into that thing.
Exactly right. So you don't actually... So the dogma or something, and if you can start to fall in love, suddenly you're less dogmatic.
Yeah.
You're less dogmatic about politics. And the person you're falling in love with, when they say something that you would have previously thought was a non-starter, was a deal breaker, it no longer is.
Are you and your wife politically aligned?
Kind of now, just because we've been together for so long.
But you weren't in the beginning.
No, she was Spanish. I mean, she was
love
brought
the
up
way
in
you
a,
say
in,
that, like
in,
that
in
just
a,
says
you
it
know,
all.
a hard red atheist family. You know, really, really, you know, it's like complete socialists. You know, they were on the losing side of the Spanish Civil War, and they were all atheists. She hadn't been to church since her first communion, and
Interesting.
and
I quietly assumed that was the first thing you guys bonded over was religion.
Oh, no way. That was just like, that was a 10-year project for me.
Wow.
Totally. 10-year project for me. It was just, but, you know, when I met her, she's like, no, I don't believe in marriage. That's an antiquated institution. Doesn't make sense.
Interesting.
I'm like, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, and I moved to Barcelona to try to convince her to marry me.
How long were you guys together before you got married?
Well, I hoped that it would be very short, but it took me 2 years to close the deal.
Okay. From meet to married?
No, from moving to marriage.
Okay. How long from meet to marry?
3. So
Okay.
we were apart for a year, and I was,
I
you know,
know the
right.
drill.
And she didn't speak any English. I didn't speak any Spanish
That's
or Catalan. And so I thought I had a premonition. I mean, I met her for a week, and I told my dad, I think I'm going to marry this girl.
Whoa.
He's like, can't wait to meet her. I'm like, yeah, I got some problems. She doesn't speak English. She doesn't live in the United States, and she doesn't believe in marriage. But I think it's surmountable.
Other than that.
Yeah, and so, you know, we kind of stayed in touch for a year, and then I quit my job, and I moved to Barcelona. Took a job in the Barcelona Symphony because I had this very strong sense. And by the way, maybe it didn't work out. It was an entrepreneurial thing to do, and I was 24, and it was okay. And then I worked on it, learned the language, and we were in love. And when I was 26, and I said, we have to get married. You have to marry me. She said yes. And, you know, and then little by little, and you come together. See, the couples change, people change over the course of their lives.
For sure.
And couples change together. And the couples that don't do well change apart because of the
most people
hubris.
don't change together.
There's too much pride is what comes from it. So what'll happen is tons of difference at the very beginning. Lots of love glues you together, and then you start to change together. The ultimate goal, by the way, for a marriage, a relationship that lasts, tons of passion. We talked about the neurochemical cascade of falling in love, of, you know, love addiction. But within 5 years, what you need to be left with is what we call companionate love. Your goal within 5 years is to be best friends with the person. That's your goal. There's lots of passion in companionate love that also sounds not hot, you know? Here's my companion, Mrs. Brooks. You know, no. Companionate love is the person that you'll be looking into her eyes on your dying day, and then who knows all your secrets, with whom you can be truly yourself, who really has your best interests at heart. That's what companionate love is, and not every relationship can get to that. But that's
now,
the
what
goal.
do you think, though? What's the importance of keeping sex alive?
Because that's a physical bond that is the most intimate understanding of your relationships. It's an expression of your greatest intimacy. It's also super fun.
Yeah, A and B.
Yeah, but
so I
it's
want to
the
make sure that
expression
people
of it.
hear
Yeah,
that.
but you can have sex with people you're not in love with. You know, people do that all the time too.
Carfax.
It's way, way, way more satisfying when it's in the expression of your greatest intimacy. That's why the happiest people have one sexual partner in a given year. It doesn't mean one in your whole life.
Interesting.
It means one in a given year.
There's actually been a study on that?
There's a study on that using the General Social Survey of the University of Chicago. Yep.
Is that, to me, that just sounds like a proxy for committed relationship.
Yeah, it is. And the greatest expression of the deep, deep, deep intimacy and commitment is usually sex.
Because when people ask Lisa and I, like, what's the secret to a long marriage, we always say, like, one of our top things, obviously communicate, but have a lot of sex. Like, you don't want to become roommates.
Right.
And there is something also, and I don't know what you think about this, but there's something about, there's an electricity to crossing that line, and there's one person that you cross that line with, and not having that, like, one for that just entire part of your life to die and for you to never have that thing. Well,
there's tons of oxytocin that happens during sexual activity that you don't get otherwise as well. And that bonds you together again and again. Look, there are other ways to get it too, by the way. So sex is not the only way. People often ask, is it bad that couples fight? And the answer is it's bad when they don't. And I mean, some people fight a lot, some people fight a little. My wife and I fight a lot. We fight a lot. We have a lot of arguments.
Because she's Spanish?
Because, yeah, I mean, for them, it's just a form of communication, you know? And there's nothing that's not on the surface. And so that was hard. The first 5 to 10 years, I was very aggrieved.
Because you're not built like that.
I'm American. You know, we didn't do that growing up in the Pacific Northwest, did we? I mean, it was like...
that was not... Learning to fight well was a big thing I had to learn.
But the key is about that couples that never fight, they're missing out on some of the greatest source of intimacy.
Because the friction is there, and they're just
you're
not
saying
acknowledging
things that you think that you weren't saying before. And
that's
that is
interesting. I heard you say this
intimate.
before. Will you take a second to say that very clearly?
Yeah.
The idea of
intimacy through fighting.
Yeah.
People often say, it's so weird, you know, after we have a big fight, then we make love. As if it were
I've never
makeup
once
sex.
done that.
Yeah.
I never do that. Are you in the mood for sex after you've been in a fight?
Well,
I'm
it depends on how the fight resolves.
Well,
but the
I
whole
don't think
point
ever
is that
once.
a lot of people do that. And the reason is because they're raw and intimate in their communication, sometimes for the first time in a long time.
Okay.
For the first time in a long time. So if you're the kind of couple that you're not seeing each other very much because you're working really hard and you're on the road and you're not talking about things and a lot of tension is building up and then finally you have a knockdown, drag out fight and you're saying things that you think that are deeply intimate, that are your deepest feelings, that you would never say at work because you don't have the kind of relationship with other people, you don't want to demoralize them, you don't have trust. You have enough trust and you say things that might be cutting. They might be wounding, but they're deeply intimate. You have an intimate bond. You have a spiritual bond with that other person because of the intimacy of the communication, even though it was wounding.
That's really interesting. So I will say this. I have had moments where I was completely uninterested in sex until we had, I wouldn't even necessarily say fight, because fight implies that it's like really fiery. There was one big disagreement that my wife and I got into, and it was really interesting. When I brought up the thing, we happened to be in a swimming pool. And so my wife likes me to hold her and walk her around the pool. And it ended up being this amazing way to have this argument because it was really like, hey, I've been meaning to say this thing for a few days now. Here's how this thing made me feel. Like, let's really get into it. And we couldn't see each other's eyes. And it made it way easier to have the conversation. So we were like cheek to cheek, but we couldn't see each other's eyes. So it just became easier to like get those things off of our chest. It was really wonderful. So I didn't want to have sex until we had that conversation, but it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to run you upstairs. And like, I've never had that response. Like I don't.
People are different for sure, but it's important that you have those relationship moments, and those might be as bonding. Your fights might be as bonding for you as
when done well. Are you?
Yeah, for sure. And there's technique.
Yeah, talk to me about So
my guess is that you're in a 21-year marriage, and you're going to be married till you die.
Yes,
you're going to die. Until death do you part.
For sure.
And so my guess is I could probably write a script for your fights based on that. And when something's not right, the accusation is that we are having a problem. Now, when you look at a couple that's tenuous and really having trouble and really in danger, it's like you're doing something and it makes me feel a particular way.
So important.
Super important. And just changing the language, because language change has very strong cognitive impact. So if you want your fights to be, you're going to fight. And it's important that you relate to each other and you're honest with each other. But you want it to stop actually creating so much brain damage. Just change the pronouns. That's the first thing to do, is to change the pronouns in the fights. Don't say I and you. Start saying we and us. We and us. We have to do this thing. I mean, whenever we do this thing, we have a problem. And you'll find you're stumbling across it at the very beginning. You'll find it and you did this. We had this problem. We had this breakdown in communication, because then you're trying to solve a problem together, and it's a joint problem you're trying to solve. And when you solve it, you've made progress together, as opposed to I won and you lost.
That's really
super important. And just using different pronouns can actually repair a multitude of problems.
Something my wife and I do, and this has been really powerful for us, is we talk in insecurities when we get into an argument.
Yeah.
So if one of us is getting angry, it's like we have a shared understanding. If you're angry, it's because your insecurity has been tripped. So confess, like what's the insecurity, what's the thing that's bothering you,
Right.
so that you can get off of the surface level argument, which is usually very fruitless, and you can get down
It's
into
something
like
stupid. It's like you finished the milk or something.
right,
Stupid.
and you finish the milk without talking to me, and it makes me feel unseen, whatever. And once you get down there, like, ooh, whoa, why is that making you feel unseen? And also that the person isn't just, I have an insecurity, you triggered it, shame on you. It's like, okay, I have an obligation to work on my insecurities. You have an obligation to care enough about me that you want to know, but I can't just be like, you have to deal with it.
Right.
I have an insecurity and you better tread around it forever.
You're
So-
doing a lot right. I can tell you that. And this is one of the reasons that you state so openly that your marriage is the most important thing in your life. It's the central institution of your life. I mean, like this goes all bust. And by the way, this is going to go bust. It's all going to go bust.
Yeah.
Right? But the one thing on your deathbed is Lisa. I mean, here's the problem. One of you is going to die first.
Yes. Although if you ask my wife, she really wants us to die
Thelma and Louise?
simultaneously. Yes. That would be like, she's like, I don't care if I die in a plane crash as long as you're next to me. And I'm like, what?
What are you
like,
talking
wait,
about?
Why are we both going down? Like if I have to die in a plane crash, I want you to be safe on the ground. She's like, no way, I'd want to be with you. So yeah, that
She
my
says that
wife's-
out of love, though, so it's
Yeah,
you
yeah,
actually
yeah.
laugh
Like,
about
I
it.
totally get
It's
where she's
not
coming
like I
from.
sure hope you die in a plane crash
Right.
with me. It's, yeah, no, I get it. But that's this is an issue, right? Because that you will be separated.
Yeah.
The data say that except under the oddest of circumstances, you'll be separated.
Yep.
Now, but what typically happens is really, really happy couples, except under conditions of bad luck, they tend to live a long time, have a long marriage, and one of them dies, and then the other dies.
It's crazy, man.
Because you have a joint life. You have a joint life together. The enterprise. It's the startup. You're co-founders. The other thing that's really interesting too is that a lot of the relationships that do best are startups, not mergers.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Tell me more. Meaning second marriage?
No. Well, I mean, second marriages are sometimes they're really great, but the marriages that that have the greatest likelihood of success, they're entered into earlier when you're both in life startup mode, as opposed to I got my
accurate
law
for us.
degree and you got your PhD
Yeah.
and you got your startup and I got my startup and I think we have separate bank accounts now let's have a merger. Startups are more successful than mergers
There's
in
data
business
on
and
that.
in life. Oh yeah. And the worst, of course, are hostile takeovers or acquisitions. But
Wow. Okay. So
no, you can have a merger that works.
Yes.
But you got to go into it with your eyes open and make it as much of a startup as you can. And that was, I don't recommend separate bank accounts. I don't recommend it.
Really?
Yeah, there's huge data showing that couples are more successful when they have joint bank accounts.
Interesting. Let me run something by you. So
Okay.
when Lisa and I first got together, we had enough difference in values that I looked at the things that she spent money on and I thought they were dumb. She looked at the things I spent money on. She thought they were dumb. So what we did was we said, bills are joint, but spending is separate. And so we put our money together and then we each had the exact
an
same
allowance.
amount to spend. Yeah. And
Good
at
way
the
to do it.
time, so when we got married, she certainly had more money than me because I was just absolutely broken in debt. But then when we got married, I was the only one with a job. And the one insight, and I wish I could track back to where I got this, but I was like, because this is all pre-functional internet. The internet existed, but nobody was really using it
Right.
for much. And I said, okay, look, we're going to come together, but we're in this together. So whatever money I earn, it really is half yours.
Right.
And so we're going to take care of all the bills together. We'll have the separate spending accounts, and really have looked at everything in that way. Like when we started Impact Theory, the lawyers were like, who's going to own 51%? And I was like, what are you talking about? And they said, you can't be 50-50. That's the ultimate divorce nightmare. And so my wife was like, you're obviously going to work more than me.
Right.
Like you take the 51%. She's like, I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. And I was like, over my dead body. I was like, I need you to know to the core of your existence, this company, whatever. If something goes wrong with us, I have a problem. If we're in a position where I'm like, thank God I have 51%, I've already lost everything. So
Right.
50-50.
Well, all you're saying is impact theory is an extension of Tom. And so therefore, my life is 50-50 with you. So axiomatically, impact theory is 50-50.
Nice. And really what I wanted to say was impact theory is an extension of Tom and Lisa. Like
Right.
this is a thing we are doing together. And even if we weren't, I mean, I suppose at that point I wouldn't have thought about it, but like if my wife betrayed me, I'd still give her half my shit. Just be like, word, you
because
earned
you
it.
love her.
Yeah. And not only that, I don't know who I would have become
Yeah, I know.
had I not been
know.
a startup with her.
You're not prenuppy at all.
No.
And all you were doing is avoiding fights by, having separate allowances.
Yes.
It's not the same
Correct.
thing. I mean, that's just prudent.
Yes.
Is the way that it works out. It's like, yeah, we're going to tend to fight over this, and we don't want me to accidentally take all the spending on giant chess pieces or Batman statues or something.
Video games. That was
Video games, whatever the thing happens to be.
Yeah.
And so let's make it so we just avoid a fight. Let's just simply avoid a fight, and that way I can laugh at the way you spend your money. You can laugh at the way I spend my money instead of feeling a source of resentment. But basically saying, my money, your money. My account, your account, my property, your property. That's problematic from the very beginning, because what you're planning for is the dissolution. You're planning for it's a union. And the union of this is to say that biblically it's a man shall leave his parents and cleave to his wife. It's one flesh. I mean, the whole in religious traditions, divorce is supposed to be like cutting off your arm. It's supposed to be that kind of I get it. It happens sometimes. I get it. I live in the real world. It happens sometimes. But when you're doing it from a startup, you don't really understand yourself without Lisa. It's like, who's Tom? I don't know. Alone?
Literally.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now, not everybody can have that, and I'm not saying people shouldn't. Not everybody can be held to these standards because of the reality of things that have happened in their lives. And I talk to people who've been the victims of abuse and addiction and criminal behavior and all of this, and they have a need for love in their life, and they get married again, and they have an established life, and it doesn't have these perfect standards. Social science gives you the ideal circumstances, but not the only circumstances.
Right.
And so here's the key. When the circumstances are not ideal, you have to work consciously with your eyes open to make them as ideal as you can. So if you've got a merger on your hands, good. You can make that work too. But make it as startup-y as you can.
Yeah, the thing I would encourage people is to understand that the reason a startup works is for a set of principles. If you understand the principles and can apply them later in life, so be it. One of them is going to be being open to being changed by the relationship, going into it and knowing we are creating a union.
Right.
And in doing that, like, what are the ways that we have to move and to dance in this thing in order to make it work?
Right.
And then a big part of it, especially if you're older, is understanding that selection is 80% of the battle. Like, if you select poorly, you're going to be in dire circumstances.
They are. I mean, again, without magical thinking, without thinking there is one soulmate, so choose wisely.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not the way to do it.
I don't believe in soulmates. I don't believe in love at first sight. I'm just saying that if, for instance, you said earlier, you have to grow together as a couple. Now, the amount of all the things that we talked about here, emotional stability, getting that right, knowing how to fight well, like, I mean, there's just a laundry list of happiness things that if you get right, you will be way primed for
because
a marriage.
Knowledge is power. In your relationships, in your work, in your spiritual life, knowledge is power. And again, it all goes back to, I know people who, say, yeah, we knew each other for a week and we got married in Vegas. It's like, that's folly.
Yeah,
that's just serendipity. That that just doesn't make sense. On the other hand, when somebody says, I say, how long have you been dating that girl? It's like 8 years. Like, no.
Yeah.
No. And what's the right amount of time? This is a question of prudential judgment too. My oldest son met his wife, now wife, when he was 24, early 24. They dated for 6 months. They were engaged for 6 months. They got married a year after they started dating. Their first child was born 9 months later. I mean, that's called the 6-6-9 cadence in Catholic life, by the way.
Really?
Yeah,
that's a thing?
That's a thing. 6 months dating, 6 months engaged, 9 months till the first baby. I mean, it's not that we recommend this. It's just, but it worked out really, really well because that was enough time, but it wasn't too much.
Right.
You know, it wasn't the kind of thing where, I don't know, why don't we live together for, 50 years before we decide whether or not to get married. That's not the right thing either. So, prudential judgment is, and it's the same thing with a startup, by the way. I don't know, I think I need a little bit more experience. So when I was writing my dissertation, I would see these guys, and I was doing my PhD, but it's like, I got to read a couple more books. Like, write your dissertation, pop the question after a certain point, but not on the first date.
Yeah. I didn't have any trouble with that. So for me, when I met Lisa, I did not think I was going to get married. And then
How old were you?
I was 24. And when we started dating, probably about 3 months in, 3-4 months in, something like that, I realized, oh shit, like I'm in love with her. And then I was like, okay, well, I'm either never getting married or I'm marrying this woman.
Yeah.
And so I proposed at 8 months, and we had spent some of those 8 months apart. So it wasn't even like we were living together for 8 months or anything, because she was in England. And then I was ready to get married right away. I was like, what's it take to get married? About 3 months. And she's like, you are having a laugh. She's like, no way, this is going to take like a year to plan this wedding. So we ended up being together for about 18 months by the time we got married. But
Good and fast. That's good.
Yeah,
By today's standards, that's fast. And by
Very
today's
fast.
standards, you were young.
Yeah.
And again, society changes in different ways, but some of these principles don't change.
I don't know if any of the principles change. That's the thing. Like,
Circumstances do, but principles don't.
yeah. So how do people grow together? Like, what is the key there?
Part of it is understanding that you are stronger when you are together, and that one of the cues for you to change is the other person changing. So people who struggle, they think the cue for me to do something different in my life is I feel differently about something. One of the cues for you to do something differently in your life is that your spouse starts to feel differently about that. You have to take on the characteristics of the other person as if they were inside you. So you find, for example, that your spouse is on a spiritual journey, starts to find stirrings of spirituality. That's a cue for you to do that too. That's a cue for you to do that too, and to do that sincerely as well. And again, people say, well, you're losing your individuality and the whole thing. Yep, that's exactly right. Yep. Yeah, you're sublimating the individuality on these things to have greater strength in the union, right? So that you can have a greater multiplicity of experiences across the two of you, greater adventure and excitement across the two of you is the way that works. And sometimes it's hard for people because they feel that they're the senior partner in the relationship. That's not the secret to a successful marriage. Now, there are social scientists that have very heterodox views on this. There's a guy named Eli Finkel at Northwestern, a psychologist who's written about marriage. And he says that one of the reasons that marriage is so hard today is because we expect too much from it. He says, we expect your best friend and your one and only lover and your business partner and the person who helps you raise your kids and the only person who knows your secrets. And it's like, it's too much pressure for one relationship that was distributed across 10 people until about the 19th century or the 20th century. But in the time of the Romantic era, where when romance took on its modern connotations, which is it's everything. It's magic. It simulates the relationship with God. Even some of the language that we've used in this conversation, that then it took on too much pressure. And he recommends in his book about this and in his work and his very interesting research that you ease off on the throttle a little bit, that you don't expect your wife to be your best friend necessarily. He even suggests that some couples do better when they're not the only exclusive sexual partner. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I don't think the data support that. I mean, again, as they say in finance, your results may differ,
right?
But they certainly don't in my case or yours.
Yeah, that one I can't imagine having unshared sexual experience. The only thing that I can imagine is if you're like sharing something, by all means. But when people go off, I just don't see how that works. And I certainly don't see how it works if you invite another person into the stable pair bond. Like, whoa.
Yeah, I know. And there's actually, you as an evolution guy, you really, really like this literature that talks about why it screws up relationships. So there's a guy at University of Texas that does work on jealousy, on the evolutionary basis of jealousy. And he had this hypothesis that men are more jealous of sexual infidelity and women are more jealous of emotional infidelity.
Yep.
And so what he does is he finds that women in relationships, they will forgive their husbands for sexual discretions, but not for falling in love with another woman. And a man, if your wife says, I mean, yeah, I had an affair, all that, but it was only because I felt like I was falling in love. The sex was terrible. You'll be like, I forgive you.
Yeah.
I forgive you. It's so asymmetrically weird. And the reason for this from an evolutionary basis is that males have to be really vigilant about making sure they're not inadvertently raising the offspring of another male.
Yeah.
And women have to be very vigilant to make sure that the provider and defender of the family doesn't stray and and defend and provide for another family and another female's offspring. And so that's why the jealousy is going to work in that particular way. But no matter what, I'm telling you, if you have an open marriage, somebody's going to fall in love. And there's all kinds of stuff that can go wrong on that. So that's not, I mean, again, it's like different social scientists disagree on that, but I think my reading of the data and my prudential judgment, not just my Catholicism, suggests that that's not a wise course of action for most.
I'm a big believer, I think you're right about that. I'm a big believer in what I call frame of reference. So your frame of reference are your set of beliefs and your values.
Right.
There's other things at the fringes, but that's the core of it. And it will make all the difference. It's not what happens, it's how you perceive what happens, just going back to Viktor Frankl. So to that point, you said guys have to be really hyper protective that they're not raising somebody else's kid, but you adopted a kid.
Right.
And so that to me speaks to frame of reference. So, and I've heard you say that you have every bit of love for your adopted daughter that you have for your biological kids, which I have no reason to believe is not true. So what did you do to your frame of reference in order to be able to welcome her in, even though we would both agree that from an evolutionary standpoint, that doesn't make sense?
From an evolutionary standpoint, it actually might make sense from an evolutionary standpoint, because if there's an orphan, even in nature, will be adopted.
That's interesting.
by non-human mammals. Will adopt orphans as their own. And sometimes it will be even a mistake. So you see the cuckoo bird will actually lay its eggs in the nest of other birds, and then knock the eggs out of the nest of the birds that have the nest, and then the cuckoo will hatch and be taken care of by the surrogate mother, the
That's
unknowing
where the name cuckold
surrogate
comes from, right?
Yeah, exactly right. And then, of course, the cuckoo is twice the size of the regular bird, so it's hilarious because the
parents
baby
are raising
bird
a gigantor.
Exactly, I know, it's the funniest thing. So there is some evolutionary basis for that in the case of not raising somebody else's offspring per se, but raising an orphan and bringing the child into your own family. And one of the things that you find is that my experience, but also the research shows that the oxytocin release for an adopted child is just as high as it is for a biological child. So you basically know that this is my child. You lay eyes on that child and it's 4th of July all over. It's Roman candles in your head. And it is forever. And so it's funny because you don't actually know till you do it. It's all a theory. Right. Oh yeah, no, the bond with the adopted child will be just as much as with the biological child. It's weird because intellectually it's a stronger bond in some ways, because it's this election, it's this human will on top of the neurophysiology of human connection on top of it. It's really something. I have to say, it's funny. It's funny, but it's just deep love. And for both kinds of kids.
I've heard you say you were no longer making progress when you were a French horn player,
right,
and that's what made you want to leave that. I'm wondering if you felt like you were no longer making progress in the think tank, and that's why you wanted to leave that. Like, is that the moment where we all go, oh, that's my cue now to find that next assignment?
That's what we should use as a cue, the natural cadence of the value that you're creating. Very few people get to create more and more and more value in one exact thing over the course of their lives. And we have an economy that accommodates change. So it's really incumbent upon us to have our antennae up and pay attention to that, because we want to be able to create that value and be open to the next assignment. So yeah, I mean, my motives are never pure because, I'm just a guy. But I do have a process of discernment. Every philosophical and religious tradition has a process of discernment. Discernment is when you don't know what to do, how you figure it out. This is hard, the decision-making process. And so I'll have students who are like, I don't know, should I do a startup or go work in investment banking? Or Should I marry this person or not? Or should I go to law school or stay at work? Or some things are even more personal and delicate and difficult. But at any particular time, a third of the people who are watching us are agonizing over a particular decision. So the question is, how do you make these difficult decisions? And every philosophical tradition has a process on how to make a decision. And here's the key thing that they all have in common. You got to do the work. And to do the work means you need to think about it. It doesn't mean you need to think about a particular thing. You need to think about that decision process every day.
What are you thinking about?
So when I have students that haven't even begun this process, I'll say, okay, 15 minutes a day. I want you to start by sitting alone at your desk, no music, no phone is not there. Write lists of things you like. You have to start getting in touch with the things that are attractive to you, because some people are completely even divorced from that. They have they're so far away from being able to discern what they want to do that they don't even know what they like. And so just starting to write places I've gone that I really enjoyed, and not because you're deciding where to go next, but just because you're trying to get that in order in your head. What are the things that are attractive to me? What are the things that I actually like? I'll tell people that they should to be thinking about just the process to let the discernment happen. You have to be very quiet and very concerted in the effort to do so, to walk for an hour before dawn every day with no devices. And to do that. So people who are really religious, I'll say 15 minutes a day praying about this, to be given the discernment, to be given proper discernment 15 minutes a day on your knees. So, or meditation practice. There's lots of ways to do this.
What's the difference between prayer and meditation? Is there one?
Well, there's lots of forms of prayer and lots of forms of meditation. So there's a lot of meditation techniques: single point meditation, analytical meditation, meditation of compassion, all different sort of Theravada and Mahayana traditions.
Are you trying to make your best case to God, or are you just repeating an idea in your head, like, please grant me the discernment to understand what I should do in this moment?
So there are different ways to do it. There are different forms of prayer, even Christian prayer, even Catholic prayer, which is what I engage in. So every night I pray 25 minutes, which is called the Rosary, 1,000-year-old meditative prayer before I go to sleep every night. And that's a repeated prayer.
Repeat.
And it's a thing that you repeat while you're meditating on particular mysteries that happened in biblical tradition. And what are you doing? You're focusing. You're seeing your life through the lens of these great stories. And what that does is helps you understand yourself better, and all kinds of insight comes to you over the context of this process. That's a kind of a centering prayer. There are other prayers that are called, mental prayer, which the Buddhists call analytical meditation. The Dalai Lama wakes up every morning and the first 2 hours are analytical meditation, where he'll just think deeply about a passage in Tibetan Buddhist scripture. He's thinking about it. He's not reading it. He's written down a few lines, and he's looking at it and thinking about it for 2 hours. The guy's 88, and he's doing that for the first 2 hours of every day. That's analytical meditation. That's not just like looking at a flame or doing Soul Cycle or something. That's not. That's also meditation. Incredibly important. Mental prayer is the same thing, where you'll read a passage of scripture, whether your scripture is the suttas or the New Testament or whatever your thing is, and you read it and you say. And you say, well, what is this meaning to me? Where am I in this? How is this impacting my life? 2 sentences, 15 minutes, more. It's crazy how much insight you can actually get from that. There's compassionate meditation or compassionate prayer, where you bring into your mind the people that are giving you struggle. And you think about, you visualize good things happening to them, and you ask God, or you ask the cosmos, that good things, that blessings be rained down upon them, and you change the nature of your orientation toward them. The biggest reason that you have enmity with other people is because of your enmity toward them, not theirs toward you, typically. And you can literally change that, and this is one of the techniques for doing so. So different kinds of prayer and meditation, they have different functions, but we have to use them as such, and not just be kind of like, all right, like a little kid, like, God, I sure hope I get an A on that exam. Can you please help me get an A on that exam? You have to be a grown-up about this stuff, and it's super exciting. And so that's the process of discernment when you're trying to figure out what to do, is you have to concentrate on it. The ancient Greeks called it sunesis. In the Pali Buddhist tradition, in the Mahayana Buddhist tradition, it's called panna. And in this discernment of spirits in Ignatian Catholic spirituality, every tradition has it, where you're focused on it for a particular period of time. If you do the work where you're focused on the decision, looking for the insight for 15 minutes a day for 2 months, you'll have clarity. That's the guarantee. It's amazing. But the reason that people can't get clarity is because they don't do the work. They don't do the analysis.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, walk me through the idols. What are the idols, and how do we use them well instead of being used by them?
So this is a tradition that comes from Neoplatonism, sort of from Plato, as best stated by his great pupil Aristotle, and then translated into the Islamic, Jewish, and Christian traditions in the Middle Ages. So Averroes, who is the Muslim philosopher from southern Spain, Moshe ben Maimonides, and Thomas Aquinas. So these are the, St. Thomas Aquinas, these are the great figures of this. And they translated Aristotle into saying that Aristotle was the greatest of all the social scientists. I mean, I realize I'm cheapening Aristotle in this way by saying it, but it's kind of a conceit that everybody you love is like, Tom, you're a great social scientist. That's like the ultimate compliment from a social scientist. So, by the way, you're a very good social scientist. So,
incredibly kind.
And so, for example, Aquinas said that there's 4 substitutes for God that he believed, as did Averroes and Maimonides and all of the monotheistic religious leaders, that what we ultimately want is God. Now, atheists watching us or agnostics disagree with that, but we all want something.
Can you define what that means then?
To want God?
Yeah, because I have a feeling even atheists want a thing to fit that God-shaped hole, but I've never taken the time for myself to define what the God-shaped hole is. Yeah. So I'd love to know.
Yeah, so this is the thing, for example, you're looking for something that's defined by your craving. When you're really, really hungry, it proves the existence of food. When you're really, really horny, it proves the existence of sex, right? And so when you really, really are seeking the complex singularity, the source of all truth, the cosmic oneness, it's proof that it exists.
But what is it?
But what is it? Okay, so that's what different traditions have been trying to explain for the longest time.
This is really interesting, though, by the way. I don't want to just let that roll past.
Yeah.
Hunger is the proof that there is food. The desire for sex is the proof that there is sex. The desire for
or it's evidence that there is sex. It's not a proof in the classical sense, but it's evidence that it exists.
Evidence.
And so it would be really, really, really weird if you had a craving for something and the object of the craving didn't exist. It doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
And so if you have a craving for the oneness.
Oh, Arthur Brooks, this is good.
Yeah, and this is, by the way, this is one of the reasons that when all of the conversations that we're having about AI, they're all misguided. AI can't give us what we want. It can't, because all it does is gives us complicating engineering solutions for a simulacrum for the thing that for a simulation for the thing that we really, really want, which is a different species of problem. What we really want is the object of all the complexity of the universe. Complexity is simple to understand and impossible to solve. Complication is hard to solve but possible. All of the reasons that all these things that we do in tech that promise everything and deliver nothing but loneliness, the reason is because they're complicated solutions to complex needs. Love is complex. It's very easy to understand and impossible to figure out. Your cat is complex. Very simple, but impossible to know what it's going to do. All the things we really want in life, all of our deep desires are complex. All of our solutions are complicated. And we're throwing complicated solutions at complex problems, and we're not getting happier. And so the only way that we can do this is to take quiet time in contemplation of the complex. That's the solution. Now, are you going to find it? No. But it's just like happiness. You're not going to find it. You're going to make progress toward it. The goal, the metaphysical goal, the transcendental goal of a spiritual or philosophical life is the approach to the complex oneness, to the ultimate truth that we crave. And you got to do the work. Stop distracting yourself with social media. Stop distracting yourself by saying, if I make the money, then everything will be okay. Or if I have the prestige. And this gets us back to the idols. Aquinas said that we crave God. But God is complex and hard to understand and has all kinds of demands and winds us up in all sorts of one-sided conversations. And so we take a complicated solution to the complex problem and things that are kind of godlike. Social media is kind of social life-like, which is why when we're lonely, we'll binge it. but it doesn't help. And the social media equivalent for what we want in God, according to Aquinas, is fourfold: money, power, pleasure, and honor, by which he meant fame or admiration or prestige. That's what he said, the four things, and those are the idols, and everybody's got their idol, that when they're not on their game looking for the cosmic oneness, despite the fact that they'll never find it, they'll say, okay, fine, I'm tired. I'm going to go do that thing that's a simulation for it. And it always runs you in the wrong direction. It runs you in the wrong direction. And only when you know what your idol is can you actually manage yourself. So you say, oh, I'm doing that again. I'm doing that again. I'm looking for money again when what I really wanted was love. I'm looking for admiration again when what I really wanted was enlightenment. Because you didn't want to do the work for enlightenment, so you went and did the easy thing, which was getting the idol. So
is enlightenment a stand-in for God?
Yeah. I mean, the whole point is that these are, enlightenment is something, enlightenment would be what Christians or Muslims would call the beatific vision, which is to finally lay your eyes on the face of God, which is actual truth. If you're a Buddhist, it means because you finally understand. You're sitting under the Bodhi tree and you finally have this, you finally get it, is what it comes to. You know, we in the monotheistic traditions, we don't believe you get it on this side of death. Buddhists think that you actually can achieve it, but be that as it may, I mean, I don't know. I have my hypothesis. But I do know that we all need to move toward it. We all need to do the work toward it. And getting the AI is not going to do it any more than Facebook is going to do it.
Interesting that you're linking, because I don't think of AI as God, but I hear a lot of people talk about that it will end up being godlike. So it's interesting if they really are looking for that in AI. I think what I'm
trying
looking
to fill the
for,
whole godlike hole with it is all I'm saying.
So I will grant you that for anybody doing that would be a tremendous mistake. And I'll give you my thesis on what I think all this is in a second. But AI, I think, for me anyway, it is to finally get answers to the complex, which may be your entire definition of God.
That's an exercise in futility.
That's interesting. I don't know that I would agree with that. So I feel like, and look, I don't have the data that I have to back up the following is merely physics.
Right.
As we
That's not bad.
grow, well, we don't understand physics.
Simple physics.
Yeah. The reason I bring that up is because as we strip layers off that onion, it unlocks things that we couldn't do before.
Right.
And all of us have grown up in a world where Einsteinian, whichever way you would say that, physics already exist.
Yeah. And
not realizing that before that it was Newtonian physics.
Right.
And that the shift between the two unlocked the modern world.
Right.
And we think of him as just sort of this crazy-haired guy, and we forget that so many of the things that we rely on in the modern world required us to understand that breakthrough. But it isn't the universal principle yet. We haven't gotten there.
We haven't got Higgs boson, which will render Einsteinian physics obsolete in all kinds of ways.
Fingers crossed. So as we begin to unlock these things and truly understand them, it really does open up avenues of technology. Now, one has to be careful not to view technology as a god, but if we can use AI to either augment our own intelligence or for it to itself be intelligent. Now, I'm wildly conflicted about AI. Let me be abundantly clear.
We all are.
Yes, deploying it as fast as I can, and at the same time, I'm terrified. But I want those answers have real world implications. That's the moral of my story.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely they do. But the point is that that AI and all of these particular tools, they solve a different species of problem.
Yeah, they are not going to answer the God.
They're not going to, because they can't. And the whole idea is that there's always this concept that we could understand everything if we had sufficient computational horsepower. But that's not right, because you can't solve complex problems, which are mathematically different than complicated problems.
Yes. Give me an example of, so for people that don't know, you did applied mathematics for a while, so this is not me asking some random guy off the street. Give me an example of
a complex and a complicated problem?
Yes, because in math, the only thing I can think of, because I am wildly ignorant, I would like to be abundantly clear, but from my just not knowing math at all perspective, the only category of thing in math that I know as being complex would be something like the pi. So pi is if Yosha Bach is correct, better understood as a function rather than a number, because you can never know the final digit of pi.
It's a relationship.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a relationship. So I'll give you an example of two.
Is that complex?
Yeah, well, it's a good question whether or not it's complex or not. I think about it in a slightly different way. So I'll give you an example that might make it clearer. So a complicated problem is one that has, 75 equations and 75 unknowns. It's a highly dimensional mathematical problem that it would just take tons of computational horsepower to figure out, but there is a solution. Designing a jet engine is an incredibly complicated problem. Making a toaster is a complicated problem. If you try to do one out in your garage with, stuff that's sitting around your house, you'll probably burn your house down if you try to make toast with it. It's a very complicated thing to do. But once you do it, you can do it over and over and over again with almost complete accuracy. These are complicated problems. A complex problem is a football game. A football game is a complicated problem where I don't care how good your computer is, you're not going to be able to tell me the outcome. Because it's
complex.
It's complex.
Right.
I think I misspoke.
You said complicated once, then complex once, but complex.
Yeah. It's a complex problem. A complex problem is incredibly simple to understand the outcome. The Patriots score higher than the Broncos. That's the natural order of things. that it's just one team has a higher score than the other and wins. Very simple, incredibly simple. But it's unbelievably. The permutations are so vast that you can't simulate it.
You don't think that's knowable with enough computation?
It's not knowable with enough computation, but actually, and even if that one turns out to be not a complex problem, but a complicated problem, there are complex problems like the problem of love. The problem of love is very simple. And yet, it's not something that you can simulate in any real way. And some people will say, "Well, you have your AI girlfriend. You've cracked the code of love." No, you haven't. There's nobody watching us right now. It's like, yeah, AI girlfriend just as good. No, AI girlfriend, a substitute because I can't get the real thing, is what it would come down to. That's the difference between pornography and sex with your wife.
All right, when two smart people who are well-meaning think the other person is crazy, they have different base assumptions.
Yeah.
So to me, that sounds crazy. And the reason is that I believe we're in a deterministic universe.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you do not.
I don't believe we're in a deterministic universe. I believe we're in a stochastic universe.
Okay, define stochastic.
Stochastic means there's randomness in the universe. My father was a biostatistician, a PhD biostatistician, and he was a devout Christian. I said, "What gives, Dad?" I'm an adolescent. What gives? And he said, "You don't understand." He said, "You know what miracles are?" And I said, "What?" He said, "Events that 5 standard deviations away from the mean. They're way out on the tails of the curves. The greatest gift that God ever gave the world was a random distribution of events." He believed, and I think it's actually more than plausible, I think it's most likely that the universe has randomness in it, which means it cannot be, you can't get to a single point on most of or any of the complex problems. You can't, and so you can simulate a kind of a version of a curve fit, but you can't actually get underneath them and simulate them properly because we have a stochastic universe and we live with deterministic brains. Our brains say that this happens to this and this happens to this. We have a supercomputer that's good enough we can figure out how it all hangs together. And that's the supposition behind Einsteinian physics or Newtonian physics. That there's a deterministic structure underneath that we're simulating. We're doing the best that we can to put a model on top. It's a map. But that's actually probably not the way that the universe works. And if that's the case, and if we have a craving for the source of that, then it's some entity that can be the origin of that complexity per se. What is it? It's like maybe my model, which is, I got the Bible and I got God and I got that whole thing. Maybe that's nuts. Maybe it's nuts. But it's a hypothesis. And it says that we can't get it from the stuff. We can't get it from the stuff. You can only get it by looking for the true thing. And that's the reason I think that really great intellectual life requires that we have both an intellectual pursuit and a spiritual pursuit, and that we need to undertake these things in parallel. I think that's the only responsible course of action.
What's happening when you're looking for it? Like I can give you, I don't know that Buddhists would agree with this, but I think they would. what you're getting by looking at it in a Buddhist, or looking for it in a Buddhist tradition, is you're getting out from under the illusion of perception.
Right.
If that's definitely a Western look at it, but that feels pretty accurate.
That's a good way of explaining it. That's a good way of explaining Buddhist thinking on it, that you're no longer bound by the illusions. What in the language that we're developing here, you're no longer bound by your models. You're actually able to see the road as opposed to staring at the map all the time. It's like, when we're looking at we got our devices and we're looking at the GPS. If you just stare at the GPS, you're going to crash in your car. You're actually driving on a road in real physical life, but you're more and more and more divorced from that when you're stuck with the models. And those are the illusions that they would say that you're trying to free yourself from by actually imbibing some of the oxygen in real life around you.
Okay, so if that's the Buddhist take on it, what is the Catholic take on it?
The Catholic take on it is very similar, which is that there is underlying reality, but that underlying reality is not always apparent, and for all sorts of reasons.
And that the underlying reality is made by God, and
it is the realm of God, and that we just don't have the capacity or the preparation to be able to experience. Now, Plato talked about this. He was pre-Christian. Plato talked about this, about his analogy of the shadows on the cave wall. The closest that we can get to actually seeing what's going on is the shadows of what's going on behind the fire in the cave wall. A lot of the German philosophers from the 17th and 18th centuries and 19th centuries would talk about this too. So that Schopenhauer, for example, Arthur Schopenhauer, was obviously one of the greatest early 19th century, mid 19th century philosophers, would talk about Wille, which was, the sense of will, that the reality exists, but we can't see it because we're just not competent, and we're trying to put one foot in front of another. And so we create an edifice that allows us to live, but we can't actually see the reality, that the complex reality is happening behind it all the time.
What do you think these guys were struggling with? And maybe from your perspective, the obvious answer is just God, but
I don't know if it's just God. I mean, that's a word for it. They were struggling for something. They had a craving.
Because here is the modern take on that. You're in a simulation.
Right.
Now, some people believe you're in a literal computer simulation, and other people like me, I don't necessarily have evidence that you're in an actual computer simulation, but I do have evidence that your brain is simulating reality as a way so that you can grapple with it. Because instead of seeing blue, if you just saw the number of photons in a given wavelength that are reflecting off that surface and into your eye, it's so complicated. So your brain is just taking this incredibly complex universe, which, by the way, for people that don't know, the human, our ability to perceive the actual electromagnetic spectrum is 0.0035%.
Yeah.
So you're like way less than 0.5%.
And tons of dimensionality doesn't exist.
Yeah,
and there's
exactly.
tons of things we can't see.
So we've taken this gigantically
we know there are
complex
things
thing.
we can't see.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And we boil it down into something that is just an absolute sliver of the reality. So, okay, in a modern context, I get it. But like, what were they coming up against in whatever 2,000 years ago when Plato's describing the shadows on the cave wall? What is he grappling with? Like, it's as far as I can tell, he's getting underneath, like realizing, oh, my perceptions do not equate to reality. And once you accept that, like, everything begins to unwind.
Well, it doesn't begin to unwind. It begins to free you to this understanding that you
begin to see its illusions.
You begin to see that you are living in a world of illusion. Now, how is this that we can militate against that by saying it's all in a simulation, and part of the simulation is that we're simulated. The simulation creates the illusion that there is something bigger, even though there isn't. But that's just explaining something away. So in a philosophical basis, the way I talk about this with my students, I say, okay, we got three choices, 3 doors to go through, Monty. This is for those of that's the Monty Hall game in economics, is based on Let's Make a Deal, this old game show that was on when I was a kid, right? And you get the contestants would have to choose one of these 3 doors, and then the door would open up and it would turn out you either got a car, or you got a living room set, or you got a goat, or something like that. So there's basically 3 choices about how you're going to see the existence of an underlying reality that you can or cannot perceive, and you can or cannot get closer to and make progress toward. It has to do with the two concepts of essence and existence. We all believe that we exist. I mean, you can relax that by saying it's a simulation. We don't actually exist. I don't know, but let's leave that for a moment. And let's just say that we all agree that there's existence. What we don't agree on is the nature of essence. Essence is meaning. So I'm alive and my life has meaning. Okay, now the traditional philosophical understanding, the Platonic understanding of this, the ancient Greek understanding of this, the Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Muslim for sure understanding of this is that essence precedes existence. Let's think about that for a second. The meaning of your life existed before you were born. Your job is to live up to that meaning, to find that meaning and live up to that meaning. It existed. It's a cosmic thing. That's what comes from the cosmic oneness. The modern existentialist view, modern philosophy, a lot of it would say that that existence precedes essence. You're born without any meaning. You have to invent meaning the best you can. Good luck. That's Sartre. It's like go sit in a French cafe and smoke filterless cigarettes and feel depressed. As existence precedes essence. Now, the middle way, the most depressing way is the Nietzschean way, which is the nihilistic way that says existence exists and essence doesn't. There is no meaning. The only responsible course of action in a life is to give up on essence. There is no meaning. Stop looking for God. Stop looking for enlightenment. Stop looking for all of it. That
Would
craving
he have
that
said
you had.
you couldn't apply meaning?
He said there is no meaning. There is no meaning. Life has no meaning.
So you can't apply, because the first one is there is no meaning, but you can apply meaning.
The first one is that there is meaning. You need to find it and live up to it.
I see. So
the second is that there is no meaning until you create it. And the last is that there is no meaning. And you can keep looking for it and you can keep trying to create it, but that's childish. Let it go. Let it go. That's nihilism. That's why we call, somebody who's nihilistic, somebody who believes that there is no meaning and nothing matters. That's the reason we call it that in the popular vernacular. So these are the three choices that we have to walk through. For most of all of existence of humanity, it's been door number one, which is that there is essence. And then we experience existence. And the whole point of life is to figure out and pursue essence in a responsible and in a way that's generative and meaningful. And that's what we're trying to do. That's what I think is most compelling. I think that's the most compelling view. I don't know the truth. And by the way, when I've talked to Sam Harris about this, he agrees with me that there's things that we don't see, that there is essence that we can only barely perceive. And all of the things that I talk about, from Catholicism to the stochastic nature of the statistical set of circumstances in which we find ourselves, from the science to the religion, is my understanding, my best understanding, my fumbling around in the dark and looking at shadows on the cave wall for what I'm trying to do to find the essence that will give meaning to my existence. That's the point of my life.
It's very interesting. So it goes back to what are we grappling with here? So I'm going to define my version of what I think the God-shaped hole is.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put it in the context of the language we've been using here. So, because I come at everything from an evolutionary lens.
Right.
And I'm very much of the
It's a good
camp.
lens, by the way.
Thank you.
It really helps you understand a lot.
It has been very helpful.
Evolutionary psychology is just the best.
It's bizarrely controversial, which I will never understand, but nonetheless, it has been extremely useful in my life. So I come at it from that. So I'm like, okay, if we do have this hole and it is a yearning, and that yearning is evidence that there is something, what is the nature of the yearning and what is the thing that I'm yearning for?
Right.
And again, using the language of this conversation, I have a feeling that humans have a very intrinsic, evolutionarily derived desire to kneel before something. And now the question becomes, okay, if you have this push to kneel before something, why? What is the evolutionary advantage to those that kneel before the thing? And the best answer that I can come up with is that you need to get out of the me self and you need to get into the I self, and you need to create that distance. And by kneeling before something, by making something bigger than you, now one, you are in the habit of living your life in service of something beyond yourself.
Right.
I don't think, but this is definitely just ignorance, so you will help me here. I don't think that any of the world's lasting religions would compel you to serve anything other than, this will be interesting. I actually don't know the answer to this question. I will be very shocked if you tell me that any lasting religion has asked people to serve anything other than either humanity itself or a God that loves humanity. Is there?
No doubt there are. No doubt there are religions but I guess, but you stipulated to lasting religions.
Yeah, because I don't see how that would be beneficial. Because ultimately what I'm saying is the God-shaped hole is actually a desire to serve your fellow man, because that's going to be the thing that keeps you alive. Because you're way better off coming together as a group.
The evolutionary.
Yes, is my gut. And then religion, like the specific, whether oral or written tradition, is the thing that allowed humans to come together in gigantic swaths in a way that no other species, no other creature, not ants, nothing can come together in the flexible fashion that we can by using ideas of religion. Like those just give you an instant bond. And I'm willing to kill for and die for this thing that we have in common.
Yeah. So it's, I also have a huge amount of time and admiration for evolutionary psychology, but it's totally descriptive. And it's neither prescriptive nor deterministic. So I don't believe that the evolutionary psychology of the things that actually set out our impulses and imperatives, that they prescribe nor proscribe particular behavior. I think that we have choices way beyond our evolution. So let me give an example. We talked about Mother Nature. She has really two goals for you. And all of evolutionary psychology comes down to survival and gene propagation. That's what all of, the evolutionary psychologists and evolutionary biologists, they say that all that any organism exists for is to survive long enough to pass on its genes. And so it all comes down to that. But virtually everybody believes that we can short circuit that and make decisions that go beyond that. We can do all, and so people will say, okay, well, you laid down your life for a stranger, but that was because you had some evolutionary impulse to behave in an altruistic way that dates back to a time when that would have been better for your tribe, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yep. I think that the better explanation for that is the animal path versus the divine path. The animal path is incredibly powerful. It's a wonderful model for understanding why most things happen and why we have the impulses that we do. But the most interesting questions are the divine path, where we actually make decisions that go beyond our evolution would suggest is the best path for us, that go beyond the things that we want to do, that help us to understand that there could actually be something bigger. And this is the really unique thing about the human species, is that we can make this election between divine and animal, and every day is this election between divine and animal. And in fact, to look for the source of the complex oneness in a world of complex ingenuity, complicated ingenuity, that's to choose the divine path, ultimately, the divine path over the animal path in the biggest way. So not everybody agrees with me. A lot of really smart people disagree with me and say all the things that we actually do, they still come back to evolution. Even if they don't look like this is an evolutionarily adaptive thing to do, it sort of is. You just need a more complicated understanding of the evolutionary impulse. I disagree. I think that evolutionary biology, it just puts us on this track and makes us act in particular ways. And yeah, we got all these habits, the things that we want to do, and then we can decide not to do them, because we want something higher, because we're called to something higher, because we have a dim perception of something that's bigger, that's something that's better, that we're drawn toward. And that's the oneness that we're distracted from when we're basically just sitting on the animal path and doing money, power, pleasure, fame, money, power, pleasure, fame. And so instead of getting on our knees and contemplating the nature of enlightenment, we'll scroll Instagram.
That's interesting. So as somebody who believes that you can't be enlightened prior to death, what is it about the contemplation of that, knowing you will never be able to actually understand it? What is it about the contemplation that makes your life better? I presume
progress. The progress principle.
You're getting closer.
You're getting closer.
And why not? Why would God want it such that you can't attain enlightenment?
Because, well, according to Christian theology, I mean, so this becomes a theological question. It's because ultimately it's the relationship, the beatific vision, it's the relationship with God him or herself. And the way that the Hindus talk about this, by the way, is that the transmigration of the soul occurs as people are getting closer and closer to enlightenment, at which point the soul will be reabsorbed into the Godhead. So the idea of the soul for Hindus is that your soul, Tom's soul, is a little chip of God, comes down, enters a human being, corrupted by circumstance, etc., becomes perfected over 100 or 1,000 lifetimes, and this is reabsorbed into the Godhead. And the ultimate goal to stop samsara, the endless cycle of birth and rebirth, is to be reabsorbed into God. Is the way that, so their understanding of this is actually easier to understand, weirdly, than just, I got to see God. Awesome. I don't know. But it's all basically saying the same thing: getting closer, making progress. This is the goal in life. This is the impulse. And how do we do that? All kinds of ways that our lives are generative and help us do that. As silly as, doing a podcast, starting a business, all these things, they help other people. They help us understand ourselves. They make life, they lessen the burden for our brothers and sisters in particular ways. This is the reason that it's so profoundly unsatisfying for you to do something that's all me, as opposed to others. And ultimately you get the juice of these generative things, of these creative things that you're doing when it really does lighten the load and improve the lives of other people, because that's the process of getting closer, and the physical manifestations of the things that we do every day, and it gets better. And we hope, and again, this is one theory. I mean, my whole religion, I might be completely off base. I mean, I can't say because I have no data. I can only hypothesize at this point. Faith is belief without data, is belief without evidence. It's not a set of non-testable hypotheses is what it comes down to. And it's just that the progress per se is the point of what we're trying to do on Earth. That's what certainly the Dalai Lama would say about the from life to life toward enlightenment. That's what the Hindus would say about the transmigration of the soul for the reabsorption of the Godhead. That's what Muslims and Christians would say about trying to actually go to live in heaven with God. But it's all saying the same thing fundamentally about the progress. The progress is the point of life.
I don't know why at this point in my life this has become such a fascinating question.
You're right on schedule, by the way.
Yeah.
No, seriously, because what you throw off superstition and you look for the pure oxygen of enlightenment. And what looks like, Jesus and Santa Claus, what's the difference? When you're 20, when you're 50, you're going, big difference.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's something about the way that the world is moving. So my goal in life is to, in a really practical way, help people live a life of fulfillment. And I never quite know how to put words to it. Fulfillment survives grief. And so I'm trying to, I have thought a lot about in my own life and have found tremendous easing of suffering in recognizing what I call that there is an evolutionary impulse to get me to do the things that will align myself with having kids that survive long enough to have kids, right? And so while I don't have to do that literally, I have to understand what the algorithms are that are running in my mind to make that happen.
In the chat, trying to figure out words.
And
Tom will be here soon.
The more
he
I
is
explore
gonna
this space of like
wrap up some
how
things
one
on his
clicks
end,
into fulfillment,
and then he's going to be
I
here to
do
play
find
some games.
myself grappling with it as you get
Straw
under
Hat,
perception
hello.
and
Oscar,
you really start
hello.
to say, okay, what
Ova,
is
hello.
the
LeBlanc,
bedrock
hello.
here?
Just saying hello to all you
It
guys.
does become
You gonna say ASMR?
quasi-religious because I don't find myself going,
Okay,
I'm
so
getting
today
closer and closer to
we're
God. That
actually
isn't what it
going
feels
to
like
play
from
some
my
Fortnite.
perspective. From
That's
my
okay.
perspective, it feels like there is
Oh my God,
real
it's a new
truth,
set of words. Okay.
and
Okay, you guys,
can
I think we can
closer
get it.
to
We can get
and
it
the more
probably
you
before
understand how
Tom gets here.
the illusion is
Joel,
created,
welcome
the
in. Tom's
less
gonna be
you
here
are
in just a
trapped by
moment.
it.
So
And
we're
the
just
less you are
waiting for him to
trapped
be.
by the matrix,
He's got to get like some
use
water
a
and stuff.
very,
He just did
fun-word,
some.
evocative way of
He just did
thinking about
a
it.
Zero to
It's
Founder
one of the
class,
most
I believe.
profound movies over the past 30 years, notwithstanding
So we're just
the
gonna give him-
cinematography. It has to do with
Give
it
him a
has to
minute.
do with
Give
the
him a minute
concept
to
underneath it.
catch up on
100%.
life and
for me, it is the
make sure that
most
he's okay.
useful metaphor
you know,
for the
potty
human
break all that
existence.
stuff.
And so once I
what do we have? I can't really
understand
see
how
the
the
screen.
matrix works, then I start
see.
seeing it in
Dress,
everything. I
read,
start
seed,
seeing
seer,
it
dresser.
in,
Dresser's good. Dresser's good.
Politics, which is not something I thought I would ever
Read?
engage
We
with.
could do
I start
read.
seeing it in the culture.
Oh,
I
there
never
he
that. I never
is. There
thought I
he
would
is.
engage with. Chat. But as I
All right.
we about to finna? I
We
forget
about
what
a
this is a
finna.
reference to.
Okay, he's here. So now we can exit out of this.
This is
You guys.
an allusion. Were you just talking over my recorded voice, Eunice?
I lowered it because we were playing games.
Man,
You know, so
that's a lot of talking.
let us do that. Do
Are
that.
you that afraid of being on camera? Like,
What do you mean?
happening?
What do you mean?
When you like sat in, how come you didn't kill that?
Kill what?
Just be you nice.
Oh, I don't know. I don't.
No,
It's not for me.
I guess
I'm not a star.
Now you look very dark.
Yeah, I gotta tune it still to you. Yeah.
Don't you let anybody tell you that you're not a star. You're a star.
Oh, thank you.
You're a star.
We're starting with 40 poo. 40 poo. Fortnite. I said 40 poo. See, he doesn't know chat. He doesn't know the lingo here. Also, we're a little bit away. Come on. What can we get? We get a read? Did we get read? No. Reds. Come on, please. No. That's crazy. 40 poo. You'll quickly notice that I yeah, 40 poo. That I kind of just add the word poo onto everything. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed during here we can minimize that. We can exit that, close that. Tom doesn't need that. Yeah, Tom distracted us, I know. That I like Linky Poo. Give me the Linky Poo. Give me, 40 poo. Let me make it a little bit brighter too before he gets in here. This might be too bright. Or how does it look? How does it look? A little too bright. You can see my big honkin' zit here that we've broken out with. All right. We've got it. We're ready. We're ready for him, chat. We're so ready for Tom, and he's over there dilly-dallying. Oh my God, no. He cracked his phone. That's crazy. Kaizy Poo. Kaizy Poo's cute. Shay, oh my gosh, hi. Okay, we're just waiting for Thomas. And while we wait for Thomas, how is everybody's day today? I hope you guys are all having a happy Wednesday. Or should I say happy hump day? Am I right? This is live. You want to say hi? Come on, Drucifer. Come on. There he is. There's Drew. Say, go say hello. Go say.
What up? Happy shoot day, everybody. Happy live day. Happy Fortnite day. What we doing? Fortnite? Happy Fortnite.
We're going Fortnite.
Nice.
Tell them, what are we doing tomorrow morning?
We're TBS Prep live. Come check us out. We'll be there
What time?
early. 8 a.m.
That's right, baby.
We in there.
We in there. Mr. Thomas Bilyeu, that's correct. That is Mr. Thomas Bilyeu. Today is good. Make some map edits. Try to submit bugs. LeBlanc, thank you. I love that. I am the bug catcher. So if you can. Oh my God, Druzy Poo is crazy. I wave like you could see me. Here he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Mr. Thomas Bilyeu.
Word.
But you have to use this, so your nice hair is gonna.
Oh, the hair. You nice. I am going somewhere. But that's all right. For these guys, anything. For these guys, anything.
Am I calling you on
What's up,
Mr.
chat?
Poo?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You nice. We're going to
Okay,
be
hold on, let
together.
me get over there first.
I like it. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Oscar. What is up? Straw Hat. My OG crew. We back together. They tried to keep us apart, but we're not going to have it. How is it possible that tilting that up did not actually affect the framing? What's happening right now? Oh, because it's this. I was like, there's no way. It's not possible. I've lifted this whole thing off. All right. Oh, this is too low, chat. This is too low. Why do I feel like I'm about to create all kinds of problems? Eunice.
What happened? You need help?
That needs to go up.
This needs
That
help?
is too low.
I love the head cut off. Also, I'm calling you if you want to answer.
I do want to answer. Why don't I hear it ringing in my ear? It's not going to give you video. So I guess I can turn it off. I hear you now, though. Oh, chat, let's go. I'm going to play some 40 here. Let's do it. We're headed in. We're headed in, you nice. I'm blending into the background. This makes me very unhappy. I'm emotionally devastated by the look right
While we
now.
do that.
That's better, but you wanna
I want that one.
rim
Yeah,
light's supposed to be tasty. What's happening? And it's in frame. What's going on? The jacket would go with the bunny overalls, LeBlanc. Would it? I don't know about that. OG Shay's in the house. What is up? I like to see it. I like to see it. You got a good group. How we doing? I got to be able to see the stream. Eunice. I don't even have it open. What's going on?
You watch it?
Yeah, I'd like to know who we got.
Crazy.
Crazy. How dare you? Crazy. All right. All right, chat. Okay. Now we're good. Now we are good. All right, we're in business. I was going to say, where did your forehead go? Yeah, we got that whole thing chopped off. Jordash, what's up, brother? Welcome. Welcome. All right, let's get a dub, man. Could do with a dub right now. Could do with a dub. Where do we want to drop? We're going to go Flooded Frogs. If we can get that sword, all is going to be well. Ova, what's up, man? How you doing? Ova, it doesn't give me the chills. Brother, you would have to come up with something pretty gangster to get me to do 24-degree water. I think you're a madman, an absolute madman. I did a 13 months of cold showers. I was on like my whole cold exposure kick. Was it doing something at a deep cellular level? Maybe, but I didn't notice, and I just started getting mad. So I was like, all right, enough of this. Mayfloru.
Hey.
I don't know if that's how you say it, but Mayfloru, if I'm even close, thank you for that follow. I appreciate that very much.
Mayfloru.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, we're going to be joined, Eunice. What do you think? There's multiple people here. Is that guy going to land early? Please land early because I want that sword. If I get that sword, I feel good about my chances.
I think someone said that the new Fortnite update is this Friday or something.
Uh-oh, we got people on their feet already. Uh-oh.
LeBlanc says, played with Grok 3 recently. It's interesting, but needs some quality of life fixes that ChatGPT has. IDK just seems very Windows 95 script responses.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, they fired that kid that basically said, oh, yeah, it's like pretty good. It's right up there with some of the best. Elon was like, no, I'm not having that.
Oh. Mace Florus says,
hi,
oh, goodness!
I am your
podcast listener.
Oh, God. We got to get out of here, chat.
It's happening.
Yeah, that did not go well. That did not go well.
Welcome in, Mayfloru. Happy that you're here. A podcast listener and now a Twitch viewer.
Let's go.
Thank you for
coming in.
coming
If you found me on the podcast, this is going to be jarring, but fun. And by the way, as you guys know, I'm down to talk about anything. We got Eunice here. What do we want to talk about, chat? Want to talk about AI, game dev, anything. Let's go.
Oscar said Dynamite Duo sounding sharp, but actually Drew is Dynamite. That's Dynamite Drew over there.
Dynamite
we got to
Drew
come up with a different nickname.
For the U-Nice?
Well, yeah, you know, Dynamite Drew and Tom Bilyeu. It's good rhyming. It's a good rhyming one.
I like it.
So now we got to think of one for Tom Bilyeu. Tom Bilyeu and Uni Poo.
Oh, U-Nice! I've said U-Nice with it. Let's go. I'm here for that. Uni the Pooh?
No, Uni the Pooh. That's,
Do you know Winnie the Pooh?
Of course.
Because you're not acting like you know Winnie the Pooh. This is dangerous. What I'm doing right now is very foolish. Not even sure. I need a car. This is. Whoa. That guy almost made me pay for my sins. Gotta get to it. When's the next major patch and map editor competition? Do you have the answer for him? So we were just talking about that today, and I actually don't know the timeline on it, but you nice might.
We should be updating sometime early March, first week of March, and then
it's like 2 weeks.
Map editor competition is still in the works, but it will be coming. I know we've dropped some hints here and there, but it will be coming. You know, just trying to fix some stuff up on our end to make it even better for you guys.
I love that. It's a lot of good marketing messaging.
If you wanna say it like that.
Say it like it is, Eunice.
Straw Hat said, the more procrastination talk, the live was great.
Thank you, man. Didn't realize you were there. Let's go.
What did you learn from that, Straw Hat? I would love to hear your thoughts.
I'd love to hear what he took away as well.
Yeah.
So I know if I'm wasting my breath or if there's something I need to change up in my pitch. We had record turnout. That was exciting. I'm always surprised that procrastination does as well as it does. It's a little crazy. But people clearly stuck in that loop. Need some help.
LeBlanc says, let me just make a JRPG in the map editor real quick while we wait for the update. A JRPG would be crazy. Ma Flory says, I was listening to your podcast with Daniel Goleman, and you said that I can find you on Twitch as well. To be honest, I didn't expect to.
Oh, but here we are. Here we are making good on that. And we go live now on Twitch a lot.
Every Monday through Friday.
Yeah, that feels a little cheeky to me. Doesn't it feel cheeky to you? We go live Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Like you have
seats and chair. Yeah.
I think we need to do it more though. Like I want to see us. I want to find some way where I can like pop in, but it's scheduled. If that makes sense. It's like. I won't
if I put 30 minutes on your calendar?
Yeah, like stuff like that. Like, hey, at this time, we know Tom's going to be there. And I think when we do that, that we'll get more people showing up if they know that I'm actually going to be interacting live, because I think people feel a little bamboozled by replays. Now, I don't know if the math says, no, it's good, like we're getting more subs, maybe it does, and hey, we keep doing it. But I have a feeling that what people like about live streaming is that we're hanging out. That's what I like about live streaming. From the people.
I said special guest star, on his own stream. That's good. I like that. Straw Hat said he took away remembering to get over overwhelm and to run the desire loop, because personally I feel like forgetting why I am doing it gets me stuck in a bad habit loop.
Yes. Hard yes. That is exactly what happens. Every entrepreneur is going to ask themselves, why am I doing this? Because there's so often it's not fun. And if when you say, why am I doing this, your answer is like, I don't know, man. I don't know why I'm doing this. Then you're going to quit. And that's why I say that success is a game of attrition. Most people quit. It's really that simple. Most people quit. And there's a whole bunch of things that you can do to make sure you're not one of the people that quit. But most people, don't even realize that there are things that they can do. They expect, well, if this is dope, I'm just going to want to do it. No. Unfortunately, not the way life works.
We got a Guida saying, should we go down the simulation theory rabbit hole today?
Is this a Guida Beta?
Guida Beta.
Let's go. Guida Beta, tell us more about that name. And if you've already told us, forgive me. Welcome to how my memory works. But I do love saying it.
What are you thinking about the simulation theory?
Yeah, the more I do game design, the more I'm like, God, this really might be true. It's one of those where I'll present it as if it's true. I don't know for sure that it's true, but man, it's pretty believable. It is pretty believable.
Over the street said, replying to Straw Hat's Desire Loop comment, saying, same. My weakest link is the Desire Loop and running the 4 quads of the action. The
Man,
interrupts do
anybody that
action.
can chill in 24-degree water is a pretty strong Y. So he just needs to tap into that one. Why didn't he jump in the car? He's playing a smart game. But is it smart enough? No, it is not.
No, it's not.
We're both aiming at homeboy, so he's in trouble.
Guida says, a childhood nickname from my sister. She said I moved to NYC and became a Guido, and now I'm a Guida.
That's hilarious.
And LeBlanc says, life imitates art, or does art imitate life?
Both. Both. Oh, I don't have a health yet. That's right, I used my one. Sir, I'm gonna steal your car.
John Rush saying, we doing the cold plunge Kaizen challenge? Thanks for the reminder.
Oh, bro, I almost got you. You're cooked. Nice
John's
try.
Rush, I will not be partaking in that challenge.
No,
I
the
don't know about
upside on
Tom.
that would have to be extreme. Extreme. And as much as I think that Ova would look lovely in that bunny outfit, that is not going to get me there. Not going to get me there. I have had way too much experience with cold exposure. That makes you want to talk about something that makes you go, why am I doing this? And I'm going to need a real good answer for myself. A real good answer. What do you think, Eunice? Are we going to win this one? Ooh, we only have 2 bullets.
I'm trying to see how many are
Not
left, but I
good.
can't see because the screen is so
20.
tiny on my end.
20.
20? I believe it. I believe.
Do you believe you can fly?
I believe I can touch the sky.
Okay, then.
That's right. You probably thought I wasn't going to get that one, huh?
I hadn't cast Judgment yet, but I am
Okay.
impressed. You got there like
Thank
real
you.
fast.
Thank you.
All right, we need bullets, chat. We need bullets and we need gas.
Guida says, what about the ice bucket challenge on Tom? We can all just throw buckets.
That's less psychotic. But why all of a sudden are we back on the cold front?
They want you to
When
do
did
it.
this become a thing? Uh-oh.
They want you to do
But
it.
is it like a social thing? Like that's back? People are like back on that, or?
No, I don't think it's a social trend. It's a trend here for you in your community, yes. Just in this inner circle, but not globally.
People are like, you know what? Tom looks way too comfortable.
Jordash is asking, for your video games, do you have a central cosmogony?
Yes, we do, but sort of, in that it's a multiverse, but not a multiverse in like, I want to make sure that we can tell a whole bunch of movies multiverse. Like, it's fundamental to the setup of the way I actually imagine the universe. But it started with a story, so Kaizen is actually an echo of Coyotes of the Air Game. So I put together 5 ideas that I pitched to Webtoon to make them Webtoon originals. 4 of them got approved, and one of those was Coyotes of the Air Gap. So I had built out this whole lore that now is Kaizen for that comic, and whenever I think like, okay, what if AI just eats everything and I close the company down because it's just like, it's a world so foreign that commerce doesn't make sense anymore. The thing that always pops in my mind is I really want to tell the story of Coyotes of the Air Gap. Like, that story has my heart. I was talking to Lisa about it this weekend. I still only have 2 bullets. There's no way that's possible. What is happening? I'm being trolled by Epic Games right now. Alright, I need another gas station. It's by the island. Ugh.
Tom, of all the stories you've created, which universe would you want to most live in?
Kaizen, 1000%. Not even close. Not even close. I don't think people understand. Like, you guys would be worried about me if you understood how badly I want to live inside of Project Kaizen. This is why I'm always talking about it. You inhabit the game. You inhabit the game. I'm the one that wants to inhabit the game. I want to be 22. Come on, meow. More bullets. chat. If you guys see bullets, call them out. We are in.
DoorDash asks, so your multiverse is Star Trek-ish?
No. No, why would you say that? Trying to turn me off? I thought we were friends. No.
You don't like Star Trek?
No, I don't like Star Trek. I'm a Star Wars guy.
Okay, okay, very
There's a
okay.
reason Star Trek only had one season of the original. I don't think I've seen any of the new stuff. Quote unquote new. Yeah, no, I was never into it. Don't know why. Don't like the aesthetic. That's part of it. We're gonna find bullets in here. Or we're gonna get trapped. Is that below us? Nope. Nope.
We've got Oscar asking, which map would you live in of the current ones existing
Oh,
in
I think we all
Kaizen?
know the answer to that. You can basically pick anything. What are you talking about?
Hope Crest?
Who makes the best maps?
That's a trick question.
No, it's not. We've got some very talented map builders. I love them all. But LeBlanc, he's like breaking shit and making see-through tiles and all kinds of crazy stuff. I want to be in a LeBlanc map. Come on. Let's go.
Okay. Drizzy Drew's asking,
What is happening? How am I not able to find this thing? This is madness.
what are you finding? Oh, the
I
chest?
need bullets, yes. And
It's up,
I've-
it's up.
I tried. I hacked things. It's on the roof. I'm giving up on that one. We're moving on. We're going to waste too much time.
All right.
8 people left.
Drizzy Drew said, even the reboot with Chris
Wait, Drizzy
Pine.
Drew's in the field?
Drizzy Drew's not on that. Well, yeah, he's
the
out on the
chat.
field,
He's in the
reporting
chat.
live.
Let's
Yeah.
go. Live on location.
On location.
Okay, so sorry. What was this question?
Even the reboot with Chris Pine? Question mark?
I watched it, but it was like, meh. Sight.
Just meh.
Nothing to write home about. You, sir. I'd like you to peek your... What am I doing? There is only
And-
8 people left. I've got to get bullets, or I'm going to be in an endgame. and my only
Yeah,
option
how do you
is
only have
with the sword.
52? That's crazy.
Crazy. I can have every health I want. No bullets for me. You, sir, get no bullets. Remind me I need
It's
to
feeling
change
like
cars.
OG. It's feeling like OG Fort.
Ooh. OG can eat a bag of. Can all quietly fill in your own blank. I don't know why people like OG.
I played it. I thought it was fun.
My life is worse
I'm-
just knowing that OG Fortnite exists.
That's so dramatic.
Oh god, yep, I should not have gotten out. I saw those feet a little too late. Thank you for... Oh, he blew my tire! That is deeply distressing.
Oscar, thank you for the update. Saying I opened Kaizen and it's updating in case you all need to update it. Thank you. Tom, I've already updated yours, so
I
don't
was
worry about it.
just gonna say, thank you. All right, where are we gonna go here? Oh man. Okay, we don't want to play with that.
Straw Hat saying I feel the same. OG sucks.
Yup.
Damn, bunch of haters around
Haters,
here, huh?
all capital
Just
letters.
haters. You guys woke up super early
Man, he's
today.
got the
to
gold
hate.
thing. Eunice.
What's the
my
gold thing?
least favorite thing to go up against. The gold sword.
Oh,
Okay, at
they
least
went
you
up to the
finally
island.
stopped. Finally stop chasing me.
Guido Vita says, watching you drive makes me grateful you don't drive in LA.
Bro,
That's crazy.
this is how I drive in real life. You take it all back.
We don't like that.
You like this car though. Oh, we don't need slurp. I was about to get excited. Okay. Okay. We're back in business now. 6 people. We got this.
We got it. You got it. LeBlanc says, in Texas we drive 80 because it's a speed limit. That is quick. That is pretty speedy, for
Gotta
sure.
love that.
That might be a
Open
little
carry.
too much.
Texas is not for play. Okay, who was that shooting me?
Wow.
And how dare them? Okay. Well, we made it to the gas station. Oh, bullets? Did we get bullets? Are we by the island? Please don't be by the island. Something gold over there, but it's a shotgun. Oh, let's get out. This is going to be a 5-tick. Okay.
Man. Gas station. Okay.
Oh, we're gassed
right.
up now. All right. Do we see the dude in the circle? See somebody over there driving. You're not under the island, right? Okay.
No.
I see home.
I love Whiffy Wharf. That's a good spot.
Okay, I see him up there. Ah, bro. Chill.
Over the street is saying,
Why
cryo
can't I
is for
drive?
the
What's happening?
skin. Ice bath is for the mind.
Ice bath is for the mind.
I've never tried cryotherapy, but I've wanted to.
It's interesting. Like if I were doing, oh, here we go. Okay, they thought they could hold me down, Eunice. I'm not having it. Okay, we want to go high. Go up. Oh, there's footsteps.
Just so you guys know in chat, Tom does unfortunately have a hard out today at 4:30 our
At what
time.
time?
4:30.
Thank you.
Just so you guys know. So he will be playing Kai.
Oh! Ooh, so dead. Yo, how'd that hit me so hard? I just saw that guy. Why can't I sprint? Oh,
That's crazy.
oh, I'm filled with rage right
Health
now.
is wild.
I'm filled with rage. I need to turn on my rage suppression algorithm.
Oh.
That was devastating.
Oh.
That was
Fifth's
devastating.
not bad. When's the last time you played for?
What time's my heart out?
4:30.
Okay. So what do you think? One more of these, and then
One more,
over to
one more.
Kaizen.
Yes, sir.
Gotta get that dub. Let's go. Let's go. I need more. I need more vibes, chat. I need more
When's the last time
vibes,
you
chat.
played?
Say that again.
When's the last time you played?
Ooh, like Sunday. I can't even like claim. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Wait, hold on.
We did well over the weekend as well, so I'm just not bringing the heat right now. That was
You
just
guys got the dub
bad luck.
on Valentine's Day. Exactly, Drew.
We did. No lies to be had there. No lies to be had there.
Also, just so you guys don't forget, tomorrow we are going live at 8 a.m.
Let's
Tom
go.
Bilyeu
Oh,
show
man,
prep.
I have really fallen in love with doing that with the community. It is a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
I
Just bump the camera
actually
slightly.
just had the idea of making a Discord channel where you guys can drop some links. That way you guys don't have to wait till Tom Bilyeu show prep mornings. So you guys can drop them there if you
very
guys want
good
us
idea.
to talk about them,
That is
chat,
a very good
or
idea.
Tom to view them, stuff like that.
Yes, please. And then if you could transpose those over to the Tom Bilyeu show in Slack, that would
Yes,
be
sir.
amazing. Please tag who it was that dropped it so we can shout them out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oscar, what temperature are you talking about? Because 24 degrees is like, that's a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing. Now, you would have to put salt in the water for it not to be frozen. Or I guess you'd have to keep it moving. One of those two things would have to be true. Otherwise, that's known as ice. Ice. Ice, ice, baby. Dun 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 dun. Dun.
Yo. What do you say? Collaborate and listen or something like that?
Stop.
What do you say?
Collaborate and listen.
Yeah,
This is
that's
back with
right,
a
that's
brand
right.
new invention, I think. Something
Addition?
grabs a hold of me tightly, flowed like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights.
Oh, look at
Turn
you.
off the lights, and I glow. To the extreme, I rock a mic like a vandal, light up a stage, and wax a chump like a candle. Come on now. That's
What are you
poetry.
doing? That's
That's
crazy.
poetry. You know you're sad you missed that moment.
When was that? Early 80s, late 80s?
This would have
Mid-eighties?
been late, yes, probably like 87 if I had to guess. Maybe 88?
Okay, let's take a guess. Ready? Let me look it up. You said 87?
87, 88, one of those two.
Ooh, 1990.
Really? Wow.
1990.
So he was really at the, like, he was moments away from grunge. No wonder he got eaten alive. Culture was shifting.
Yep,
Shifting hard.
1990.
Right
90s
when I
babies,
started high
best
school.
babies.
Are they? I don't think we
That's
have
what
to
they
guess
say.
too hard as to
That's what
what
they
year
say.
you were born.
you know,
When album
vanilla.
drops.
So Oscar
Never.
said, "Let's go, Vanilla Tom," dropping the line.
You better believe it. You better believe it.
When does the album drop, Tom? When is it dropping?
Yeah, well, I'd do an AI album. That'd be dope. But otherwise, the answer is never. Never, as that is not my skill set.
Bring
Not
out
my
the
skill set.
trombone again, right?
Oof.
Trumpet?
Oof.
Trumpet, trombone?
Trombone.
Which one was it? Trombone, yes.
Trombone. Just think, which one of them is the least sexy? Because that was the one.
The oboe?
The oboe's pretty bad. My sister played
Yeah.
oboe. I'll be sure to let her know what you think. Oh,
Well,
there's no
I
swords.
played the clarinet, so I was the neighbor, the next door neighbor to the oboe.
The only thing that made the oboe somewhat cool is its appearance in, what was it called? Peter and the Wolf? Something like that?
I can't say I know. I can't
Whoa,
say.
really?
Peter and look, let me Google it too. Peter and the Wolf.
All right, we got to get out of here. Yeah, too many
Musical
people coming.
composition by Sergei.
Bryn?
Symphonic Tale for Children?
Yep. All the animals had a sound, and one of them was the oboe. I forget which one, but... All right, this is going to end badly. I got to get out of here.
Oboe part.
Oh, wait, here we go.
The duck. It was the duck.
Duck, duck, goose.
The duck was the oboe. When I hear clarinet, I think Squidward. Me too. Me too.
Really? Why?
Because
know
did you not watch SpongeBob
No.
at all? Like not at
It's
not
my
at all.
Not my era. Not my era.
Right, but it's still like extremely iconic in the world of like animated
True.
cartoons.
Uh-oh. Gotta get on that motorcycle. Let's go this way.
Wait,
Tree.
Ova said.
I can't believe
Ova said, the really crazy thing I do is go right into a 105-degree Fahrenheit hot tub. You think an ice bath burns?
Oh, if you
That's
just come out of the ice. Uh-oh. Hold on. Keep stepping. We need a gas station. That's what we need. Go to the
Ragnarok,
elevator.
welcome in.
Ragnarok's in the house. What's up, Ragnarok? Now, Ragnarok is a very interesting person. If you ever get the chance to get to know him, definitely lean into that. We want to go exactly the other way. We need a car. These motorcycles. What is he doing? That's very bad. We're gonna get this one shot. Almost out of gas. What's happening? How are we already almost out of gas?
Tom, have you ever watched the cinematic classic Kung Pao Enter the Fist?
Nope. I have
Straw
a
Hat saying
feeling.
it was a funny movie.
I have a feeling we're being trolled.
By that, should I Google it?
Oh, I don't know. Straw
I won't.
Hat.
I won't. Let me look it up. Let me
The
look it up.
second fist is in the title. I get very nervous.
What is that?
Exactly. Buyer beware on that one.
What is he holding?
I don't think I want to see this.
What are those?
Oh wait, I can hire that guy. But who is he just fighting with?
It's a troll movie. It looks. It looks to be for sure. I just.
warned you.
Is he holding like gophers? What is that?
What?
What is he holding? What is he holding?
Let's go. Let's
It's a spoof movie. It's hilarious.
go. Is it hilarious? It sounds a
That's
little
what
bit too much
they're
like
saying.
Flesh Gordon for me. Makes me very nervous.
They're gopher chucks.
What is happening? What is happening, chat? Alright, we need to go to safety. We need to white line. We need a vehicle. Do not want to get eaten by the storm. Should
Oscar
probably-
says,
What I'm waiting for is for AI to do for you, where you input a song from yourself and turn it into any voice you want.
Bro,
I
that
have songs
already
that I'd like to
exists.
come to life, but my
That-
voice is simply not too
Yes,
pleasant.
do it right now. That is a real thing. This very minute. I haven't been tracking it too hard, but I've seen people do it on social. So 100% that is doable. You give it it will marry to your inflections, to the tempo, the melody, all that, but it will replace you with a totally different voice. You could have it replace you with a woman, with an opera voice, like, do your thing. And report back, by the way, because I've never tried it. And oftentimes they show like the best of the best, but it's actually really hard. So I don't know what the real state of it is, but it definitely exists.
How do you get better at prompting AI?
One, you just do it a lot, but also go look at tutorials on YouTube, because they'll often say like, I got this from this place and this was the exact prompt that I used. That's super useful. We've still got our person. What do they do for me? Anybody know what this person does? A little dude.
Who do you even have?
Does he splash me? Does he ping? I haven't noticed anything. I need a car.
Oscar said, Tom, thanks. I didn't know. Do you know what it's called?
I don't,
voice
man,
app.
because that one I just wasn't on my radar as something that I would pursue. But I have seen it, and I've heard Kanye talking about it before he completely went off the deep end. Anybody see a car? You guys are like 7 seconds behind me, so I imagine whatever you're seeing would be impossible.
Strawhead says, Tom, how do you use prompts in your daily life? Do you have it help you clarify thoughts? If so, how?
I do. So if I'm prepping for an episode, this is the way that I use it the most. So, hey, we're going to cover this topic. And then I'm like, my knowledge on this topic. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, please, no. Do whatever you do. I need the bot to offer help. Oh, goodness. Sorry, guys. Max concentration here.
He wants the dub. I have no idea what that NPC does.
She was throwing grenades, or he was throwing grenades. Not sure which. Man, I wanted that car. Are they still in the bush? That is the question.
They're healing.
Health. Can you see it?
Well, wasn't that what that was, or was it yours? Your own
I
keg?
had a
That
thing.
popped
Yeah,
up?
that was my
Oh,
keg.
okay.
All right, we gotta go. We gotta go wherever they are not. I want that car, though. I want that car. It's funny how chatting, I am so much more strategic when I'm just all by myself. I promise I'm not this bad, chat. Oh,
Back to
there.
what you were saying about prompts in your daily life.
Yeah,
Straw Hat.
so I know where my knowledge ends, and so I'll drop into chat and just start asking it questions. Okay, what about this? And is this true? And you just have like this amazingly rapid discovery of what it is. It's so good at that. Okay. Oh man, am I gonna regret this? I worry they're just hiding, waiting for me. I don't have a sword. So we have no real movement. If we can get to that car, we are in much better shape.
You really are car obsessed.
Yeah, because I'm not good at movement. So cars are my ability to move very quickly. Okay. Now we're relaxed. All right. Little bomb buddy. Come on. Get in. In. There we go. There we go. Now it's on. Let's to a gas station. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Okay. We're in business now, but we need a sword. We are going to struggle in endgame if we do not have a sword. 18
Ova
players.
is saying that his hot tub is 40 degrees Celsius. What is that? What is 40 degrees
That's hot.
Celsius?
That's like Dubai hot.
104. That's nasty.
That's hot. You're not going to enjoy that for long. That is for sure. It'll be fun for a second. And then about 7 minutes later, it's like, oof. I would like to be anywhere else right now. Okay. That'll come in handy.
Straw Hat saying NPCs can also teleport to you. Other
Yes.
times they just die though.
Yeah. I have not proven that NPCs are the bee's knees. That is for sure. As mine tend to get themselves killed.
The radar one is the best one for sure.
Yeah, the ping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Ooh, there we go. Green. Take that. Anything else we need? Pick that up.
Yeah, exactly, Straw Hat.
Fish.
Vi, whatever you want to call her. Yeah, she's the best. In the flower fields. That's exactly where I drop every time.
Yup. I don't drop there every time, but when I swing by, I always check who we want to get away from the island. No iron bullets. These guys are fighting at the temple. I don't like going into these spaces because I always get stuck. This is where my car obsession causes me problems. Okay, I see footsteps.
Footies. How often do you just sit in one place? Seems like never. Almost never.
Oh, she got him. Let's go. Let's go.
Look at that.
God bless
That's
that
great.
bot. I take every negative thing about bots I've ever said back. Okay, there we go. Come on. We're in business now. We do need to repair the car. Are we going to be able to? Yes.
Drew says, heal Tom, you're giving me anxiety.
Oh,
And
am I low?
agree.
I am low.
I agree.
Thank you. I was not paying nearly enough attention to that. Okay. We had somebody pressing us. Wow, this car's really got some roll on here.
What car is this in real life? What make model?
I have no idea. I don't know if it's real. It's a very good
I don't know
question.
anything about cars, besides I know there's a G-Wagon in Fort.
Wow, that's the sum total.
That's it.
Okay.
A G-Wagon.
Might be a little farther along than you. Not a lot. All right, 11 players remain. I'm gonna guess somebody just died. 10 players.
Like a Lambo?
Yep, I have the Lambo. Or
Okay,
a
okay.
Lambo. Anybody see bullets? Bullets, bullets. We have 525, actually. I don't have to worry about bullets anymore.
Oscar says, Tom Bilyeu, I wanted to say thank you for doing this stream. This has been such a big part of my days for the past months, and to me, being able to interact with you in the community is the coolest thing. It was sad when I didn't see them on the schedule. I know your time is valuable, so I really appreciate you doing this.
Brother, you have no idea how much I value you guys. Like, you guys are the OG ones that were there when nobody was there, and I was learning how to do this and figuring out how it was going to be useful, and I will forever be awash in gratitude for you guys as a specific group of people. So, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that you guys want to hang out. That is not lost on me. So, know that I'm right there with you. As much as you guys enjoy it, I enjoy it as well. And because it's also just, I think this is really going to turn out to be a super important inflection point for us, was when I realized that to get the most out of me, the live stream, the community, doing it with other people, so having, whether it's Drew, whether it's you Nice, whether it's Lisa, having people there with me is just, that's my jam. I'm not talking into the dead eye of the camera. It's like, it's cool. We've got some cool ideas that we're going to be trying out, so stay tuned. Keep your eyes on this spot right here. I want to kill the guy with the sword. that he's going to be the guy that's a problem. He's also he's clearly the guy that's also going to cause me problems right now.
Ova said, I second that. Absolute joy and honor to get to spend time with you, Tom, and share these moments.
Dude, you guys are dope. I love the kind of people that I attract. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, bot, go get him. Their bot was shooting at us. Uh-huh. Cool. Yeah, bots be throwing grenades at bots. Oh, I'm getting hit. Put some hurt on them, man. Oh, my bot's down. I think I'm getting shot from multiple angles, chat.
Straw Hat, I'll see you in there.
Oh. Now my car is damaged. I hate it when they blow my tires. That seems impossible. We have a sword then, right? Yes. That's all I needed to know. 7 people there, still alive. Yeah, that was probably smart on their part. Really don't want to have to do this.
Shay, I think I put it in the schedule that I'm doing it tomorrow at 3.
What's tomorrow at 3?
The Kaiser game night.
Let's go.
Pretty sure it's on Discord. Let me double check.
We need a new car. We need a new car.
Yeah, it is there.
Let's get up some We've got a lot of goodies. Oh. Oh. Ooh, oh, wow. I don't know how that didn't just kill me. I will never know how I survived that.
We believe, we believe. How many is that? 6 left? 5
Swing!
left?
Why? Oh. Does the sword stop swinging and like you have a rest period? Is that what happens? Because I was pulling that trigger faster than you can imagine. All right. Well, we didn't do great on Fortnite today, although we did make it into the top 10 in both games. I think that's true. It's now time, everybody. Let's get ready to rumble. We're going to head over to Project Kaizen. You know it. I know it. We all love it. Let's get in there. Let's see. Look at that. Eunice already updating it. I like it the most.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, for a second. Can we all agree that this art is dope? Like, I just love that, like, cyberpunky, but like with a pop of color thing. I'm a sucker for that aesthetic. All right, here we go. Here we go. Uh-oh. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. We're just going to ignore it and hope that all's well anyway. Uh-oh. Eunice, had you tested it? Did it work? I'm getting alarms here.
It did open for me, yes.
DirectX 12 is not supported on your system. Try running without the DX12 or D3D12 command line argument. I don't know what that means. Is George there?
Yes. Shall I grab him?
Yep, because otherwise, I mean, it's probably as simple as rebooting, but then we're going to lose everybody, which ideally we would not have to do.
Hey, George.
Ideally.
Hey, George.
Yours.
Tom is having an issue with his launcher.
I'm having an issue with George's launcher. My launcher works. I don't know what George is doing. That's the problem. George. Bugs, George. Make the bugs go away, George.
Sure.
All right, everybody, can you see him? Can you
Hello.
see this
Oh, I
kid?
didn't even know
This
I was
fucking
in here.
genius. Look at
Hello.
this kid.
Hello, everyone.
This is what young and aggressive looks like. Yeah. God, it's a good time in your life. This guy's going hard in the paint, man. Hard in the paint.
Let me just make sure it's closed.
What was it?
There was a task running in the background, so it didn't fully close out, but you probably have to just select a settings. You can go back to 11. This is a thing, so if anyone else has that issue, they can go to DirectX 11 in the settings right here, and you'll be able to start game.
Interesting.
There you go.
Who would have
See
thought?
everyone.
Thank you, George. All right, you got us in. The problem solver extraordinaire. All right, everybody. We about to do it. Who do we have? Who do we have? Who of my beloved map builders are going to be playing? You know, I like playing with map builders on their map. Who's with us? Who's playing? We're going to find out. Get that private room going. Peg's magic fingers killing the bugs. Oscar, too true. Are you joining us, Oscar?
Oscar said he's still downloading or updating.
Oh, no. Ova, it does count for 2, as you well know. As you well know. LeBlanc, let's go. Ova. Shade-tastic. Straw hat. All right. All right, Oscar, hopefully you'll be able to join us soon. Hopefully you will be able to join us soon. We are headed in, boys and girls. We are headed in. Invites have all been sent. Ova is in. We got you. Invite was sent. You're there. Beautiful. I will join Straw Hat. All right, that seems reasonable. This is plausible. This is plausible. LeBlanc, you got a new drip, man. I'm liking this outfit. All right. We are going to head to, unless he tells me he's got a new one that I should be looking for. We want duel. Duel. Is it Lakeside Cave Duel? What's the name of the really tasty one? No, it's Idrisil. This is the one I love. All right, here we go. This one's up. This one's up. I will hear no dissent. Let's go. You've got a newer one. What is it? We'll play that next. Bots I left off for that. Yup. Oh, but fair warning. I'm warmed up and I've done my ice bath already today, so nervous system is at 110%. Let's go. All right, we're going to do Idrisil first. I think this one is my favorite. All right, here we go. Here we go. OG Shay, you know what's up. You know what is up.
Never take your eyes off your opponent.
You ice bath. That's how I feel, Jordash. That's how I feel. I actually won't say I've done ice baths, but I've done prolonged exposure to very cold water. My favorite ice bath story is I did like, I don't know, it was like 30-ish minutes, and it was getting to the point where I thought I might actually be getting hypothermia, and so it was 52-degree water. So I looked it up, and no, you don't get hypothermia in 52-degree water.
Being killed.
For like 9 hours. I was like, okay, so this is just me being a wuss. Got it. Registered. All right.
But I said polar bear swim.
LeBlanc about to pay for his insolence. Oh, man. If I had rolled. Oh, what? No. False. That is a false narrative. Oh, look at that. Look at that. LeBlanc, Dunzo. Dunzo. He went after the king. He went after the king. Oh! You curled my toes on that one, Ova.
But you're not a
Quite literally. All right, 2-4. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I gotta catch up. Uh-oh, Shay. Shay is not on my team. Shay plus swords equals bad. Run. Do not try to reason with it. Where are we at? Oh, wait. George, is aim assist in here? Is aim assist live yet?
Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so no more excuses.
Failure
LeBlanc
is a
coming in
teacher.
hot.
Learn from this.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Failure is a teacher. Failure is a teacher. Where am I?
Surbon, hey!
Sherban's in the house. Let's go, man. Welcome. Welcome to the party.
He said, hey, we playing?
We are.
We
playing.
are.
Oh. Oh. Oh, no, 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 no. 2v1. Hard pass. Hard pass. Oh. Come on. Oh,
You
oh
have been
come
killed.
on.
You have
Cheesy.
failed, but you're not a
Man.
failure.
Straw Hat, you and I are not pulling our own weight here.
My
Oh,
worst
oh,
draft.
oh, 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 oh.
A
What?
goal is not always meant to
How's
be
it over
reached.
already?
It
Man, you
often
guys
serves
ate us
simply
alive.
as something to aim at.
Man.
No one can help
I don't feel
you
good about that.
but you.
I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about that. That was not good.
Well, it's going to be an
That was
even
not
3v3 because Surbon's going to join.
As
So,
you think, so shall you
Sherban, we
become.
got to get you in here.
Jordash said, so what's the deal with the array?
You like from a lore perspective? Is that the question? You got to be careful getting me talking about lore on Kaizen. I will drag you into deep waters. What is happening?
Wagnarok said, dang, going to take way too long to update my game. Wagnarok, no.
Don't do it to us, Ragnarok. Don't do it to us.
We believe in you guys.
Oh. There we go. Oh, nice. She's cooking. I don't even feel bad about that one, Shay. That was quality play. Quality play. Very impressive. Very impressive.
With the roll after.
Oh, man. She blinked, passed me, got me on that backswing. Want that sword. Let's go. Oh, I see that. Oh, we cooked him. We cooked him and took their bazooka.
Focused
Come on.
energy
Come
can't
on.
be stopped.
Ova, you need more ice bath. Ah.
You need more.
Okay. Okay.
Failure
That's
is
what
a
you get when you
teacher.
talk too
Learn
much
from
smack.
this.
We got God. Every now and then I remember that the whole team can hear me screaming now that I play out here in the open.
They're all
It's
giggling.
hilarious.
Everybody's giggling at you.
Oh, oh, oh! Oh, come on.
Unleash your potential.
Oh, Bruce, it's unleashed. It's unleashed. No, not. Nope. Nope. No. Oh, oh, get him with that laser. Get him with that laser. Get him with that laser. Oh, come on.
Never
Shay.
yield to the enemy.
She's too good. She's too good. Shay,
I
when
believe in the winning team. Woo!
you believe in the winning. Nice. That's good. I respect the hustle. Oh, oh, no! Did I? Okay, I
Failure is
did get a hit.
learning opportunity.
At least that. Straw Hat, they're doing a very good job of moving in swarms. We got to stay together here.
Oscar asks.
Oh, we cooked her. We cooked her.
Why did you name it the
Unleash your
array?
potential.
We wanted something to speak to. It needed to sound.
You have
LeBlanc.
failed, but you're not a
We
failure.
wanted it to be tied to like technology servers. So a server array is a real thing. Oh, I'm like dead. And so instead of calling it server array, we just decided it sounds cooler to call it the array. It sounds a little mysterious. You don't quite know what it is. But that's the punchline, is that this is really this grand array of servers, and every universe is a server spun up with inside the main instance. So just trying to use as much language as we could from computers. You know what I mean?
Sherban says, I don't know the extra voice on here. Who are you? I'm Eunice.
Oh man, Sherban, how long you
Nice,
been gone?
nice to meet you.
This is Eunice. Eunice is here on the team. She's a community manager and project manager for Kaizen, and you will see her on live streams a lot. So like when we're doing the episode prep, you're going to see her engaging with you guys in the community, making magic happen on that side. So yes, this is going to become a very familiar face stroke voice.
Oh, nice to meet you too, Sherban. I hope
Life
you're having a
itself is
wonderful
your
day.
teacher, and you are in the
Oscar,
state
yes,
of
like the
constant
Matrix,
learning.
but in the Matrix, I think they only have one server, and they're saying that they like reboot it every so often. If I remember right, it's like supposed to be the 6th instantiation of the Matrix. So our thing is that there's a ton of instances, as we call them, and every instance is a universe unto itself, and they are all within the array. And so the thing that we haven't gotten a lot to in the storytelling, but is big in the lore, is this idea that some people get obsessed with asking the question, where is the array? Meaning, if we're all in a simulation, who's running the simulation? Can we transcend it? And so that was the idea behind Coyotes of the Air Gap. Is the secondary character. He's like the mentor character, is a guy named Kavanaugh. And the idea behind Kavanaugh was that he appears to the rest of the world as a wizard, but really he's just a breaker. And by being a breaker, he can manifest energy and do all kinds of things that make people think, oh my God, like this is actually a wizard. And his backstory is that they're at some point, oh, we're waiting on me. I'm like, is this game ever going to start? Only if I start it. Oscar, you in yet?
I believe Oscar is still updating, but
Oscar.
Sherban got
All right.
invited.
Sherban, we have LeBlanc. What was the map that you were saying? Give me the name again.
It was.
Zason.
Let me s-
If we were in a
Let me
simulation,
scroll.
the program was our
Lakeside
asses. That's
Cave.
pretty funny.
Lakeside Cave 3.8.
Is it dual or TDM?
That is not set on.
Lakeside Cave. Here it is. Lakeside Cave. Let's go.
Ooh.
Apply.
And we got
gotta
some new
do it.
people in here. Just
Let's go.
Covino, welcome in.
Welcome, welcome, everybody.
Yeti Bandit, welcome on in. Zason,
Banditry.
welcome.
Going in, y'all. Going
They
in.
said dual, not TDM.
Never take
it
your
was in
eyes off
TDM.
your opponent, even when you bow.
That
Does that
LeBlanc
mean
is
that
saying
I went to
dual.
the wrong one?
Yep,
Uh-oh.
LeBlanc is saying dual
Uh-oh.
in chat.
Like as in we want to back out, LeBlanc? Do we want to back out? Are we good here?
Do we want to
LeBlanc,
back out?
LeBlanc? Tell us. I'll take us back out. You tell me. Not
Just
that
Covino,
one.
you just finished a
Yeah.
charity
All
gym
right,
and
we're
you
gonna
raised
back
over
out. We're
$1,000.
back out. We're backing out. We're backing out. We're backing out. Go back out. Main menu. Yes. Exit. All right. It said dual. That's so weird. We got us a weird little bug hiding in there somewhere. Okay. To dual we go, everybody. Man, Ragnarok with the chaos. I haven't heard anybody talk about chaos in a minute. Tom, the Chaos Terminal game that came out when Kaizen first launched was amazing. Any plans to incorporate that more later in the game? Yes, Ragnarok, what we realized was keeping up with the story side of it was very expensive. And so originally I thought that story was going to be our key differentiator, only to realize we will go bankrupt. So that's when we decided, all right, let's focus on the core loop. Let's get the UGC mechanisms. But yes, all that stuff we do. It's all stuff we plan to bring back. Faux show. In success. In success. Okay. I sent out the invites, but I think we're missing somebody. Sherban Shea, Blonde Straw Hat, Ova. Who are we missing? Or am I the 6th? I'm the 6th. So we're not missing anybody. Okay. Yep. There we go. All right. We want to go to Duel. And we want Lakeside Cave Duel V3.8. I'm going to wait patiently for a yes. Did we just
We
get
are
somebody
waiting.
new?
Yeah, they said yeah.
There we go. This is the one. All right, apply. We are ready to rock. Here we go, everybody. We're headed in. Last chance to call out if you've recently finished your update. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's get ready to rumble.
As you think, so shall you become.
Bruce, truer words never spoken. All right, LeBlanc, let's see what you got. See something very large rotating. Something very large is rotating. Are we rotating?
Oh my gosh. That is giant.
No,
What is
not
that?
rotating. Whoa. Look at that.
Are you
movement,
sure?
bro. We're not moving. But that
can you
thing
look
is
up?
moving.
Oh my
Look at that
gosh.
thing. What is that? See, this is how LeBlanc gets an unfair advantage because we're all just mesmerized by the map. That looks dope. I say this all the time, and I need to keep repeating this. LeBlanc, this is why we did UGC. I never would have thought to do that. I don't even know how you did it. Oh! Oh! Oh!
You have been killed. Never
Even
yield
with
to
aim
the
assist.
enemy.
Even with aim assist, I am not gifted with that shotgun. You got to admire my commitment to it, chat.
Shotgun is my least favorite weapon, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah,
So,
that makes two of us. But I keep
Yeah.
coming back to it. 'Cause when you get a kill with it, it's so dope.
yeah, it's very
so
satisfying.
satisfying. Oh my god. Look at this. Okay, here's somebody though. How do you have bubbling water? What is happening? How does he do this stuff? So amazing. So amazing. LeBlanc, Oscar, I don't know, Oscar, if you're listening, but hopefully somebody's told you that we are taking your feature requests seriously and prioritizing them and getting them in. Not all of them. We have to go based on ICE score, if any of you guys know about that whole methodology. But man, when I say we are listening to you, we are listening to you. That took damage. Okay, so you can't play with the spikes. There we go. There we go. Kids, aim assist is
Yes.
for real.
Be aggressive.
Oh, I finally feel like I actually can play again. This is wonderful. God bless everybody on the dev team. It is about time. It is about time. All right.
Oscar's
where-
asking, what's my favorite one? My favorite map? Personally?
He's asking, do you nice?
He's asking, do you nice? It is my favorite map.
You know it's Smurf Island.
I was gonna say, I really like it because I didn't realize you could get all the way to the top, and sometimes I just like sitting up there with the bazooka.
It's a good reason to like it. It's a good reason to like it. Ooh, these sound very threatening. I couldn't help myself. I picked up the shotgun again. It's like I have some weird desire to suffer.
Jason says, so is this the Oasis in development?
Yes, quite literally. Oh, please, one more. Oh! Chat, why?
You lost
Why?
focus.
There's just something about the timing of that gun. I'll figure it out, chat. Only way to get better. Only way to get better is to practice. So practice we shall.
My favorite
Ooh,
weapon.
fun.
Oh, my favorite weapon.
Ooh, yes, please.
Mm,
Yes, please. Give it to me. Someone
I like
is
the
trying to
sword.
slice me.
The sword is the best. TBH.
The sword is pretty dope.
Yeah, I don't really like that staff that you're holding now.
That's
I don't
because
like.
you're a bad person.
All right, well, you
But
know,
look, parenting, we can't always choose our parents. So.
nature versus nurture is what I. You know, that's what I
Oh
always
my
say.
goodness!
You lost focus.
Speaking
That's
of
crazy.
the sword or the
That's what you get.
thing being
That's
trash,
what you get.
that quite
Honestly,
literally
that's
is
what
what I
you
get.
get.
That is quite literally karma coming to punch me in the face. Over. Over. Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay. We're in trouble.
You have been
Yup. Yup.
Success.
I'm dragging my
begins
team
with
down.
Failure.
We only have 3 points.
Who is on the other team? Who is on the other
Apparently, Jesus. Nope.
You have been eliminated.
What? What just
No
happened?
one can help
How'd I die
you
that fast?
but you.
No way. Hard pass. False. It's all a lie. This game is rigged. This
You're getting
game is
got.
rigged. I'm gonna talk to the developers. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Oscar, get in here. Get in here, Oscar.
You have to
We
keep
need
your
you.
reflexes.
We
So
need
that
you.
when you want it,
It's terrible.
it's
Yeah,
there.
Terrible.
Tip the scale, Oscar. You tip the
Zason,
scale.
you heard it here first. How dare they, Jessica?
Report.
Bilyeu? You are correct. Sherban got banned. What happened?
Stay focused.
Nightbot you know, who
Nightbot
love
was
Nightbot.
slamming down on Sherban.
Oh my God, there it is. Hold on.
Ova. It's all that ice exposure.
There, I fixed it. I removed it. Sharban.
Yeti, it probably was Yorios. Yorios, the Greekest man who speaks no Greek.
Jason saying 1v1 IRL.
IRL? What kind of weapons are we talking about here?
Fists only.
No thanks. Oh!
Failure is a
I've
learning
made so many
opportunity.
bad life choices. Oh! It makes me very unhappy. Oh, that makes me so unhappy.
Jordash said kill streaks would be cool to implement.
We have kill streaks. I just don't ever get them.
Or do you mean kill streaks like in COD where it was like RCXD?
Oh my goodness.
You
What
have
happens in
failed,
COD?
But you're
Shay, are
You
not
you
get like
stuck?
little things.
Is she
for
stuck
getting
or is she hiding?
bro.
What should we give? Uh-oh.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, she's
People
typing?
are-
She just got booted.
Oh,
No.
man. That's lame. Come on, Straw Hat. I love that I can actually recognize people's skins. New items. Don't forget to check the store. Okay. When did we get so low? Man, somebody's got me dialed in. Dialed in, man. Who was it? Who got me? Straw Hat.
Oscar said, Tom, you need me, ... on the other team.
Do I?
That's great.
I feel like I need you on my team. Let's go. Help me get some elims, man. Okay, how dare you, whoever that was. How dare you make out like that shotgun actually works?
You have been killed.
Okay.
Never yield to the
Okay.
enemy.
Ova, get back in the cold bath. I need your nervous system
Oh.
being attacked by something. Otherwise, you have an unfair advantage of being more skilled. This is another god tier map, man. Oh, how dare you.
Everybody's saying go for Chucks. The go for Chucks need to be brought in.
Let's get that collab. Oh, we got him. We didn't get him, but we got him. Oh. How we doing? We're doing all right. We're being very pursued. Doggedly pursued. Now, I see him up there with that laser. This is bad. Ooh. Got away. Nope.
Clear their minds. Come on.
What is
Clear their minds.
You have been
Oh! I didn't get
Try
any
to
bullets
do
on
that.
him. That's crazy. I've got to anticipate their movements better, I think that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game. Oh, I'm out again. I keep forgetting this is duel. Boo. 9-4. Man! Keep getting walloped. Eunice, can
This
you
one's
log a
been going on
bug?
for a
I
while.
should be grayed out. And I am not grayed out. Because I want to know
You
who's
should-
left on their teams. It used to be like that. It's
grayed
not
out.
anymore. Yep.
Copy.
Once you're dead in duel, you grayed out. Should also be sending an angry letter to my inbox for the 0 kills on behalf of my team. I have every right to be angry right now. Boo. Can I switch players and actually watch from somebody else's perspective? Nope. I do believe I have pressed every button there is to press. Let's go, Sherban. Show him what's up. LeBlanc got on his own map. All right, LeBlanc. Here we go. It's up to you. Are you the last one alive on our team? Show him you know all the secrets. Dab it out. Cook him. Can I turn the camera? Oh, look at that. So wait, how did I finally get over to LeBlanc? Just realized I am now exactly where I want to be.
Ragnarok saying, isn't Betty a woman's name?
I would think
Where
so.
did Where'd that come from?
That we
Did I
need
miss
some context on that one.
Yeah, did I miss that?
He's not wrong.
Betty
though.
White.
He's
A
not wrong.
goal is not always meant to be reached. It often serves simply
Oh,
as something to aim at.
Zason said you can call me Betty. Kung Pao quotes. Oh,
Kung Pao
goodness
Oh,
gracious.
no wonder I didn't get it either. I was like, I'm so
Goodness gracious.
Look at you guys just posting quotes now. We're in the dark over here.
We are. It's all that context. Gotta have it. Okay. Okay. No more losing on my
Got
part.
one more.
Uh-oh.
Got one more.
Oh, we lost Shay, right?
Yes, sir.
Ooh. Oscar,
gotta get
are you
Oscar.
in or not? I want to get to Smurf Island. Let's go. Where you is? Oscar. Oscar. Paging Oscar. Dr. Oscar, please report to the dance floor. We all want to go to Smurf Island. Shay, art thou coming back? You said I
Did you
can
invite
get
them?
back in. Is he on? I've been waiting for him to confirm that he's on.
They're on. They're on. He said he's in.
Oscar,
oh no!
it's all
You're
a
trying
lie.
again?
Why?
No.
Why would you tell so many lies? I'm getting a bad request error. I'm trying again. Oscar, I think that's a moral judgment. The game is judging you. Bruce has found you wanting. He has found you wanting. That's just terrible.
Endless wanting.
Not nice. I'm gonna. Oh, my only option is to remove him as a friend. That we do not want to do. That we do not want to do. Over the street.
Run it as admin.
Is literally
Run it
the
as
part that
admin.
makes me laugh the most. I'm gonna guess you have to have seen it. Run it as an admin. This is good advice. I didn't mean to yell. Try running as admin. The join friend option should be a thing. Just saying. Agreed. Agreed. Just saying. Okay, I'm going to swap teams. Bounce these bad boys out. Look at that. All right. Oscar, you want to let us know where we at here?
Oscar.
Paging Dr. Oscar once again.
Doctor.
Dr.
My
Oscar.
gosh.
To the
PhD.
dance floor right now. Right this very minute. I
He
mean, he
said, "I'm
goes to all
trying."
that trouble to get a doctorate. Like, we're not going to call him doctor?
He said, "I'm."
Let's go. I'm in.
I'm
Let's
trying
go.
things.
I'm in. We're going to find out if that's true. Oscar, you still show us offline. Can anybody else get him? Is this a me problem? Is this a me problem? Chat. Invite him in. Invite him in. Got it. Getting Tom with a sword is highly satisfying. Sherban, can you feel the warmth of the flames of hell beckoning you
Oh.
for such a sinister comment? It's just mean. That's all right. That's all right. I'll find you. Are we on the same team right now?
They've all sent invites.
Oscar's in. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Oscar. I think we can do this. LeBlanc, Shay, Ova. Yeah. I'm going to try this. All right. Smurf Island is up. Let's go. There it is. There it is. We about to do it. Bring the flames, says Sherban. Well, Sherban, it's your lucky day because we're on the same team. Otherwise, I would apply my 0 kills all to you. Here we go. We're off. I use the online contact form. Maybe an odd one, but it's genuine. I don't know what that means. I feel like I need some context.
As you think,
think I need some
so
too.
shall you become.
Maybe he's got a suggestion.
Let's see. I can check in real
Zason,
time.
we like suggestions around here. Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
I don't see it.
We may have misunderstood the context. That is
We may have, yeah.
distressingly possible. All
All
right,
right,
let's
is this
go,
an
boys.
actual 4v4? Is this a 4v4?
No, it's a 4v3.
Oh.
And
Your
I'm going
contact
to
form from Jet.
take an obscene amount of joy in taking advantage of our advantage. No way. How's he getting me that low from that far away with a shotgun? A shotgun is supposed to be punished on distance.
Success begins
Is this
with
a shot sniper? What's happening? What is happening? Is that my problem? Is that I try to use it close range and it's really a long range weapon? Maybe that really is the drill. Let's try it, chat. Let's use like a long range weapon. Long range weapon. Here we come. Oh! Oh! This really might be the play, chat. Oh, they cooked her before I could.
Power equals force.
But I'm gonna take some assist credit on that one. Yeah, I thought somebody might be high. Oh yeah, yeah. How you like this shotgun? Oh, you don't want to peek your head over anymore, huh? All right. It's interesting. You slide a lot faster on this map. Why would that be true? Oh, nicely done, Nova. That was clean.
But you're not.
That was clean. Thank you, Bruce. I don't feel like a failure, though I do feel like I am failing. How are none of those hitting? Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh! We did not react fast enough, chat. We did not. No, we did not. Why on this map do you move so much faster? I like it. I just don't understand it. All right,
You gotta get it. You gotta get the secret level.
Oh! You got cooked.
Success
Fricassee.
begins with failure.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Okay. Okay.
Failure is a
4-9.
learning opportunity.
I'm dragging us down again. Dragging us down.
Oh.
I have 0 elims.
The jump in the water.
Yeah. Thanks, Eunice. Oh! Oh! Come on
Failure
now.
will test your character. Rise
Who
I'm
got
just a
me?
little bit behind.
Blonde,
so
nicely done. Nicely done. Alright, where are they at? Let's get Smurfy, y'all. Let's get Smurfy.
Did you ever watch that show? Like, actually?
Obviously.
All right.
That's my generation. No, false, 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 false. Ah! We got her! Okay, I just did a glorious performance. I'm not gonna die now!
Mastered them.
Or maybe I don't have a choice here. Now I've got my distance weapon. How's that? Okay. How's that not hitting? She's dead in my sights. No way.
You have been killed.
I'm gonna bite my controller. What is happening? All right. All right. All right. No more shotguns. No more shotguns for today.
No more. I think it's, yeah,
We gotta call it. We gotta call it. Even though they're everywhere, and the powers that be are trying to entice me. Okay. Okay.
I haven't seen you get the high ground not really once this whole time.
No, I don't usually play like that. I like to just get in there and melee. Get in and mix it up. And I can never... Huh? What's
Maybe
happening?
a change of strategy is what you need, you know?
I think you're right.
Failure is
Definition
a
of insanity,
Learn from
doing the
this.
same thing and expecting a different result. You are not wrong. You, my friend, are not wrong.
Ipso facto.
Ipso facto. Oh, man. Sliced and diced.
How many carbs does a controller have, Tom?
We're about to find out if it spikes my glucose because I am wearing a glucose monitor as we speak. Trying to solve an inflation problem. Not inflation.
Is there
It's so funny. Inflammation problem.
Inflation.
I'm so used to talking about inflation that my brain just goes right there. Worry that word. Okay. Hi. It's good to see you, LeBlanc. Okay. Yeah.
Failure will test your
Ooh, it's
character.
15-16. Let's go.
Rise
We're in
up.
this. We are in this, boys. No thanks to me. But nonetheless. All right. Let's go up. How do we get up from this side?
Shay with the all caps too. Sorry, didn't mean to shout. Everybody's accidentally yelling in chat today.
About
I like
that
the
screamo
enthusiasm.
life. Push him, push him, push him, push him, push him.
Oh, it's close.
Oh,
with
got
that.
trapped.
Failure will
1919.
test your
Let's
character.
go. Let's
Rise
go.
up.
1 minute, 10 seconds left.
It can happen. It can happen. I believe in you
Power
guys.
equals force.
You're
I
just
believe
saying
the
that to
winning
whoever's going to.
team.
Yeah, exactly.
Woo!
Oh. Oh my gosh. How is that not hitting him? That's funny. Corpse just comes flying back into screen. Nicely done. Straw Hat, I think. How are those not hitting? There's no way! I'd like to
Never
file a
yield to
complaint.
the enemy.
I would like to speak to the manager.
You are the manager.
Damn it! It's always tough when there's no one left to speak to but yourself.
Take a good long look at yourself in the mirror.
You're gonna have to. I really want some playback on that though. I had her dead to rights.
I saw it. I saw
Now
it.
see, but then that was clean. Oh, that was good. That was good.
Will test your
Nicely done.
character.
22-25.
Rise
Oh, we only have 5 seconds left. No.
Master.
No. And I only got 2 elims. That's terrible. Terrible, I say.
Mistakes are always forgiven
Ooh.
if one has the
Ooh.
It was still
courage to
really close
admit.
though.
Ooh.
Extremely
That was
close.
Really close. Really close. Oh, guys. I wanted that one.
GG.
GG's. We've reached 4:30. I gotta go.
It is the
Well,
life of perfection which
That was a
seems
terrible
to be incomplete.
thing to go. Wait.
And of
Wait. Oh,
fullness
no, this
which
is the one
seems
that
to be
loops.
empty.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Guys, thank you for this. This was a lot of fun. Make sure that we get these on the schedule with some frequency. We will make time to hang out, play together. You guys are awesome. I love it the most. Can't thank you enough. As always, maps are dope. LeBlanc, new map, Wicked. I don't think you beat Idrisil, but that's going to be tough. When you fall in love, you fall in love. Much love to
Tomorrow.
you guys. I will see you in the morning. I hope you all get a chance to join us. 8 a.m. Pacific time. Sharp. Let's go. Episode prep. Let's do it.
Woo!
I feel like we are all legit hanging out, and I love it. Shay, you took the words right out of my mouth. Take a dive into the N64 era. That's the era I didn't play. That was me at college. And I was all about getting into film school. I could not have been more obsessed. It was a fun time. Stressful, but wonderful. I remember when I graduated, I said to my mom, Mom, I had a blast, but I'm never coming back to school. It was awesome, but when I was done, I was done. All right, everybody, you're amazing. You guys are the funnest people in the world to play with. You guys all have such good attitudes. So fun. You're good. Yeah, I just couldn't be happier. Thank you, guys. I'll see you tomorrow in the morning. Peace. Till then, much love. Later. All right. And you nice. I assume you're coming back in here. Is that you're going to put something
Yep.
to play? I don't know what you're doing. I don't want to turn anything off.
I am.
All right, guys. Much love. Later.
Hi, everybody. It's me. Tom obviously had a hard out. See you guys all tomorrow. Thank you all for joining. Don't forget, tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on at Tom Bilyeu YouTube, at Tom Bilyeu Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How long have we been going? I can't tell. 4:35. Okay. Chicken theory. Let me tell you guys about this chicken that I had the other day. So Tom is so much taller than I am, so I have to really. Unishow is crazy. You guys, I can't get over this giant zit that I got right there. That's crazy. I have to do a little tuck and do a little hiding. While he's gone, how do we get him to ice bath? I don't think I have the answers for that. If the man does not want to do it, the man does not want to do it. So I don't know that I'll be of much help, unfortunately. Chick-fil-A versus Canes? Canes all day. Canes all day. Canes. Yes. All right, guys. See you guys tomorrow. 8 p.m. I'm sorry, 8 a.m. on Twitch, on YouTube, at Tom Bilyeu. Tom Bilyeu Show Prep. Bring your links. Bring your topics. We'll be there. And we'll be ready. So see you guys in the morning. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. Please be safe out there. Please have a good dinner. And get some good sleep. That over, yes. That's a right there. Straw Hat just gave you the Straw Hat just gave it to you. All right. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful Wednesday.